Welcome to this complete HTML and CSS course for beginners. If you're new to coding and want to become a web developer, land your first job, or switch to tech, this is a great place to start. In this course, we're going to learn how to build websites from a beginner to a professional level. And by the end of the course, you will build Reddit.com, a real-world project for your portfolio. I'm Dima, a professional developer with 12 years of experience, and I designed this course to be your first step into web development. We will start from the absolute basics of HTML and CSS, write code from the very first lesson, and gradually progress into more advanced topics. Along the way, you will complete over 50 exercises to get real coding experience. In the second part of the course, we will put everything together and build actually two Reddit projects. One we will create step by step together, and another for you to practice on your own. By the end of the course, you will be ready to start learning JavaScript and then React. So, if you're interested, let's get started. I'll be doing this course on a Mac, but everything is the same for Windows. You can adjust the speed of the video here if you want to go faster or slower. Before we start, we need to install a web browser and a code editor. We'll use the web browser to view the websites we create in this course. I recommend installing Google Chrome. It's the most popular web browser for web development. It's available for Windows, Mac, and Linux. To install Google Chrome, go to google.com, then search for Google Chrome. Open this link and follow the instructions to download and install it. Next, we'll install Visual Studio Code or VS Code. It is the most popular code editor for web development. It will help us write our HTML and CSS code. VS Code is also available for Windows, Mac, and Linux. Now that you installed Google Chrome and VS Code, we're ready to create our first web page using HTML. To do that, let's go to the desktop and create a new folder. We will call it My Website. This folder will contain all the code, files, and images we will use in this course. It doesn't have to be created on the desktop, just make sure you remember where the folder is. Now that we have the folder for our website, let's open it in VS Code. So I'm going to start VS Code. Then we'll go to the File menu and then Open Folder. Next, we'll find and select the folder we just created. And then we'll click Open. If VS Code asks, confirm that you trust the authors of the files in this folder to enable all VS Code features. And let's close the Welcome tab. Now you should be able to see the folder name in the Explorer here. If you don't see the Explorer, like this, click on this icon to open it. And we're ready to start creating our first web page in VS Code. To do that, we will click on this icon to create a new file. Then we'll type the name of the file, which is webpage.html, where .html is a file extension. It tells the computer that this file contains HTML code and not an image, video, or text. Now we'll press Enter to actually create the file. And inside this area, we can modify its content. Let's write our first HTML code here and create a text field. To do that, we'll type left angle bracket, input, right angle bracket. If you see an angle bracket on your keyboard, but when you press it, another symbol appears, then try to hold the Shift key and then press the key with the angle bracket. Next, we will save our HTML code, because this dot here shows that we've made some changes to the file, and for other programs to see these changes, we need to save them. To save the file, we'll go to the File menu and then click Save. Next, let's learn how to view our web page in the browser. For that, go to the folder that contains our code, right-click on our HTML file, open with Google Chrome, and this opens our web page. I'll zoom in to see it better. And there is that text field that we created in our code. Let's type "well done." Great, this means our web page works properly. Now it's your turn. Before we continue, let's make your learning 10 times more effective. Pause this video and try to repeat what we've done so far. This practice will make a big difference for you. Next, we'll place Google Chrome and VS Code side by side so that we can have a better view. And we'll click this icon to hide the File Explorer to have more space in the editor. Now let's add plain text to our HTML file and see what happens when we open it in the browser. We'll write name right after the input. And now we've got this dot again, which means we need to save our changes. If we don't save and reload the page, the text won't appear, because the browser can't see our latest version of the file until we save it. This is a common mistake. If you write HTML code but don't see it in the browser, make sure to save the file first. So to save, go to the File menu and then Save. And now in the browser, click this to load the latest version of our web page. And there is this name text beside the text field. In our file, this is regular text, and this is an HTML instruction. This instruction creates an HTML element. An HTML element is just a part of our web page. It can be a text field, an image, or a link. HTML elements have special meaning and behavior compared to regular text. And we need to follow specific rules to add HTML elements in our code. These rules are called HTML syntax. HTML syntax is like grammar rules in English. It helps us to explain the computer what to do in a way it can understand. According to HTML syntax, we start an HTML element with the left angle bracket. Then we write the name of the element, its input in our case. Finally, we end it by using the right angle bracket. There should be no spaces between the left angle bracket and the element name. If I add a space here, like this, I'm breaking the syntax. So let's see what happens in the browser. Save, reload, and our text field has turned into regular text. This is one of the things that happen when we break the HTML syntax. Okay, let me remove this space to make sure the code follows the syntax rules. And this time, we will use a better way to save the file. We will use a keyboard shortcut. Keyboard shortcuts help us work faster and more efficiently. Professional programmers are using lots of keyboard shortcuts to save time. To learn the shortcut for saving the file, we will open the File menu and we will see the shortcut here. It's Command S for Mac and Control S for Windows. So let's use the shortcut to save the file. I'll press Command S and the dot is gone. And to reload our page in the browser, we will also use a keyboard shortcut. It's Command R for Mac and Control R for Windows. Remember this shortcut, you will use it often. So let's reload our page. I'll press Command R, and the browser shows the text field again because our HTML code is valid and follows syntax rules. Also, HTML syntax does not allow spaces or other symbols in an element's name. For example, doing something like this breaks the syntax. And if we save and reload the page, the text field is completely gone. I'm going to remove this extra space to make our HTML code valid again. And we need to use certain predefined names for our HTML elements. We cannot use not existing or made up names. For example, if I add s here, so inputs, this element name doesn't exist in HTML, which makes our code incorrect or invalid. And if we press Command S to save the file and Command R to reload the page, the text field also disappears completely because now we break the rules of HTML syntax. So let's remove this to use the correct name and make our code valid again. Command S, Command R, and the text field is back. Throughout this course, you will learn many different HTML elements and what names to use for them to have valid HTML. Now, let's move this text to the next line for better visual separation. To do that, normally in a text editor like Microsoft Word or Google Docs, we would place the cursor here, press Enter, and expect the text and the input to appear on their own lines in the browser. Let's save the file and see what happens. Reload. The text didn't move to the next line. The only thing that's changed is now we have this extra space here. This is an interesting feature of HTML. It ignores new lines. And it doesn't matter how many new lines we add to our HTML code. The browser shows them just as one space. Now let's replace all these new lines with one space in our code and see what happens. Save with Command S, reload with Command R. No changes, just one space. What's also interesting is that if we add multiple spaces like this, the browser will ignore them too and show only one space instead. So remember that multiple spaces and new lines in HTML code are displayed as one space. This may seem weird at first, but later in this tutorial I'll show you that this behavior is incredibly useful for formatting our HTML code to make it easy to read and understand. Let's remove these extra spaces and place them on separate lines. Okay, if we can't use new lines and spaces to move our elements to the next line, what can we use? We can use another HTML element. To create that element, we'll write left angle bracket, P, and right angle bracket. Notice that VS Code helps us here and adds this piece of code for us. Next, we will move this text inside. P stands for paragraph, and this is now a paragraph HTML element that contains the name text. Save with Command S, reload with Command R, and now this text is on its own line. So this is the paragraph HTML element. It looks different from this input element we used to create a text field. The paragraph element has three parts. This first part is called an opening tag. An opening tag has a left angle bracket, followed by the element name, like P for paragraph, and then the right angle bracket. An opening tag starts an HTML element. It says, here, this paragraph begins. Next goes the second part of the paragraph, the content. The content of this paragraph is this text name. Later, you'll learn that other HTML elements like text fields or images can also be a part of the content. And this is the last part of the paragraph, and it's called a closing tag. A closing tag ends an HTML element. We know it's a closing tag because it has this slash between the angle bracket and the element name. And according to HTML syntax rules, the closing tag must always contain this slash. The opening and closing tags don't appear on the page in the browser. Only the content of the paragraph is displayed, which is the name text. So, every paragraph has three parts: an opening tag, a closing tag, and the content in between. And according to the rules of HTML syntax, they must go in this specific order. First, an opening tag, then the content, and then the closing tag. If we place them in different order, like this, for example, It breaks the syntax rules, the browser gets confused, and the HTML code might not work correctly. So let me undo the changes to make the code valid. To practice creating paragraphs, let's add one more. To do that, we will write left angle bracket, P and right angle bracket, and VS Code adds the closing tag automatically. For the content of our paragraph, we'll write something like this is a paragraph. Save, reload, and now our page shows this additional paragraph on its own line, just like we coded it to do. Notice that the input only has an opening tag, whereas the paragraph has also the content and the closing tag. This is because the input, by its nature, doesn't need content. It creates a text field where the website users type in the content. And since the input doesn't have the content, it's called a void element. A void element, like our input, has only one part, an opening tag. This is where it starts and ends. On the other hand, paragraphs are meant to have the content, and so they need to have the closing tag to show where the content ends. And because a paragraph element has content, it's called a non-void element. HTML has many other elements, not just paragraphs and inputs. And they all belong to one of these two groups. Void elements like her input without content, and non-void elements like her paragraph with content. We can have many inputs on our web page. Let's add one more. For that, we will write left angle bracket, then the element name, so input, and then the right angle bracket. We learned that input is a void element, so we don't need a closing tag. Save, reload, and here is our second text field. Now you know how to create an input HTML element, which is a very important element, and it's often used on websites to collect data from users. For example, Amazon uses a text field to ask for your email on the sign-in page, and Google uses an input for the search bar. Their text fields look a bit different because Amazon and Google use CSS to change their appearance. Later in this course, we will learn how to style text fields with CSS and how to create a professional-looking search bar for the Reddit clone project. Notice that the browser displays the HTML elements in the exact same order as we place them in our code. This input goes first in our code and first on the page. Then this paragraph goes after the input in the code and on the page. And the same applies to the remaining elements. Let's change the order of our elements in the code and see how it affects our page. For that, we will move this paragraph to the top, like this. Save, reload, and now this paragraph appears first on the web page, just as in the code. And if we move this paragraph up, save, reload, and now it goes after the first paragraph on the web page. So the browser displays the HTML elements on the page in the same order as they go in our code, from top to bottom, left to right. Also, notice that when we moved this paragraph up, our text fields started appearing on the same line. This is because input elements behave like text. By default, they go one after another on the same line as if they are words in a sentence. And there is this space between the inputs because we have a new line here, and HTML replaces it with just one space. So let's remove this new line and see what happens. Save, reload, the space disappeared. Now, what if we want our text fields to appear on their own separate lines? For that, we can use paragraphs just like with text. But this time, instead of text, we will put an input HTML element inside the paragraph. So let's create a paragraph for the first input. left angle bracket, P right angle bracket to start a paragraph. And VS Code adds the closing tag automatically. Next, let's place this input inside the paragraph. And let's do the same for the second input. Now, this input becomes the content of the paragraph. Save, reload, and the inputs are on separate lines. So, as you can see, we can place other HTML elements inside our paragraphs as their content. Doing so is called nesting. So nesting is when we place HTML elements as content inside other HTML elements. Now let's use that feature of HTML where it ignores new lines and extra spaces to format this piece of code to make it easier to read. For that, we will place the cursor right after the opening tag here, and then press enter. The input moves to the next line, but it also gains this extra space to the left. This extra space is just 4 spaces that VS Code automatically adds for us to make our life easier. Next, let's place the cursor right after the input element and press enter again. This time, VS Code moves the closing tag to the next line without adding extra spaces. And now, the opening and closing tags align vertically to make it easier for us to see where our paragraph starts and where it ends. And if we save and reload the page, nothing has changed visually on the page, because HTML ignores new lines and extra spaces. But formatting our code like this makes the code much easier to read and work with. Now let's do the same for the second input. Save, reload, and again, nothing has changed. Okay, this element inside the paragraph is called a child element, and this paragraph is called a parent element. So a child element is an element that's inside another element, and a parent element is an element that contains other elements. In HTML, you will hear these terms, child and parent elements, quite often. And in programming, when an element is placed slightly to the right, like this input, it is called indenting. Indenting our code this way makes it easier to see parent and child elements. And we're not limited to have only one child element inside a paragraph. We can place as many child elements as we want in it. So let's add one more input element here and move this text inside the paragraph. And let's remove this paragraph since it's an empty paragraph and we don't need it anymore. And so according to HTML syntax, this is perfectly valid HTML code and it should work just fine. So let's save the file and reload the page. And now we have this name and input on the same line, and the second input goes on the next line. This is because there is no more horizontal space available, so the browser moves it to the next line. But if I resize the window, now there's enough horizontal space and the text and 2 text fields are on the same line as children of that paragraph. Because remember, inputs by default behave like words in a sentence. So both these input elements are children of this paragraph. And this paragraph is a parent element to these inputs. And this is just plain text. In HTML, we can put plain text among other HTML elements. In HTML, we are allowed to nest inputs inside paragraphs, but we're not allowed to nest paragraphs inside paragraphs. So if we add another paragraph inside with some text, this becomes invalid HTML and may not work or could produce unexpected results on some devices and browsers. So we cannot put or nest paragraphs inside other paragraphs, because paragraphs in HTML are designed only to contain text or text elements like inputs or links. So let's remove this to make our HTML valid. If all that information feels like a little bit too much, don't worry. HTML is easy to learn, but has a lot of details to remember. Don't expect to remember all these details right away. You'll learn them over time with practice. This is the list of exercises you can use to practice what we've learned. If you complete these exercises, you'll level up your skills and make good progress. Pause this video if you need to. I'll put the link to Code Solutions in the description. Use it if you feel stuck. Next, we will learn how to create checkboxes using HTML attributes. For this, let's create a new page. So we will click this icon to open the File Explorer, and then to create a new file, we will click this icon. Let's call it attributes.html. And let's click this icon again to hide the File Explorer to have more space and focus on the code. Next, we will open the attributes.html file in Google Chrome. To do that, we will go to the folder that contains our website files, then right-click on the attributes.html that we just created, open with Google Chrome. This opens our new web page, which is empty for now because we haven't written any code yet. So now let's add a checkbox to this page. To do that, first we will write left angle bracket input and right angle bracket. You already know that this is an input HTML element that creates a text field on our web page. And if we save and reload, we have a text field that we can fill in. Let me zoom in with Command+ for Mac or Control+ for Windows to see it better. Now, to create a checkbox instead of this text field, we will learn a new feature of HTML called attributes. For that, we will place the cursor here between the element's name and the right angle bracket. Then we will write space, type, equals, and VS Code adds this pair of quotes for us automatically. And inside the quotes, we will write checkbox. Make sure that you write it exactly as I have it here, otherwise it won't work. Now save, reload, and just like that, with this small change, we turned a text field into a checkbox that we can click to check and uncheck. So this piece of code that we added to our input is quite powerful and is called an HTML attribute. An attribute configures an HTML element and can change how the element works. Attributes in HTML are just like the settings on your phone or computer that you can use to change how it works. And just like there are many different settings on your phone, there are many different HTML attributes we can use to configure HTML elements. This is the type HTML attribute. We use it to change an input from a text field to a checkbox. And there are many more input types available for us in HTML. To learn what input types we can use, let's go to google.com and search for HTML input types. And then we'll open this first W3 schools link. As you can see, we have lots of different input types to choose from. Let's use the password input type to add a password input to our page. For that, we will add another input element and write left angle bracket input space type equals password and a right angle bracket right after the ending quote. Save the file, go to our page, reload it, and now we have this text field that hides what I'm typing. The syntax for HTML attributes is straightforward. First goes the attribute name, then the equal sign. The equal sign separates the attribute name from the value we want to set. Then goes the actual value we want to set for that attribute. We surround that value with quotes. We can use double quotes, like here, or we can use single quotes, like this. And it's going to be valid HTML code that works. It's perfectly fine to use either double quotes or single quotes. But make sure that if you start an attribute's value with a single quote, you end it also with a single quote like here. And if you start with a double quote, you end it with a double quote too. Doing it like this or like this is valid. But if you use different quotes to start and end the value, then this is an invalid HTML. And if I save and reload, the input is gone. Let me undo the changes to make the code valid again. And also, if you are using single quotes, don't confuse them with backticks. Let me quickly show you the difference between the single quotes and the backticks. So these are the single quotes, and these are the backticks. Using the single quotes is valid, and using the backticks is not. And if I save and reload, the first password field that uses the single quotes works as expected, and the second password field that uses the backticks doesn't work, and it works like a regular text field. This is because when we set an invalid attribute type, the browser uses the default value, which is text. Okay, let's remove this invalid input. What also is important is that according to the HTML syntax, we must have at least one space before an attribute's name, like this. Because if I remove this space, it's impossible to tell here where is the element's name and where is the attribute. This becomes invalid HTML, and if we save and reload the page, the field disappears completely. So let me return the space here to make our HTML valid again. Save, reload, and the field is back. Next, we will learn another useful attribute we can add to our inputs. So to use that attribute, let's put the cursor here. And remember, we need to have at least one space before every attribute. So let's add space. Then goes the attribute name. We will write placeholder. And then equals. VS Code adds a pair of double quotes automatically for us. Then as a value here, we will write your password. Save, reload, and now inside this input, we have the text that we used as a value for the placeholder attribute. And this placeholder text is only displayed when there is nothing inside the password field. And the placeholder disappears as soon as we start typing. When we remove all the characters from the password field, the placeholder is visible again. We can set any text we want as the placeholder's value, and it will be displayed as the text placeholder inside the password field. So to practice that, let's remove this text and type in your password instead. Save, reload, and now this text is displayed here as the placeholder. And we will use the placeholder attribute for the search field in the Reddit clone project. The order in which we add attributes to our HTML elements doesn't matter. For example, if we move the placeholder attribute before the type attribute, save and reload, nothing changes. The placeholder is still here and the field still hides whatever we type. Just make sure that you have at least one space before every attribute and you'll be fine. Remember, when we added an input element like this without any attributes, the browser displayed a regular text field on the page. So this input doesn't have any attributes, but still works as a text field. This is because in HTML, certain attributes, like the type attribute, they have default values. And when we don't specify the type attribute for this input element explicitly, under the hood, the browser adds the type attribute to the input anyway. And it uses the default value for the type attribute, which is text. So writing it like this is the same as writing it like this. If we save and reload, the text field is still here and we can type in whatever we want. And if we don't add this type text to the input, like this, the browser adds it automatically anyway. We didn't add type text to the inputs at the beginning of this tutorial because it's easier to start learning without it. But now that you know about attributes, I recommend always specifying type text when you add a text field. Doing so is considered best practice among developers because it's clearer and more consistent. Some HTML elements have their own unique attributes. For example, input elements can use the placeholder and the type attributes. But if we add these attributes to a paragraph, for example, the browser will just ignore them. So, for example, if we add a paragraph and just copy and paste these attributes to this paragraph, save, reload, this is just a paragraph of text on the web page, and the attributes, they are just ignored. So basically, they are useless to use with paragraphs. Let's remove them. The last important thing to know about HTML attributes is that we need to place all attributes in the opening tag. So for non-void elements like paragraphs, that would be here, and HTML does not allow attributes in the closing tags. If we add an attribute to a closing tag, the HTML will become invalid and won't work properly. For void elements like inputs, which only have an opening tag, we add attributes after the element's name. Now, before we get to the practice exercises, let's see what happens if we don't add the .html extension to our files. For that, we will open the File Explorer, right-click on this file, choose Rename, remove .html, and press Enter. Then we will go to the folder containing this file to open it in the browser. Right-click on the file, Open With, and the first thing that's changed, the Open with Google Chrome option is gone. To open the file in Chrome anyway, we can just drag it into Chrome. And now we can see the contents of this file as just plain text. No checkboxes, no paragraphs or text fields, just plain text with all new lines we added. So without the proper .html extension, the browser doesn't recognize the HTML code and shows the content of the file as plain text. And to fix this, we need to make sure that our file has the proper .html extension. Let's fix this. For that, we'll go to VS Code, right-click on the file and click Rename. And then we will add .html at the end of the file. And now, when we go to the folder containing our website's code and right-click on the file, Open With, and the Google Chrome option is back. And when we open it with Google Chrome, the browser displays our file as a web page. So if the browser shows your HTML code as plain text, make sure that this file has the proper .html extension. Now, before you continue to the practice exercises, let's go over what we've learned in this tutorial. This will help you to understand and remember the material better. You've learned that to create a web page, we create a file with the .html extension. And the web page is just a bunch of HTML elements and plain text. There are void HTML elements like input that contain only an opening tag, and also non-void elements that contain an opening tag, content, and a closing tag. We can add attributes inside an opening tag to configure an HTML element. You also learned that there are specific rules we need to stick to when we write HTML code. Those rules are called HTML syntax. If we follow the syntax, our HTML code works the way we want. If we break the syntax, our HTML code may not work at all or can produce the results we don't want. You also learned how to create text fields, checkboxes, and password fields by adding the type attribute to the input HTML element. You learned that the browser does not display new lines and instead of many spaces and new lines, shows only one space. And if we want our elements to be on separate lines, we can use the paragraph HTML element. Then you learned about child and parent elements. You learned that placing child elements inside parent elements is called nesting. And for better code readability, we indent child elements. By learning all this, you have created a good foundation for writing proper HTML code and learning more advanced topics in the next tutorial. You're doing great. This is exactly how real developers start. And if you're serious about mastering coding the smart way, the full premium path is ready on Udemy. With over 200 structured lessons that feel 1.6 times easier and finish 1.4 times faster. You'll get a certificate to showcase your skills and a platform built to help you grow faster. Click the link in the description here, and the sooner you start, the sooner you build amazing things. Or stay here and keep coding at your own pace. This is the list of exercises you can use to practice what we've learned. Pause this video if you need to. In this tutorial, we will learn how to create links to another page or a website with HTML. For example, this list of popular communities is a bunch of links. And if we click one of these links, we will go to another page. So let's start by creating a new web page. To do that, in VS Code, we'll click this icon to create a new file, and we'll name the file links.html. Make sure that the file name ends with .html, otherwise it won't work. Then we'll press Enter to actually create the file, and we'll close the File Explorer to have more space. Inside our new file, let's add a link that will open reddit.com. To create the link, we'll type left angle bracket, A, right angle bracket. Notice that VS Code added the closing tag for us because links have a closing tag. Then, between the tags, we'll type link to Reddit. We will see this text on our website. Next, inside the opening tag, we'll type space href equals, and then between the double quotes, we'll type https://www.reddit.com, and make sure that you type it exactly as you see it here. Then we'll save the file, and to open it in the browser, we'll go to the websites folder, then right-click on the file, open with Google Chrome. I'm gonna zoom in to see it better. And now we have a web page with this link to Reddit. And if we click this link, we will go to the Reddit website. Let's return to our web page and learn how the link works. So we use the A element to add a link to our page. A is short for anchor. The content of the A element is what we see on our page as the link that we can click. So if we change it to this is a link, then we'll see this is a link. And if we change it to Reddit, now it's Reddit. For the anchor element to actually be a link and open a website when we click it, we need to use the href attribute. Let's delete the href attribute and see what happens to the page. So when we reload it, this becomes just text that doesn't lead anywhere and we cannot click it. And if we put back the href attribute, this becomes a clickable link again. As you learned from the previous tutorial, this is an attribute name. href is short for hypertext reference, with just a fancy name for link. Then we use the equal sign to tell the browser that we're setting the href attribute with the link that goes to the right of the equal sign between the double quotes. This link is the actual link we want to open when we click it. And if we change this link to google.com, then save and reload the page, the text of the link we see here is still Reddit. But now this link leads to google.com. And if we click it, we open Google, just like we set in the href attribute. Okay, let's go back to our web page. Having it like this is not a good practice. If our link says it's Reddit, then it must point to Reddit, not Google. To fix this, we can either change the text or the href link. Let's change the text to Google. Save, reload. Good. Now our link is accurate because it says Google, and when we click it, it opens Google. Let's also add another link to Reddit to have more practice. To do that, on the new line, we'll write left angle bracket A to create the anchor element. Next, we'll add the href attribute to configure where this link will go. And then between the double quotes, we'll put the actual link. Usually, you don't need to memorize this link value, and you can just copy it from somewhere else. There are plenty of places from where you can copy the link address, and most often you copy it from other websites. So let's use Google to get the link to Reddit. And to open Google, we can use the link we just created. Next, we'll search for Reddit, and then hover over this text, right-click, and click Copy Link Address. To paste the link here between the quotes, you can either right-click here and select Paste, or you can use a keyboard shortcut, which is Command-V for Mac or Control-V for Windows. Memorize this shortcut because you'll copy and paste text and links frequently while coding. It's going to save you a ton of time. Let's use the keyboard shortcut, so Command-V, and here is the link to Reddit. Then after the closing double quote, we'll type right angle bracket, and the text we would like to display on our web page will be Reddit. Save the file. Go back to our web page, and now we have links to Google and to Reddit. And this is how easy to create links with HTML. For that, we use the A or anchor element, what we put inside the content of the element. We will see on the web page as the text we can click. We configure what page will open when we click the link with the href attribute. We put the website address as the value here between the quotes. This href attribute is actually unique to links. We cannot use it with other elements like paragraphs or inputs. Now let's learn a little bit more about the href value, which is the actual link, or it's often called a URL. A URL is short for Uniform Resource Locator, which simply is an address of a certain web page or file, like video or image, on the internet. It's what you put into your browser's address bar to open a website. Now let's learn the basics of URLs, because as a developer, you'll use them all the time. For that, on our web page, let's click the Reddit link to open reddit.com. Next, let's click on the address bar a couple of times to reveal the whole URL. So this part of the URL is called authority, which is basically the address of where the whole website is. For the Reddit, it's this, and for Google, it's this. And this part of the URL is called a domain name. To have a domain name like reddit.com or google.com, you need to go to a special online service where you can buy and register a domain name. It's a useful skill to know how to register and configure a domain name for your portfolio website. If you're interested in learning that, let me know in the comments. Okay, inside this whole reddit.com website, there are many pages. And if we click, for example, on this fitness link, a new page opens and the URL changes. The website address is still the same, it's reddit.com. But now there is this additional part, /r/fitness. This additional part is called a path. A path points to a specific page on reddit.com. If we go to another page, let's click, for example, on this post. The website's address is still the same, it's reddit.com, but the path to this page changes. Okay, and the last URL component we'll discuss is this. It is called a scheme. A scheme tells the browser how to find and load the web page or the file our URL points to. Most of the links on the internet start with the HTTPS scheme. HTTPS is short for Hypertext Transfer Protocol Secure, which is simply a special way to pack and deliver a web page or content over the internet to you. And HTTPS encrypts the web page content so that nobody except you can see it. So links from the internet start with HTTPS, followed by the website address, and then the path to a specific web page. And this colon and two slashes are the part of the URL syntax. They separate the scheme from the website's address. And these were the basics of URLs. Don't worry about memorizing all this right away. You'll encounter links frequently and learn how they work over time. Now let's go back to our web page. Currently, our links open in the same tab. If we click the reddit.com link, we go to reddit.com in the same browser tab we clicked that link. And the same works for the Google link. But sometimes we want our links to open in a new tab. For example, on YouTube, any link you click in the description opens a new tab. So let's learn how to do this for the Reddit link. For that, in our code, we'll put the cursor here and add a space after the href attribute. Because remember, according to HTML syntax, we need to separate our attributes with at least one space or a new line. Then we'll type target equals, and the value will be _blank. Save, reload the page, and now when we click the link, it opens a new tab. What's important is that this makes only the Reddit link to open in a new tab. The Google link still opens in the same tab because we're not setting its target attribute to the _blank value. And this will be a task for you to have more practice. Make the Google link to open in a new tab when clicked. For that, use the target attribute and set its value exactly to _blank. Before we continue, let's turn on one very useful VS Code feature. It's called word wrap. So now, if I resize the VS Code window, our links become too long and we need to scroll to see the rest. To fix that, let's enable word wrap and see the difference. For that, let's go to Settings. Then in the search field, type word wrap. By default, it's turned off. Let's change it to on. Then we'll close the Settings tab. And now we can see the whole Reddit link without scrolling. What the word wrap does is that it displays that extra code that otherwise would go outside of the editor window. And word wrap only affects how VS Code displays the code. It doesn't affect the actual content of the file. It makes our code to be completely visible horizontally on the screen. I recommend keeping the word wrap turned on because it makes working with code much easier, especially when we start working on the Reddit clone project that has more code. And now let me resize VS Code back. Okay, these two links point to other websites on the internet, and they are called external links. External links are the links on your website that point to other websites. We can also have internal links. Internal links point to other web pages within the same website. For example, when we open Reddit, these links are internal. And when we click them, we go to another web page, but it's still on the same Reddit website. So now let's learn how to create such internal links. For that, we'll close the Reddit page. And in VS Code, we'll open the File Explorer. Now let's create a new file, and we'll call it links-internal.html. In this file, let's create an internal link that opens the attributes.html when clicked. For that, we will write left angle bracket a space href equals, and we'll leave the value empty for now. Then, after the closing quote, write right angle bracket, and inside the content, let's add attributes page. And now let's learn a shorter way to open this file in the browser. For that, we can left-click on its name in the Explorer, then drag to the tabs area in the browser here, then release the mouse button. This opens our new web page in the browser. Let me zoom in to see it better. Now we have a web page with this link. Currently, the href attribute is empty, which makes our link to reload the page when we click it. So if you want your link to reload the current page when clicked, just leave its href attribute empty. Now let's change the href here to actually open the attributes.html page when this link is clicked. This is quite easy to do. For that, here we'll just write attributes.html. Save, reload. Now, when we click this link, it opens the attributes.html web page. This works because both the link internal and the attributes files are in the same folder. So in HTML, when the files are in the same folder, we can use just their names as a URL. Let's add another anchor element here and point to the links.html file. For that, as usual, we'll type left angle bracket a and space href equals. Then, because the links.html file is in the same folder as our file, we can just use its name in the href attribute. So links.html. And then the text will be external links. Save the file, back to our web page. Now we have two links here. If we click this link, it opens the links.html file. Let's rename the links.html file to links-external to have consistent naming for our files. This is better. This file contains internal links and this file contains external. Now, if we reload the page, we get this error that our file could not be accessed. This is because we have renamed this file, but our link still refers to the old file name, which is links.html. And this file no longer exists. To fix this, let's change this URL to reflect the new file name. For that, we will click in the address bar and then place the cursor here. Then we just need to add -external, because this is the new name of our file. And if we press enter, it works. Now let me zoom in a little bit. What we also need to do is to fix the file name here, because now it points to the old file. And if we try to use this link in this state, so if we click this link, it tries to open the old file and fails. And the fix is actually quite simple. We just simply need to change this to use the new file name. So we'll type -external, save, back, and now if we click the link, it works properly. Also notice that in our code, we mentioned only the file name, links-external. But when we open it in the browser, the URL in the address bar is actually quite longer. It starts with the same file name, links-external, like here, then follows the name of our website's folder, then it's desktop, it's where we created our website's folder, and then it goes further up until it reaches the root folder. On Windows, the path will be similar, only you'll have the C or D drive at the top. So this full path from the top all the way down to our file name is called an absolute path. An absolute path is the complete or full path to the web page starting from the protocol and including the full path to the file. Here, the protocol is file because the links-external is on our computer. This is an absolute path to the file on our computer. An absolute path can also be to a web page on the internet like this. This is an absolute path to a web page on the internet because it includes the protocol, the website address, and also the path to the page. So inside our links external, these two URLs that we're using to create the links, they both are absolute URLs. On the contrary, in the link internal file, these URLs are relative. They are called relative because they target other web pages relative to the current one. Relative URLs, they don't include the full path to the web page. And also we can see that these URLs are relative because they don't have a protocol or a full path to the files. This file contains only relative URLs, and this one only absolute URLs. But we can have both absolute and relative URLs in one file. To test this, let's copy these relative URLs, paste them here, and see what happens in the browser. And if we save and reload, now we have 4 links here. 2 internal links that point to our web pages and 2 external links that point to Google and Reddit. And if we click this link, it opens our attributes page. And if we click this link, it opens Google. Now that we have both internal and external links here in one file, this file name is no longer accurate. So let's rename it to just links. Good. Reload the page, and there is that same error that our file could not be accessed. We already know that this is because we're trying to open the old links-external file, which no longer exists, and so the browser cannot find it. To fix this, we can simply modify the URL to reflect the new file name. Enter. Great. Also, let's remove this link because it points to the old version of this file itself. Save. Reload. And now we have 3 links, 2 absolute and 1 relative. Lastly, let's also delete this file because we don't need it anymore. Okay, before we continue to the practice exercises, let's review what we've learned so far. We learned that we use the A or anchor HTML element to add a clickable link to our web page. The content of the A element will be visible and clickable on the page. We use the href attribute to set the destination or the URL where we go after clicking that link. We also learned that URL or Universe Resource Locator is just a fancy term for a link, and that URLs can be absolute and relative. An absolute URL contains the full path to a web page or resource. It has a protocol, the website address, and the path to the web page on that website. We learned that almost all the links on the internet start with the HTTPS protocol, which is a secure way to deliver content over the internet. We also learned that a relative URL is a path relative to the current web page. And we learned that to make a link open in a new tab, we use the target attribute with the _blank value. This is the list of exercises you can use to practice what we've learned. If you complete these exercises, you'll level up your skills and make good progress. Pause this video if you need to. I'll put the link to Code Solutions in the description. Use it if you feel stuck. Next, let's learn how to use images in HTML. For that, let's create a new tab, then right-click on that tab and choose Close Other Tabs because we don't need them anymore. Next, in the address bar, let's type in the following: dimal-dev.github.io/html-css/reddit, and then press Enter to open it. This is a complete version of the Reddit clone project we will be creating in the second part of this course. It has several images, so let's learn how to add images to our web pages because we'll need that later. To do that, let's go to VS Code and create a new file. We'll call it images.html. Then let's start by adding this Reddit logo image to our web page. To add an image, we'll type _img, then space src equals, and inside these double quotes, we put the address or URL of the image we want to show. We want to show this Reddit logo image, and to get the URL of this image, we will right-click on the image and then select Copy Image Address. Make sure that you click Copy Image Address and not Copy Link Address. So click this to copy the URL. Next, we'll paste it here with the Command V for Mac or Control V for Windows. And then we'll add the right angle bracket after the double quote. img is a void element, so we don't need to add a closing tag. And we'll drag the file into Chrome to open it. There you go, there is this Reddit logo image on our page. So to add the image, we've used the new HTML element called img. img is short for image. What's great about HTML is that most of the terms and names are pretty self-explanatory. Then we used the src attribute to configure what image we want to display. The src attribute for images is kind of like the href attribute for links. And just like with the href attribute, we also use URLs to load images. Notice that this image address starts with the HTTPS, then follows the domain name, and then follows the path to the actual image. And we already know this means that this is an absolute URL. But this time it's an absolute URL to an image on the internet. Now let's add another image to our page from the Reddit clone project. Let's add this boldy image. To add it, we'll right-click it and then select Copy Image Address. Then in VS Code, we'll add another IMG element. And to specify what image we want to load, we'll add the src attribute and paste the URL we just copied. And don't forget to add the right angle bracket. Otherwise, we'll break the HTML syntax and the image won't appear. So save, reload, and there is the boldy image beside the Reddit logo. Now let me quickly show you what happens if we forget to add the right angle bracket here. Save, reload, and there is no image. And if we put back the right angle bracket, save and reload, the image is back. So if you added an image element, but it doesn't appear on the page, check that you have the right angle bracket at the end. And this applies to all void elements. Now, notice that both images are on the same line. This is because by default, images behave like text, which means they go one after another on the same line, like words in a sentence, until there is no space left on that line. And when there is no horizontal space left for an image to fit, it goes to the next line. Let me resize the window to show you that. When there is no horizontal space, the yellow image with boldy goes to the next line. And when there is enough horizontal space, both images are staying on the same line. But if we want these images to be on separate lines, even when there is enough horizontal space, we already know that we can wrap them in paragraphs. So let's do that to have more practice. For that, we'll add an empty paragraph before the first image. Then we'll press Enter to expand it, and then we'll move the first image inside the paragraph. Then we'll repeat the same for the second image. Save, reload. Now both images are on separate lines even when there is enough horizontal space. What's great about the src attribute is that because it's a URL, it works the same way as we learned for the anchor tag. This means we can put here not only an absolute URL to an image on the internet, but also a relative URL to an image in our website's folder. Let's try to do this for the Reddit logo. So if we remove this, then what's left is a relative URL. And just like with links, this relative URL points to the Reddit logo.png file that must be in the same folder as the images.html. And right now, there is no Reddit logo image in our folder yet. So let's save the file and see what happens in the browser when we're trying to add an image that doesn't exist in our folder. So reload. Okay. Instead of the Reddit logo, there is this small icon here. This is the icon we see when the browser cannot find the image we refer to in the src attribute. So this HTML code tells the browser, display the reddit-logo.png image here and search for this image in the same folder as the images.html file, which is in the My Website folder. Then Chrome tries to find that image, And there is no such image in our folder, so it shows this little icon here. To fix this, we need to put this image in our websites folder. For that, let's learn how to download images from the internet. To do that, we will open the Reddit clone. Then we'll right-click on the image we want to download. Then click on the Save Image As option. Then we will select where we want to save the image. We want to save this image to the My Website folder, which is located on the desktop. So here, I'll select Desktop, My Website, and then click Save. This downloads the image, and now we can see the image we downloaded here in the Explorer. If you don't have the image here, this means that you saved it to a different folder. To fix this, just go through the process again and make sure that you save it into the My Website folder. And also, we need to make sure that the image name here is exactly the same as the image name in the src attribute. Okay, now let's reload the page in Chrome and see what happens. Great, there it is, the Reddit logo. This means that the browser was able to find the image. Now let's do the same for the second image. So first we'll remove this part to make the URL relative, save, reload. The image is not found icon, which is expected. So next we also need to download this image into our folder. For that, on the Reddit clone website, right-click on the Baldy image, and then select Save Image As. Then we need to make sure that we're saving into the right folder, and click Save. On our web page, let's reload it, and the image is back. The page looks the same, but now we are loading these two images from our computer rather than from the internet. And you need to know the both ways because you'll be using them for different tasks. So before we continue to the next topic, to have more practice, pause the video, then add this image to our web page. But this time, don't download the image. Use its absolute address in the src attribute. Make sure you wrap that image into a paragraph. You already know how to do this, so I'm going to speed up this part of the video. Usually, we want to keep our images in a separate folder for better organization. So let's improve our project's file structure and create a new folder by clicking on this New Folder icon. We will name our folder Images. Then we'll drag the images we downloaded into this folder. Good. Now that both images are in the folder we created, let's go to the browser and reload the page. And the browser is unable to find these images. This is because in our HTML, we're still pointing to the old location in both URLs. And the browser searches for them only up here in the My Website folder. The browser doesn't go into the images folder until we tell it to do so, which means that when we move our images to a new location, we need to update the src attribute too. So let's do that. First, let's remove both URLs. And to specify the current relative URL to the Reddit logo, we'll start with images, because this is the name of the folder that contains the Reddit logo image. And this folder is located in the same folder, which is My Website, as the images.html file, from which we're trying to load the image. Next, to go inside the images folder, we'll write / and then the reddit-logo.png file name. So this relative URL now tells the browser to look into the images folder, which is next to the images.html file, so they're in the same folder. And the slash tells the browser to go inside the images folder, and then to look for the file with the name reddit-logo.png. Now let's write the same for the second image, which is community-icon1.png. Save, reload, and both images are back. We're not limited to only one folder here. We can nest folders inside folders as many levels as we want. Let me quickly show you that. So I'm going to select the images folder, then click Create New Folder. Let's call it Icons. Then I'll move the Boldy image into the Icons folder. Now, this URL is incorrect because this file is now not in the Images folder. It's deeper, it's inside the Images and then the Icons folder. So if I reload the page, the Boldy disappears. To fix this, I need to make sure that this relative URL reflects the actual file structure I have here. And for that, I can add the icons folder here and also a slash. Now, this relative URL tells the browser to search for the community icon1 file under the images and then icons folders. Save, reload, and the image is back. Before we discuss a few more HTML features, let's go over what we've learned about images. So to add an image to a web page, we use the img element, which is a void element. It doesn't have a closing tag and content. Inside the src attribute, we put a URL to the image we want to show. It can be an absolute URL or a relative URL. We can point to an image on the internet or to an image we have on our computer. We can put images inside a folder and refer to the image in that folder using the slash symbol. Now let's learn how to turn an image into a link. We will change our code so that this Reddit logo image opens reddit.com when clicked. And in HTML, it's actually a pretty easy task. So to turn this image into a clickable link, we'll first add that link here. You already know how to add a link to reddit.com. For that, we'll use the anchor element. And inside the href attribute, we'll write https://reddit.com. And then inside the content, we'll write Reddit. Let's also format our link to make it a little bit more readable. Save, reload, and there is this text that opens reddit.com when clicked. Now, to turn this image into a clickable link, we will remove the Reddit text and move the image inside the content of the link like this. So here we have the image as the content of this link. Save, reload, and now when we hover over the image, the cursor changes to a hand. And if we click the image, we go to reddit.com. And this is it. To turn an image into a clickable link, you just put that image inside the anchor element. Remember that when we place an element inside an element, it's called nesting. So here we nested this image inside this anchor element. And because this image is nested inside the anchor element, it's also a child to this element. And the anchor element is a parent element to this image. But the anchor element itself is a child element to the paragraph. And the paragraph is a parent element to the anchor. We are gradually learning these terms parent, child, and nested HTML elements because we'll encounter them in the CSS part of this course. Lastly, let me show you two more HTML elements that are easy to learn and are useful occasionally. For that, let's get rid of the paragraph elements like this. And now we are left with all this code that is indented to the right. But we don't need that indentation now because they are not nested inside the paragraphs or any elements. So far, VS Code has been indenting our code for us. Now let's see how we can do that manually. So in most code editors, if you want to indent a line of code to the right, then place the cursor on that line before the code. So for example, right here. And then press the Tab key on your keyboard. This indents it one time to the right. And if you keep pressing the Tab, VS Code will indent it to the right every time you press it. If you want to indent that code to the left, then hold the Shift key and then press the Tab key simultaneously. And every time you press the Shift and Tab keys, VS Code indents that code to the left. If you want to indent multiple lines of code, then select those lines and use the Tab key to indent to the right, or the Shift and Tab keys to indent to the left. Okay, now that we know how to manually indent our code, let's select all this code and indent it to the left using the Shift and Tab keys. Good, now this code is properly formatted. Let's also remove these extra new lines from the code. Save, reload. Now, without the paragraphs, the images are on the same line. So let's learn two more HTML elements to move an element to a new line. For that, in VS Code, right after the anchor element, write the following: left angle bracket, BR, right angle bracket. Save, reload, and now the second image went to the new line. The BR element stands for break, and it makes everything that follows it go to the next line. The BR element is a void element, so we don't need to add a closing tag. Right now, the third image is on the next line only because there is not enough horizontal space here. If we resize the window to add more horizontal space, now both the second and the third images are on the same line. And if we want to make sure that this third image always stays on the next line to the boldy image, we can use the BR tag again after the boldy image. So BR, save, reload. Now they are on the separate lines. And it doesn't matter how much horizontal space we have. So the BR element is short for break, and it's like pressing enter, only using an HTML element instead. And also notice that unlike paragraphs, the BR element doesn't add any vertical space between the lines. We can also use the BR element to split the text. So for example, if we add some plain text, like this is a sentence of plain text, reload, this image is on the same line with the text, because remember, images by default behave like text. So the browser treats this image by default like another word before this text. Now let's add the BR element in the middle of the text and see what happens. Save, reload, and the text after the BR element goes to the next line, but the text before the BR element stays on the same line with this image. Now let's learn the last HTML element in this tutorial. For that, let's remove this first BR element here, and instead we'll write left angle bracket, HR, right angle bracket. Now let's see what happens in the browser. Save, reload. Okay, the HR element also moves this image to the next line, and it also adds this gray line with a bit of vertical space above and below. The HR element stands for horizontal rule, And just like the BR element, it moves everything that follows to the next line. And it also adds this thin horizontal gray line with some space above and below. Now let's replace the remaining BR elements to have more practice. Save, reload, and we have this line here and this line here. So use the BR element whenever you need to move text elements to a new line. And use the HR element whenever you need more visual separation. This is the list of exercises you can use to practice what we've learned. If you complete these exercises, you'll level up your skills and make good progress. Pause this video if you need to. I'll put the link to Code Solutions in the description. Use it if you feel stuck. In this tutorial, we'll learn how to add CSS to our page and to use it to resize images. Then, in the next tutorial, we'll learn how to style text with CSS, and then we'll apply all this to create this sidebar from the Reddit clone project. In the previous tutorial, we added these 3 images from Reddit to our web page. By default, the browser loads these images and displays them in their original size. Often, we want to change that size, and the best practice for that is to use CSS. So let's learn how to do that. We'll need a new file for that. In VS Code, in the File Explorer, create a new file. We'll name it first-css.html. The file is empty, so let's add an image to play with. To add an image, we'll use the img element. Then we'll add the src attribute to point to a specific image. For that, let's use this community icon 1.png image that we've got from the previous tutorial. We will point to this image using a relative URL. For that, we'll write images, because this folder is in the same folder as the first-css.html file that we are creating the relative URL from. Then we'll go inside the images, so for that we'll type /. Next goes the icons folder, and then the name of the image itself, community-icon-1.png. This is a relative URL because it's relative to our first CSS file. If you don't have this image on your computer, then use this absolute URL in the src attribute instead of the relative URL. And lastly, we'll put the closing angle bracket to make sure that our HTML syntax is correct. Save the file, then drag the file into Chrome to open it, and now you should have this image in the browser. Next, let's learn how to add CSS to our web page to make this image smaller. For that, we'll go to VS Code, we'll write the code first, then we'll run it, and then I'll explain the code. We will start off from a new line and we'll create a new HTML element called style. Inside this element, we'll write img space left curly bracket, and VS Code adds the right curly bracket for us automatically. Then we'll press enter to expand. Then between the curly brackets, we'll type width, space, 200, px for pixels, and make sure that there is no space like this between 200 and pixels. Lastly, a semicolon. This is CSS code. It might look pretty unusual and different from the HTML code to you right now. Don't worry, we'll go through every part of it in a moment. But now let's save the file and see what happens in the browser when we reload the page. So Command R to reload the page, and the image is much smaller. Congratulations, this is your first CSS code and it works. Notice that in addition to the image width, the browser changed the height of the image automatically to keep its proportions. And with CSS, we can change the height too. To do that, in VS Code, we'll start a new line and write height, space, 400 px, again with no symbols between the number and pixels, and then semicolon. Save the file, reload the page, and now the image is a bit stretched vertically. Great, we have successfully changed the width and the height of this image using CSS. Normally, you want to keep the image proportions, but here we've stretched the image to see more clearly that our CSS code works. And now let's discuss the code that we just added. So first, we used a new HTML element called style. It is a non-void element, so we can put some content inside. And that content is CSS code. The sole purpose of the style element is to contain CSS code. CSS, or cascading style sheets, is a language and technology different from HTML. By definition, CSS is a style sheet language used for specifying the presentation and styling of a document written in a markup language such as HTML or XML. This means we use HTML to create our web page. And after that, we use CSS to change its appearance, to make our web page look good. So, for example, our final Reddit project looks like this without CSS code. This is how it looks when we create all the HTML code but don't apply any CSS. And this is the same page with the same HTML code, but after we've added CSS code. That's the power of CSS we're starting to learn. Okay, now that we know that this is CSS code, let's discuss how it works. This IMG part targets this HTML image. Then, between the curly brackets, we put a list of things we want to change about this image. Now let's learn our first term in CSS. The things we configure in this list are called CSS properties. The first one is the width property. Here, it sets the width of the image to 200 pixels. The second one is the height CSS property. It sets the height of the image to 400 pixels. A pixel is a unit of measurement computers use to measure images and other visual elements. Think of pixels as just tiny dots that everything you see on your screen consists of. Most of the time, you don't need to remember the actual size of 1 pixel or how much is 200 pixels or 400 pixels. You'll have either specific numbers from a web designer, or you'll experiment and change this number by eye until you reach the desired look. Okay, now let's remove the height property for our image to keep its proportions. Save, reload, and it's not stretched now. Next, let's increase the width of the image to 250 pixels. Save the file, reload the page, and the image is slightly bigger. So when we increase the value of the width property, the image becomes bigger, and if we decrease the value of the width property, the image becomes smaller. Next, let's learn another important term in CSS. This piece of code is called a CSS selector. A CSS selector targets one or more HTML elements that we want to style. In our case, we're targeting the IMG element. Then, between the curly brackets that follow, we put CSS properties to change the appearance of the element. There are many different types of selectors in CSS. This one is called a tag selector. Because notice that the name we write as this tag selector is IMG, which is exactly the same as the IMG name we use here in the opening HTML tag. So this is why this selector is called a tag selector. A tag CSS selector targets all the HTML elements with that name on this web page. So this CSS code means find all the IMG elements on this page, so all the images, and then set their width to 250 pixels. If we wanted to target all the paragraphs on this page, we could have written here P instead, because P is the name of the paragraph element. And if we wanted to style all the links on the page, we could have written A here instead. Because as you know from the previous tutorials, we use A or the anchor element to create links. And so if we leave our CSS code like this, it now targets all the A or anchor elements on the page and sets their width to 250 pixels. But now this CSS code doesn't target images on our page. And if we save and reload the page, the image is back to its original size. Because this CSS code now targets all the links, but not the images. And to target the image, we can change the name of the selector to IMG, save, reload, and the image is back to being 250 pixels wide. And to check that this CSS rule, this tag selector, targets all the images on the page and not only this one, let's add one more image and see what happens. To add another image, we'll start a new line and we'll add the IMG tag. And inside the src attribute, we need to put a URL of the image we want to use. And for this, let's use the URL from the sidebar image from the previous tutorial. I'm going to copy it and paste it here. Don't forget to add this closing angle bracket after the quote. Save, reload, and now there is this second image. As you can see, its width is the same as the width of the first image, and it's 250 pixels. This means that this tag selector, IMG tag selector, targets all the IMG elements on the page. And then the browser changes the width of all IMG elements to 250 pixels. If we change the width to, say, 50 pixels, save and reload, now the images are tiny. Each is 50 pixels wide, because this tag selector applies this property to every image on the page. Now notice that we add the style HTML element in the code, but it's not visible on the page. This is because the style HTML element is a special element. Its only purpose is to contain CSS code that the browser uses to style our web page. Okay. A CSS selector, together with the list of CSS properties that it changes, they create a CSS rule. As you'll see later, usually we can write hundreds and even thousands of CSS rules like this for a single website. This CSS rule sets the width of all images on the web page to 50 pixels. But what if we want different images to have different width? What if, for example, we want this first image to be 50 pixels wide, but the second image to be 150 pixels wide? We can, for example, try to add a second CSS rule that sets the width to 150 pixels, like this, and think that the first one applies to the first image and the second CSS rule applies to the second image. But if we try to save and then reload the page, you can see that both images are now 150 pixels wide. So it seems like only the second rule applies to all images in this case. This happens because when the browser applies all this CSS code, it first applies the first CSS rule and sets the width of all image elements to 50 pixels. But then it applies the second CSS rule and sets the width of all images to 150 pixels. And so the second rule overrides the first rule. And we end up with the images that are 150 pixels wide. Okay, so as you can see, to make this image 150 pixels and this image 50 pixels, a tag selector is not enough. Let's delete the second CSS rule, save, reload. Okay, so to achieve our goal and make the second image 150 pixels wide, we will learn another HTML feature and another CSS selector. For that, as usually, we'll write the code first and then I'll explain it. Let's put the cursor right here inside the second image element. Then we'll write space, class, equals, and between the quotes, we'll write image2. Here, we are adding the class attribute. Now let's see what happens in the browser. Save, reload, and nothing's changed. So the class attribute does nothing to this image. The image works the same. However, now we can use this class to target this image from our CSS code. And we will use a special selector for that. We will add a new line, and then we'll type dot image2. Notice that this is the name of the class we have. Then space, curly brackets, enter to expand them. And next, we'll set the width property to 150 pixels. And lastly, we added a semicolon. Now let's save and see what happens in the browser. Reload the page. There you go. The first image is 50 pixels wide and the second image is 150 pixels wide. Great, this is exactly what we wanted. Now let's discuss how it works. So this is the class HTML attribute. And as a value for the class attribute, we can use our own custom names. We use the class attribute to kind of mark an HTML element with our own custom name, and then use that custom name to target this marked HTML element from our CSS code, and later we'll learn how to use it to target it from our JavaScript code. The class attribute changes nothing about how an element works. Its sole purpose is to mark an element or kind of label it so that we can use this label or mark to then target this element from our CSS code. What's cool about the class attribute is that it's not unique to images. We can add it to any HTML element we want. So for example, we can add it to images, paragraphs, inputs, and many other elements that we will learn throughout this course. Okay, so once we've added a class to an element, we can use this class to target it from CSS. And to target an HTML element by its class name from CSS, we use a special CSS selector. It's called a class selector. A class CSS selector, it always starts with a dot and then follows the name of the class we want to target. So in our case, we want to target the image2 class from our CSS. And then after the class selector, between the curly brackets, follows the list of CSS properties that we want to change. In our case, we set here the width to 150 pixels. What's important is that the class name here, so this, and the class name here, they must be the same for this to work. If, for example, I'll add a dash here, now the names do not match. The browser won't apply this whole CSS rule to this element, because now we are targeting a completely different HTML class than this one. And if we save and reload the page, now both images are 50 pixels wide. Because the second rule doesn't apply, but they both are images, and so the first rule affects both of them. Okay, a common practice in naming in CSS is to separate words in a class name with dashes like this. And if we'll add dash here, now the class names, they are the same in our CSS code and in our HTML code, and this CSS rule should be applied. And so if we save and reload the page, now the second image is 150 pixels wide. So make sure that the class name you're using in your HTML code is exactly the same as the class name that you're using in your CSS code. Otherwise, it won't work. Another cool feature about the class attribute is that we can use the same class with many HTML elements on one page. So for example, we can add the same class image-2 to the first image. Now both the second and the first images, they have the image2 class, and this CSS rule applies to both images because they have that same class. And if we save and reload the page, now both images are 150 pixels wide. It happens because a class selector, it applies not only to one element with this class name, but to all HTML elements that share this class name. So this means that we can add the class attribute with the same class name to many HTML elements and target all those HTML elements that share this class name from our CSS code using the class selector and change their appearance with CSS properties. Now let's quickly recap what we've learned so far. It will help you to understand and remember all this better. So to write CSS code, we use this style HTML element. And we write CSS code inside that element. The style HTML element is not visible on the page. This and this, they are CSS rules. Our CSS code can contain hundreds and even thousands of CSS rules on one page. A CSS rule has two parts, a CSS selector and a list of CSS properties. We use CSS selectors to target some HTML elements that we then style with CSS properties. So far, we've learned two types of CSS selectors, a tag selector and a class selector. To use a tag selector, we just write the name of HTML element that we want to target. A tag selector targets all the elements of that type on the web page. To use a class selector, we write dot and then the name of the HTML class that we want to target. A class selector targets all the elements that have that class name on the page. Don't forget to add the class attribute to the HTML elements you want to target from your CSS code. The class selector is arguably the most commonly used selector nowadays. This is the list of exercises you can use to practice what we've learned. If you complete these exercises, you'll level up your skills and make good progress. Pause this video if you need to. I'll put the link to Code Solutions in the description. Use it if you feel stuck. In this tutorial, we'll start learning how to style text with CSS, because we'll need that to create this Reddit sidebar. We will start by creating a new folder under My Website folder. We'll call it text-css. Make sure that the folder is selected by clicking it, and then we'll create a new file inside this folder. The name will be text-size.html. We will use this file to learn how to change the size of our text with CSS. Inside the file, I'll create two paragraphs. The first one will contain text1 default size, and the second one will be for text2 custom size. Save the file, and next I'll drag it into Chrome to open it. Now let's use CSS to make the text of the second paragraph bigger. So I'll go back to VS Code, and to start writing CSS, I'll need to add the style element. And now inside the style element, I can write CSS code to change the text size of the second paragraph. We want to target only the text of this paragraph and do not touch the first paragraph. So to target only the second paragraph, we know that we can use for that a class selector. To use a class selector from the CSS code, first what we need to do is to add the class attribute to the second paragraph. Let's name it text-custom, and we can choose whatever names we want for our classes. So instead of this, we could write dog or space rocket, and they are valid class names. However, using text custom is better here because it reflects our intentions, what we are going to do here, which makes this code easier to understand. And as a software developer, you always want to make your code very easy to understand. Next, I'll target this paragraph from our CSS code using a class selector. For that, I'll type dot, because every class selector starts with a dot. Then goes the class name, so it will be text-custom space. And make sure that there are no extra symbols or spaces between the dot and the class name. Otherwise, you'll break a CSS syntax and it won't work. Next, after the class name, let's add curly brackets. So between the curly brackets, we add CSS properties that we want to change about this paragraph. To change the text size in CSS, we use the property called font-size. So this is the name of the property we're setting here, and then we need to add colon and then space to set a specific value or size of that property. So this colon separates the property name from the property value we are about to set. And this space here and also this space here, they are not required by CSS syntax, but they add a little bit more of visual separation and they make our code easier to read. And just like with images, we can set the size of our font using pixels. Let's write 50 pixels here and see what happens in the browser. Then after the value, we need to put a semicolon. Think of this property declaration as a sentence in English. And this semicolon is just like a period you put at the end of the sentence. Save the file, reload the page. Okay, this text is definitely bigger. In fact, I think it is too big. So let's make it smaller. We can do this by decreasing this value to say 25 pixels to make it 2 times smaller. Save, reload, that's better. And this is how the text with the font size of 25 pixels looks. So to change the size of our text, we use the font size property and we adjust this value to make the text bigger or smaller. The smallest value is 1 pixel, and it makes our text really, really tiny. And usually we adjust this number until we make our text the size we want on the web page. In practice, most of the time, we set the font size value somewhere between 10 and 30 pixels. So it may be, say, 14, for example, and the 14 pixel text looks like this. But it's possible to use a really big number here, for example, 500 pixels. And this value makes our text like really enormous, which can be fun to play with for the sake of learning, but most of the time on practice, it makes this text unreadable, and for real websites, you'll use numbers like 14 pixels or 20 pixels or 25 pixels. So let's change it back to 14 pixels. Okay, previously I mentioned that this space and also this space, they are not required by the rules of CSS syntax. And if we remove them and save and reload the page, everything works just fine. And also this new line and these spaces and this new line, they're also not required by CSS syntax. And if we remove them like this and this new line too, and save the file and reload the page, everything still works just fine. But now, without those new lines and spaces, our CSS code is harder to understand and change, especially when we add more CSS properties like this one to this CSS rule. So it is a good practice to make sure that every CSS property is indented and on its own line. And that also we have this space here before the curly bracket and also here after the colon. It's a common practice among developers to format CSS code like this, because this way the code is much easier to read and change. So to change the size of our text in CSS, we target the text using a CSS selector. It can be a class selector or it can be a tag selector. So for example, I can replace this with a tag selector. Let's change the text size for both paragraphs. For that, I'll type the P character because that's the name of the paragraph element. And let's change the font size to, say, 25 pixels so that we can easily notice the changes. If I save and reload the page, now both paragraphs are bigger. And to change the size of the text, we use the font size property and we set its value using pixels and the number we want to set it to. Okay, next, let's see how to change the color of our text with CSS. For that, we'll create a new file under the text CSS folder. Its name will be text-color.html. Inside this file, we'll also add two paragraphs. The first paragraph will be text default, and the second paragraph will be text red. We'll save the file and drag it into Chrome to open it. At this moment, the text of both paragraphs is black because by default, all text is black. Let's use CSS to change the color of the second paragraph to red. But before we change the text color here, let's increase the text size of both paragraphs because they are too small, which makes it harder to notice the changes we do to our text. So to change the size of our text, to have more practice with writing CSS code, I'm not going to zoom in this time. Let's use CSS to increase the text size of these paragraphs. Okay, so for that, I'll start by adding the style element to our web page so that we can write CSS code. And because we want to target all the paragraphs on our web page, I'll use the tag selector, so P. And again, to use the tag selector, we just write the element name without angle brackets that we want to target. And in this case, it's P for paragraphs. Next, I'll add a space to format our code properly, an opening, curly bracket, enter to expand it. Then between the curly brackets, we specify what CSS properties we want to change about the HTML elements that we target with the CSS selector. So to increase the text size for our paragraphs, we know that we use the font size property. And then after the name of the property, we add a colon to separate the name of the property from its value. Colon is not optional here. It is required by CSS syntax. If we don't add the colon here, our CSS code won't work. Then we'll add a space, which is optional, but it improves code readability. Next, we set the actual font size in pixels. Let's try to set it to 80 pixels to make the text big and easy to see for us. Lastly, we finish it with a semicolon. Save, reload, and there you go. The paragraph's text is big enough. Now we are ready to change the color of this text to red with CSS. So we want to change the text color of this paragraph to red, but we want to leave the text color of this paragraph black. And in this case, we already know that if we want to target specifically this paragraph, we can use a class selector. And to use a class selector, we first need to add the class attribute and the value. Let's name this class text red because we want to make the text red. Then we'll target this paragraph from our CSS code. So a class selector starts with a dot and then goes the name of the class, which is text red. Generally, in CSS, if we want to change something about our web page, we use a CSS property. To change the text color, we use the property called color. Then goes colon to separate the property name from its value. And then to set the text color to red, we can just write red here. And lastly, a semicolon to finish setting this property. Also notice that VS Code conveniently visualizes the color for us here by adding this red square. Now save, reload, and the text color is now red. And this is how easy to change the color of your text with CSS. We can use a class selector or a tag selector. Then we use the color property. And as the value, we can use a keyword like red, blue, green, or one of the many colors that CSS provides for us. Okay, to practice more, let's create a few more paragraphs and change their text color. We'll make the text color of this paragraph green, so the text will be text green, and the class name will be text green. Now save, reload. It's black by default. And also notice that the text size of this paragraph is the same as for these two, so it's 80 pixels. And this is because we have this CSS rule that targets all the paragraphs on our page with a tag selector. And when we add more paragraphs to our page, this rule applies to them too and sets their font size to 80 pixels. Okay, so to change the text color of this paragraph to green, we'll need to have another CSS rule. And this rule will target the paragraph with a class selector, which is going to be text green now. Then we know that inside the curly brackets, we need to use a CSS property. So we want to change its color. For that, we'll use the color property. And we want to set its color to green. So we'll use the value green, semicolon. Save, reload. Now the text is green. Okay, that's great. But where can you get these color keywords yourself? So let me show you how to find them using Google. Go to google.com, then search for CSS color names. Next, open this second search result for MDN web docs, namely named color. MDN is one of the best resources that you can use to get information about HTML and CSS. And then scroll down until you see this table with the colors and the keywords that you can use for these colors. There are many different colors on this page that you can experiment with. Just find the color you like here, then use its corresponding keyword from here. So let's use a couple of colors from this page on our web page. I'll use this dark violet color because I like how it looks. and also maybe this Dodger blue color. For that, I will add another paragraph. Text will be text dark violet. The class name, I'll add text dark violet 2. Then I'm gonna copy this class name and use a class selector to target that paragraph. And to set the text color of this paragraph, I'll use the color property, and we know that the keyword that I need to use is dark violet without spaces. So in VS Code, I'm gonna type dark violet and semicolon. Save and go back to our textcolor.html page, reload the page, and here is the text dark violet paragraph. And for the Dodger blue, we'll also need another paragraph. It's going to be text Dodger blue, and then the class name will be text Dodger blue 2. Then I'll copy the class name, and I will use a class selector for that. We're changing the color property here, and the value that we want to set is Dodger blue. So I'm gonna select this keyword, Command C to copy it, and I'll paste it here and add a semicolon to make our CSS code valid. Then save, go back to the web page, reload, and here is this text, which is Dodger blue. Great. Now we have text of different colors on our page. The default text color is black. If we want to change the color of our text, we use the color CSS property, and then one of the color keywords that we can get from, for example, this page. Okay, the next thing we'll learn is how to change the case of our text with CSS, which is actually quite easy to do with what you already know. So for that, let's create a new file under the text-css folder, and the file name will be text-case.html. Inside this file, we'll add 2 paragraphs. The first paragraph will be regular text, and the second paragraph will be uppercase text. Initially, this text is not uppercase, but we will use CSS to make it uppercase. Next, we'll add the style element to write some CSS code in it, and we'll target all the paragraphs and make their font size 80 pixels so that they are big enough right off the bat. So this is a tag selector. It targets all the paragraphs on our page, and we use the font size property with this value to change the font size of all the elements that this selector targets. Save the file and then drag it into Chrome to open. And there you go. We've got 2 paragraphs that we are ready to style with CSS. So again, as previously, we want to leave this text like this, and we want to change only this second text to uppercase. And to make this text uppercase with CSS, we'll use another CSS property. Because as you already know, in CSS, like 99% of the time, if you want to change something about your web page, you'll use a CSS property for that. So first, let's add a class of text uppercase to the second paragraph. Then we will add another CSS rule that targets this paragraph through this class. For that, I'll write dot text uppercase. Next, I'll add a space and a pair of curly brackets. Inside the curly brackets, we will use another CSS property that's called text-transform to change the case of our text. Then we'll add a colon, and to make the text uppercase, we'll write uppercase case here, and a semicolon to finish this declaration. Save, reload, and now the text of this paragraph is all uppercase. So we use the text transform property to change the original case of the text. And when we set this property to uppercase, the text becomes uppercase in the browser regardless of the original text case. So it doesn't matter whether this character is uppercase or lowercase or other characters, all text becomes uppercase. Now that we know how to change the color of our text with CSS to have more practice, let's also make the text color of this paragraph gray. For that, we will add a new line here, because remember, it improves readability and is a good practice to start every CSS property from a new line. Then to change the text color of this paragraph, we use the color property. We want to set the color to gray, so I'll use the gray keyword. And now we're setting 2 CSS properties in this one rule, which is perfectly fine. It's a common thing to set 2, 3, 5, or even 10 properties in one CSS rule. Save, reload, and now this text is gray. What's also interesting is currently on this web page, we've got 2 CSS rules that style this paragraph. The first CSS rule targets all the paragraphs on the page, including this one. And it changes the font size to 80 pixels. And then there is this second CSS rule that also styles the second paragraph. And it makes the text uppercase and it changes its color to gray. This all shows that in CSS it's possible to have multiple CSS rules that target one HTML element and they style its different properties. And when multiple CSS rules, like here, target one HTML element and they change different CSS properties about this element, like in our case, all those properties add up and are applied. So for this paragraph, it's like we're having one big CSS rule like this that targets this paragraph. Okay, let me undo this. So when 2 or more CSS rules target the same HTML element and change its different properties, the browser adds them up and applies them all. A more complex situation is when 2 or more CSS rules change the same properties about an element. For example, if this first CSS rule changes the font size of all paragraphs to 80 pixels, but in the second rule, we change the font size of only one specific paragraph to, say, 40 pixels. Now, there is a conflict between these 2 rules over the font size property, because they both are competing over setting the font size of the second paragraph to either 80 pixels or 40 pixels. In this conflict, a class selector always wins over a tag selector, because the class selector is more specific. We can use it to target only certain elements or a certain subset of elements on the page, whereas the tag selector targets all the elements of that type on the page. So remember, a class selector always wins over a tag selector in such a conflict. And now, if we save and reload the page, the second paragraph text is 40 pixels. It's smaller, even though we still have this CSS rule that tries to set its text size to 80 pixels, but it loses to this CSS rule. And in this case, the order of these rules doesn't matter. So it doesn't matter whether this rule is after the first one or before it in the code. The class selector wins here anyway. And if we move this second rule up, so it's now before this one, and then save and reload the page, the text is still 40 pixels. And this was a brief introduction to conflicts in CSS rules. We will discuss it in more detail later in this course. And for now, we've got two more values to explore with the text transform property. To explore them, we'll add another paragraph, and its text will be lowercase text. I'll assign it a class that's going to be text lowercase. We will target this paragraph from our CSS code. Let's remove this extra new line and add another CSS rule that uses a class selector. And as you might have probably guessed from the text itself, we will use the text transform property and we'll set it to lowercase. Then we'll save the file and notice that even though the first character of this paragraph is uppercase, when we reload the page, it's lowercase in the browser and the whole text. Even if I change this original text to be uppercase here in the code, so let's change it to uppercase. Here, save, reload, it's still lowercase in the browser. And also notice that the text size of this paragraph is bigger than this one. So it's now 80 pixels. That's because in this CSS rule, we change only the case of this text. And so this third paragraph gets this CSS property from this second CSS rule, and also this CSS property from this third CSS rule. Because remember, if we are changing different CSS properties in different CSS rules about one HTML element, those properties, they add up. And if we want to change the font size of this paragraph, we can add another CSS property to this second rule. Let's use font size and set it to 20 pixels, save, reload, and now the text is 20 pixels. Because in this conflict, this is a class selector and this is a tag selector, and a class selector always wins over a tag selector. But let's remove this property because the text is too small, I think, here to see it clearly. And to explore the last value of the text transform property, we'll add another paragraph, which will have the text capitalize text. And we'll add a class attribute of text capitalized. So to target this paragraph, we'll add another CSS rule, and we'll use the text transform property, the value of which will be, as you might probably have guessed, capitalize. So save, reload, and now this text is capitalized, which means that every first character of every word is now uppercase. Okay, where are we going to use the text transform property? So Forbes, for example, makes the titles of their articles capitalized, and the text under the photo preview is uppercase. Stack Overflow, which is one of the most popular Q&A websites for developers, makes the tag names lowercase. And on YouTube, certain buttons are in uppercase. So to change the case of our text, we use the text transform property and we use the uppercase, lowercase, or capitalize values. This is the list of exercises you can use to practice what we've learned. If you complete these exercises, you'll level up your skills and make good progress. Pause this video if you need to. I'll put the link to Code Solutions in the description. Use it if you feel stuck. Our goal for this tutorial is to create this Reddit sidebar using what we've learned so far throughout this course. I'll have this page open here to be a reference of what we're going to create. I think you'll have the best results from this tutorial if you watch me creating this sidebar first, and then once I've finished, you'll pause this video and you'll try to create the sidebar yourself. It's not required for you to have this reference page opened, but if you want to, you can type in this URL manually in the address bar, or you can use the link from the description, or you can open the course resources page and open this link. In general, it's a good practice when you're creating websites to have the final design opened all the time, so that you can easily see your end goal. And now let's start creating this sidebar. So first, I'll head over to VS Code and create a file called sidebar.html. This file will contain all the HTML and CSS code of our sidebar. Then I'll open it in Chrome and rearrange the windows like this. This way we can see the final design, our current web page, and also easily switch between the current web page and VS Code. So to create the sidebar, the approach we'll use is the following. We will take one element from this web page, then create and style it, and then move on to the next element. And then we'll repeat the same process until we create all the elements from this web page. So let's start off by creating and styling this image because we already know how to do it. To add this image, I'll copy its URL here first. Then in VS Code, we'll need an img element. And I'll paste the URL we just copied into its src attribute. Save the file, reload our page, and the image is here, but it's too wide compared to the reference design. So let's write some CSS to make it as wide as we need. For that, we'll need to add the style element, and we can target the image using a tag selector, so img. Then to set the width, I'm going to use the width property. And honestly, I cannot tell the width of this image in pixels just by looking at it. Usually, I start with some initial number, like 150 pixels. Then I'll adjust it until I reach the desired width. So save, reload. Okay, the image is smaller than we need. It seems like it's almost 2 times smaller than this one. So let's set it to, say, 285 pixels. Save, reload. Okay, it's a little bit bigger. I can decrease it to, say, 270 pixels. Perfect. It looks like this is the width we want. I think that the first element of this sidebar is ready. Now let's move on to the next element, which is this sidebar image text. Usually what I do is I add an HTML element first, and then I think what CSS styles I need to apply to this element to achieve the desired look. So this text is on its own separate line, and it also has the space above and the space below. And based on this, I think the paragraph element will be a good fit here. So let's add a paragraph in our code before the image, and its content will be sidebar image. Save, reload. Okay, now we have this text with the default styles. Next, let's analyze the reference page and see what CSS styles we need to apply to our text to make it look like this. The first obvious thing that I can notice here is that this text is all uppercase. So let's make our text uppercase too. And we've got several ways to do this. The first one is we can actually rewrite this original HTML code in all caps, sidebar image, like this. And in this case, if I save and reload the page, it works just fine. But the downside of this approach is that we solely rely on the original text here. But suppose that another developer from our team that doesn't know about our intentions comes and changes this text to, say, capitalized sidebar image, like this. Then, instead of being all uppercase, the text appears capitalized in the browser, which is not what we want. So to make our web page more stable and our code is more robust, let's use CSS to ensure that this text always stays uppercase. For that, we can add another CSS rule and use a tag selector to target the paragraph. Then I'll use the text transform property with the value uppercase. And this makes the text we see on the web page uppercase, no matter what text we have in the HTML code. All right, the next thing that I can see about this text on the reference page is that its color is gray, but ours is not. So let's also change this. And for that, we know that to change the color of our text, we can use the color property. Let's use the gray color keyword. Okay, it seems that this one exists. Reload, and the text color seems to be the same. Good. Now, visually, this text and this text, they look the same to me. The same text color, the same case, and the same text size. So this means that we're done here, and let's move on to creating this online indicator. So now let's analyze how we can create this online indicator. What I can see here is that it has two parts. The first one is this text online, and the second one is this green dot. So this green dot, if I right-click on it, I can see this copy image address option, which means that this is an image. So in our HTML code, we'll need to add one image and this text. Also, they appear on their own line, so we'll need to put them into a paragraph. So I'll create a paragraph before this text. Inside the paragraph, I'll put one image and also just online text. And we'll also need to specify the URL for this image. So for that, I'll use the src attribute. Then I'll right-click on the image, copy its address, and paste the address right here. Next, I'll save, reload, and whoa, the green dot image is too big. In fact, it looks like it has the same width as this image. Pause this video for a second and think what can be the reason for that. And also think about how could we fix that. Okay, so from what I can tell, the reason for that is that we are using this tag selector here, and it targets all the images on our web page and sets their width to 270 pixels. And so it affects the sidebar image, and we want its width to be 270 pixels. And it also affects this image, which we don't want to be that big. As a fix here, we can use a different type of selector instead of a tag selector here to target only this image. I suggest that we use a class selector here. And to use it, we'll need to add a class attribute to this image. As for the value, let's name it sidebar poster image. And then we'll copy this class name, remove the tag selector, type dot, and paste the class name. After this, I'll save, reload, and okay, this is better. The poster image is still 270 pixels, but the online image is way smaller. It's being rendered in its original size because we don't change its size from our CSS code. Okay, it's smaller here, but it's not small enough. So let's reduce its size with CSS too. And we'll use the same approach. So we'll add a class attribute here. I'll name it online image. Copy the class name. And next I'll add another CSS rule that targets this image. We want to change its width here, and this one is quite small, so let's start from something like 15 pixels. Save, reload. Yes, it's smaller, but it's not small enough. I think we need to make it 2 times smaller, so let's make it 8 pixels wide. Save, reload. Yes, this looks good. And now we can move on to styling the online text, which seems to have the same problem as with images and inherits the styles from this text. Now, again, why do you think is this happening here? I would say that this is happening because here we're using also a tag selector, which means that these two CSS properties are being applied to all paragraphs on our page. And this is the reason why this text and this text have the same styles. And just like with the images, we can fix this by using a class selector to target only this paragraph. So we'll add class sidebar poster text and then change this to target only that class. Save, reload. Yes, the online text looks normal right now. And we're ready to style it properly to make it look the same as this one. So on the reference page, the text is tilted to the right, or it's also called italic. And so how can we make our text to look like this? In CSS, it's actually quite easy to do. We'll just use another CSS property. So you already know that in CSS, to style text, we target the HTML element that contains this text, which means that we need to target this paragraph, which at this point should be an easy task for us. We'll just use a class selector. Let's make this one online indicator. Then we'll target it from our CSS code, so dot, the class name, and then to make the text inside the paragraph tilted to the right or italic, we'll use a new property called font style. And the only value you'll ever use is italic. And this is it. So save, reload, and now the text is tilted to the right. Exactly the same as here. What's also interesting here is that we're setting the font style property to italic for the online indicator class, which targets this paragraph, and the paragraph contains both the image and the text, which means that the font style property should be applied to the image, right? And so the image should be also tilted to the right. But why is it not tilted? The reason is that the font style property, it affects only text, because it doesn't make sense to apply the italic font style to other elements like images or forms. So in this case, the browser applies the font style property only to the text inside the paragraph. And this image, it just ignores. And so in CSS, some CSS properties are applied only to text, like for example, the text transform property or the color property or font style or font size. And it's actually pretty obvious which ones are applied to only text. As you will start using them, you'll see that on practice. Okay, there is also one more thing that I noticed about the online text on our page. It is slightly but bigger than the text on the reference page. So let's make it smaller. And we already know that for that we need to use the font size property. Okay, we already have this CSS rule that styles our online text. So let's extend it and add the font size property. And we'll start from something like 10 pixels. Because I don't know the exact size in pixels to have it like this. Save, reload. Yeah, okay, it is too small. So let's make it a bit bigger. how about 14 pixels? And yes, they look the same to me. This means that we have finished creating the online indicator. And we're ready to move on to the next element, which shows the number of people online. Okay, as usual, let's create HTML code for this element and then style it. The number is on its own line, meaning that we'll need a paragraph for it. So let's create a paragraph. And 73. Save, reload. We have this paragraph here. Okay, the first thing I notice here is that the number on the reference page seems to be slightly thicker than ours. What I mean is that on our page, it seems that the number is like this, and on the reference page, the number is like this. Well, maybe not that much thicker, but still it's thicker. So to achieve this, we'll use a new property called font weight. And to use it, we'll again add another class to this paragraph. Let's call it text bold. Then we use this class to target the paragraph from our CSS code. And to make the text bold, we'll just simply write font-weight and then bold. Save, reload, and now the text looks thicker. So when we want to make our text thicker, we apply the font weight bold to that text. What I also notice here is that the text on our page is bigger than the text on the reference page. And so what I would ask you to do is to pause this video and make the text of this paragraph smaller so that it looks the same as this text. And I'll fast forward through the rest of the code so that you don't get bored. Now they look the same to me. So again, the font weight property configures how thick our text is. And to make our text thick or bold, we can use the bold value. Now let's move on to the next element, which is this description. And here it looks like we need to add another paragraph with this text and make its color gray. So for that, I'll copy this text and scroll up. And before this element, I'll add a paragraph and paste the text. Let's also make this text gray straight away. So I'll add a class and I'll use a description value. Then another CSS rule that targets the paragraph we just added, and the color will be gray. Save, reload, and here is the paragraph. Okay, so the first thing I notice about this paragraph is ours, it takes up all the page width available, but the paragraph on the reference page doesn't. It looks like this one has the same width as this image. And so when its text reaches this limit, it goes to the next line. So how do we do this? How do we make our paragraph the same width as this image? Well, in CSS, we can use the width property not only with images. By default, we can use it with paragraphs too. Let me show you. So for that, first I'll find the rule that sets this width. Okay, the width here is set to 270 pixels. So let's try to do the same, but for our paragraph. On the next line, I'll write width and then 270 pixels. And when I save and reload the page, now the paragraph seems to be limited right here, and its text goes to the next line just as we have it here. So this means that we can change the width of our paragraphs using the width property too. Now let's continue styling our paragraph and compare it to the one that's on the reference page. Okay, the text color is the same, the text size is also the same, it has the same width, but this paragraph seems to have more space between the lines than ours, which means that we need to use CSS to somehow increase the space between the lines. And there is another CSS property for that. It's called line height. And so because we want to target this paragraph, we can add the line height property to this CSS rule. What the line height property does is that it configures how tall each line of text will be. And we can also set it in pixels. So let's set 50 pixels. And if we do this and save and reload, you can see that there is plenty of space between the lines here. This is because now every line of text here is 50 pixels. And so the font size here is 16 pixels by default. And when we set the line height that's bigger than the font size, the browser adds all this empty space above and below the text to make sure that every line is 50 pixels. And so if we make the line height, say 150 pixels, then we've got even more empty space around each line. But if we make the line height less than the font size, so for example, it's 5 pixels here, when I reload the page, then the text overlaps because the height of every line of text here is smaller than the text itself. Okay, so every line of text on the reference page has some extra space, but not much. Let's try setting the line height of our paragraph to, say, 20 pixels, and we'll see how that looks. Reload the page, and I think we need to increase it a little bit more. So what about 24 pixels? Reload. All right, maybe we'll need to use 22 pixels, like this. Great, perfect. So use the line height property to configure the height of every line of text of an HTML element. Okay, and the last element that we need to create for the sidebar is this title. And you already know everything to create this title, so to have more practice, pause this video and try to create it yourself. And I'll fast forward through the rest of the code so that you don't get bored. Now the title is bold. That is, it's thicker and stands out more compared to regular text. The bold text is commonly used to emphasize important words or headings like this title on the webpage. Okay, and if we compare the reference page and the page that we have, well, they look the same to me. And so congratulations. You've done amazing so far. You're already building real projects. To keep that momentum growing, the full premium path on Udemy organizes everything into over 200 lessons, packed with extra practice, quizzes, and a certificate to showcase your skills. Just click the link in the description and keep leveling up. Or stay here and keep building. Either way, you're doing great. Okay, we've learned plenty of CSS properties that style text. Let's quickly recap them to remember them better. So to change the size of your text, use the font size property and set the value in pixels. To change the color of your text, use the color property and use color keywords as its value. And to change the case of your text, use the text transform property and you can make your text uppercase, lowercase, or capitalized. Then to make your text italic, like this, use the font style property and set the value to italic. Next, to change the height of your text, use the line height property and set its value in pixels. And also to make your text stand out, to make it bold, use the font weight property and set its value to bold. Before we continue to the practice exercises, let's improve our project file structure and group the files by tutorial. I will also fast forward this so that you can see the final result. So this is how the current file structure looks like. And from now on, to stay organized, we'll create a separate folder for every tutorial. This is the list of exercises you can use to practice what we've learned. If you complete these exercises, you'll level up your skills and make good progress. Pause this video if you need to. I'll put the link to Code Solutions in the description. Use it if you feel stuck. Our goal for this tutorial is to learn a cool CSS feature called Pseudo-classes. And then we'll use it to create a web page with links that change their appearance when we hover over or click on them. Then, by the end of this tutorial, you'll be able to do all this yourself. Let's start off by creating a folder for this tutorial. The name will be tutorial-7. Inside the folder, we'll create a new file, job-links.html. This file will contain all the HTML and CSS code we will write to create a page like this. So let's open it in the browser and rearrange the windows so that we can easily see our current web page and our goal web page. Okay, this page has 3 links, and each link comes with its own color. And when we hover over a link, notice that our cursor changes, and also the link gets a slightly different color, and also this straight line appears under the link. And this happens to every link on this page. So let's create this step by step. First, we'll start with this link. Before we style it, we'll need to add the link to our page. The text is LinkedIn jobs, and I'll leave the href attribute empty so that when we click the link here, the browser will just refresh the current web page. This will make testing certain styles easier in the future, but if you want, you can put here an actual link to the LinkedIn jobs website. Okay, notice that our link already has some styles by default. Its color is purple, the text is underlined, and when I hover over the link, the cursor changes to a pointer. So all links get these styles by default. Now my link has this purple text color, which means I've opened it before. And you might have it like this, which is the default color the browser uses for all the links that you haven't opened yet. Okay, let me remove this. On our page, when I hover over the link, its color stays the same. But on this page, the link's color becomes different when I hover over it. So let's learn how to make our link to change its text color on hover too. And for that, we'll use something called pseudo-class in CSS. Let me first show you how to use it, and then I'll explain. We'll need to add the style element to write our CSS code in, and then a CSS rule that's going to use a tag selector to target all the A or anchor elements on this page. Then we'll set their text color to royal blue. And this is how the link looks now by default. Though the color is correct, we want it to appear only when we hover over the link like this. And when we remove the cursor, we want the link to return to its original color, whatever the color is. So in CSS, we can modify this selector so that it targets the A elements only when they're hovered over. For that, right after the selector, I'll add :hover. Save, reload, and now the link is not royal blue in its default state, and when I hover over the link, it becomes royal blue. When I remove the cursor, the link returns to its original color. So this is what this does. This :hover is called a pseudo-class. In CSS, a pseudo-class is a keyword we add right after a selector to style it when it's in a certain state. This hover pseudo-class allows us to style elements when we hover over them, like when we hover over a link. The syntax for pseudo-classes is quite simple. Right after a selector, we add a :, and then the pseudo-class name, with no spaces or extra symbols before the colon or after the colon. So it's a regular selector, a colon, and then the pseudo-class name. As the selector here, we can use tag selectors, class selectors, and other CSS selectors that we'll learn later on. The pseudo-class here works with the selector just like an extra filter or an extra condition. So this means for all anchor elements, that is for all the links on our page, when they are hovered over, apply the following CSS properties that are between these curly brackets. And we can replace this tag selector with a class selector, and it'll still work. Let me show you. So first we'll need to add the class attribute to this link. We'll name it LinkedIn. And then I'll remove this tag selector and use a class selector. Now this means target all the HTML elements that have this class, but only when they are hovered over, and change their color to royal blue. So if I reload the page, this still works. And what's cool here is that this is still a CSS rule, and it works just as other CSS rules work. And this is a CSS selector. Just a bit more complex and specific selector that targets only the hover state. As you learn CSS more and more, you'll see that for the most part, you're learning more CSS selectors that target more specific parts of your page and also more CSS properties. And that's it. Nothing scary. Just a bunch of different CSS selectors and different CSS properties. Okay. Now let's change the default color of our link to match this one. And this is what you actually already know how to do. We'll just need to add another CSS rule that targets our link in its normal state. So for that, we'll use this class selector without adding any pseudo-classes. And then we'll set its color to Dodger blue. Don't worry, you don't need to remember these colors. I know them because when I was preparing the code for this video, I looked up the values in the CSS documentation from this webpage. And if you watched the previous tutorials, then you've already seen this page. But if not, and you're curious, then I'll put the link to this page in the description. Okay, so this makes the link to be Dodger blue in its normal state, but when I hover over the link, its color changes to the royal blue color here. Now let me explain how this works. So here we've got two CSS rules, and they both target this class. This one targets all the elements that have this class, and this one also targets all the elements that have this class, but only when they're in this hover state. And so this rule is being applied all the time, and this CSS rule applies only on hover. And both rules are changing the text color, so there is a conflict here. But this conflict happens only when we hover over the link, because in other states this rule is not applied. And so when we hover over the element, the conflict happens. These two rules are competing with each other, and because the link's color changes to royal blue, you can see that this one wins. And it wins because this selector is more specific. They both are targeting the same class, but this one additionally targets its hover state. Okay, the next thing that I want to show you is that when I click this link, its text color changes even further. So let's learn how to do this. Because notice that by default, when we click the link, its color stays the same. Okay, to achieve this, we'll also target the same class, but this time we'll use a different pseudo-class. It's called active. The active pseudo-class is used to target an element when it's clicked. So when this link is clicked, we want to change its color to blue. And this makes our link to change its color to blue, just like we have it here. So the active pseudo-class is just another pseudo-class that we can use to target a different state of an HTML element. The hover pseudo-class targets the element's state when we hover over it, and the active pseudo-class targets the state when we click the element. What's important here is that when we use it like this, the order matters here. To make this work, we need to make sure that the rule with the active pseudo-class goes after the hover. Because if I put this one before, like this, now when I hover over the link, the color becomes royal blue, but when I click the link, it's still royal blue. Now let me explain why this happens. So first notice that when I click the link, the cursor is still hovering over it, which means that when we click on the element, it actually is in two states. When we click the element, it's in the hover state and it's also in the active state at the same time, which means that when we click on the element, both these rules are being applied and they both are trying to change its color, which means that we've got a conflict between these rules. Only one of them wins in this case and gets to set the color. And CSS uses multiple criteria to solve this conflict, one of which is called specificity, which says that a rule with the most specific CSS selector wins in such a conflict. So for example, remember that if we compare this selector and this selector, then this one is more specific because it targets not only all the elements of this class, but in addition, their certain state. And in CSS, class selectors and also pseudo-class selectors, they have the same specificity weight. And we can say that this one has only one class selector, and so its specificity is 1. And this one has one class selector and also one pseudo-class selector, so it's 1 and 1. And so its total specificity is 2. And the rule that has the biggest specificity score or specificity weight wins in such a conflict. So when these two rules are in conflict, it's easy. This one wins because it has the biggest specificity score. But when these two are in conflict, they both have one class selector, so it's 1, 1, and they both have one pseudo-class selector, so it's 1 and 1, 2, which means that they both have the specificity score of 2. So they have equal specificity. And when this happens, CSS favors the rule that goes later in the code. This is why this rule wins over this rule, and the link's color stays the same no matter whether we hover over it or click it. And so remember, in CSS, when two rules have the same specificity, the ones that goes later in code wins. And to fix this, we just need to move the active rule below the hover rule, like this. And now, if I hover over the link, its color is royal blue, and if I click the link, its color is blue. Okay, so if we want to style an HTML element when we hover over it, we use the hover pseudo-class. And when we want to style an element when we click it, we use the active pseudo-class. Now, we've got 2 more links to style here, and that will be a challenge for you. Pause this video and try to create them yourself. Use the following colors for their normal, hover, and active states. And also make sure that each link is on a separate line. Don't worry for now about this line that appears on hover. We'll learn how to do this later on. Now let's code this together. For that, I will wrap our link into a paragraph like this. Then I'll copy this 2 more times. This link will be Glassdoor, and so this class will be Glassdoor 2. And then the third link will be for Indeed. So I'll use the Indeed class 2 here. Next, I'll create a CSS rule to target the Glassdoor link in its normal state. And here we want to make its color forest green, like this. Then I'll add another CSS rule to target its hover state, for which the color will be green, which makes our link to change its color on hover just as we want it. And lastly, for the Glassdoor link, I'll need to target its active state, for which the color that we'll use will be dark green. And now if I click the link, it changes its color to dark green. And when I hover over the link, it changes its color very slightly. And for the third link, I'm going to fast forward the video because you already know how to do this. Great. Now the third link works the same as this link. And this is how you use the hover and active pseudo-classes to change the color of your links and other elements on hover and when you click them. Now notice that the links on our page are underlined in their normal state and the links here are not. This is because our links get default styles from the browser, and one of the default styles is to underline each link on your page. Whereas here, these links, they have their own custom styles, which means that we can use CSS to decide whether our text is underlined or not. So let's learn how to do that to make our links underlined like this only when we hover over them. And we'll start off by removing this straight line under the LinkedIn link. For that, we'll need to extend this CSS rule that targets its normal state. And we'll extend it with another CSS property called text decoration. Now to remove this line, we'll write here none. The text decoration property configures the appearance of decorative lines on text. We can use it to add or remove lines and other shapes below text, in the middle of text, or above text. And so text decoration none removes all decorative lines the text has. And if I save and reload the page, the line disappears completely. And so writing it like this removes this line from all the states. The link is not underlined in its normal state, and when we hover over it, and when we click it too. And so if we want to make it underlined, like here, when we hover over the link, we'll need to do something in this CSS rule that is responsible for the hover state of our link. And to make the line appear on hover, we'll use the text decoration property again, but this time the value will be underline. Now save, reload, and there is still no line in the normal state, but when I hover over the link, it becomes underlined. And when I move the cursor away, the line disappears, which is exactly what we want. And now our link works the same as the link here. So use text decoration none when you want to remove decoration lines from your text. And use text decoration underline if you want to add a straight line under your text. Now notice that on this page, the remaining two links are not underlined in their normal state, and the line appears only when I hover over them. And so here is a challenge for you. Pause this video and write all the CSS code needed to make the remaining two links on our page work the same, so that in the normal state they are not underlined, and then when you hover over them, the text becomes underlined. So it should work for them like for this link. Now I'll fast forward the video so that you can see the final solution. Great. If I hover over any link on this web page, it gets underlined. Now here is an extra challenge for you. Think of how can you modify your CSS code so that you don't need to manually change it for every new link you add to your web page for it to be underlined when you hover over it and not underlined in the normal state. I mean, how can you modify this CSS code to make sure that if you have 5, 10, 20, or even 1,000 links on your page, they all are not underlined by default and they only become underlined on hover? So pause this video again and try to think of the solution. A little hint for you here. You might consider using tag selectors. Now let me show you how I would solve this. So first I'll remove all the text decoration properties from these rules, like this and this. And this makes our web page to go back to the state where all the links are underlined all the time. Then I'll add two more CSS rules. The first one will use the anchor tag selector to target all the links on our page. And this rule will set text decoration to none for all those links in their normal state. So now our page will look like this. Next, I'm going to add the second CSS rule that uses the tag selector again, but this time we'll also use the hover pseudo-class to target only the hover state of those links. And we'll set text decoration here to underline. Save, reload, and now each link becomes underlined when we hover over it. But with this, we're saving ourselves from repeating text decoration none, text decoration underline for each link that we add to our page. And we make sure that if we add more links to our page, like this, for example, they will all work the way we want them. Okay, let me undo this. Now, this works because remember, if multiple CSS rules target an HTML element, all their CSS properties add up and are applied. So for example, this link gets its color from this CSS rule and also its text decoration from this CSS rule. And then when we hover over the link, these two CSS rules will apply and change its color and text decoration. And this works the same for the remaining links here as well. And with this, I think we've reached our initial goal and our page works the same as this one. Now, as a bonus, let's discuss pseudo-classes a little bit more. So when we're using pseudo-classes, we're not limited to only setting the color or text decoration properties on hover or on click. Remember that these are just CSS rules that can use whatever CSS properties we want. So for example, for this LinkedIn link, on hover, we can set its font weight to, say, bold. And now when I hover over the link, it becomes bold. We can make it become italic on hover like this, or we can increase its font size or decrease. Let's set it to 20 pixels on hover, and it becomes much bigger when we hover over it. Or we can make it uppercase. And notice that now all these CSS properties are applied when we hover over the link. Well, changing our links to this on hover is a little bit too extreme for a regular website on the internet. But for learning purposes, I would encourage you to experiment with these properties and set whatever values you want. As you learn more CSS properties, you'll see that with pseudo-classes, you can have very cool effects for your HTML elements. And what's also awesome about pseudo-classes is that you can use them to target any HTML elements, not just links. Let me quickly show you that with paragraphs and images. For that, I'll create a new file and call it other elements. Oops, I missed the L character at the end here. Then in this file, I'll add two paragraphs. The first one will be paragraph 1 and the second one will be paragraph 2, like this. So this is just regular text. When I hover over it, nothing happens, just my cursor changes to text. So let's try to use what we've learned and change the default behavior of these paragraphs with pseudo-classes. Now let's add the style element and target their normal state with a tag selector. We'll set their text color to royal blue in their normal state. And now let's make these paragraphs more interactive. Let's make them appear more like links. For that, we'll add another rule that targets all the paragraphs with a tag selector. And then I'll use the hover pseudo-class to target them on hover. We know that we can use text decoration underline to make them underlined. So save, reload, and now these paragraphs, they become underlined when we hover over them. As you can see, the hover pseudo-class works with paragraphs as well. And in fact, it works with any HTML element. Notice that right now, our cursor changes to this text cursor on hover. But let's change this behavior to turn it into a pointer, just like with links. And for that, we'll extend this CSS rule and we'll use another CSS property called cursor. And the value will be pointer. Now, when we hover over a paragraph, our cursor changes to a pointer, just like with links. Most of the time, for your projects, you'll use the pointer value for the cursor property, but it has so many more values. And it can be a fun exercise for you to play with those values. For example, if I change pointer to crosshair, like this makes our cursor to become this plus symbol on hover. So if you want to have more practice and just fun with CSS, open this web page and try using different values for the cursor property and see what results they produce. And lastly, let's target the active state of the paragraphs and we'll make their font size a little bit smaller. So let's say 15 pixels when we click them. I know that this value is a little bit smaller than the default font size of paragraphs, because the default size of all paragraphs is 16 pixels, which means that all paragraphs have font size 16 pixels like this. But this value comes by default from the styles that the browser applies to all text. So if I reload the page and hover over the paragraph, my cursor changes to this plus symbol. And if I click on our paragraph, it becomes a little bit smaller, which means that both these pseudo-classes work on paragraphs as well. And lastly, let me show you how to use pseudo-classes with images. For that, we'll add an image to our page. Let's use an image from our previous tutorials. So I think in this one, yes, we had this images folder, and inside it, there is this community icon image. So let's use this image. If you don't have it, just put the following URL here in the src attribute instead. And I'll use a relative URL to reference this image here. Okay, the image we want is in this folder, and we're starting our relative URL path from this file, which means that we need to go one folder up to be able to reference this folder. And to go one folder up, we can type 2 periods. So this means go one folder up from the current file. And because the current file is in the tutorial 7 folder, one folder up is my website folder. Now to go inside my website folder here, we need to type /. And then we want to go into tutorial 03 folder, which is this one. Then the images, so / again, images. Then inside the icons folder. And lastly, I'll need to use the file name. So it's community icon.png. And now if I reload the page, here is this huge image. Now let's style it. So I suggest that we target the image using a tag selector like this, because in our case, this will be the only image on this page that we style. And we'll save a little bit of time here by not using a class selector, because we won't need to add the class attribute here. So first, let's make this image smaller. And I think the 50 pixels should be enough. Yes. Next, let's make this image to become bigger on hover. And for that, we'll add yet another CSS rule that targets its hover state. Notice that I'm using the hover pseudo-class here again, and the way I use it here is no different from the way I use it here, or from how we've used it like here with links. So I'll go back to our other elements file, and let's set the width to be just slightly bigger than the width in its original state. And let's also set the cursor to be a pointer on hover. Now save, reload, and when I hover over the image, it becomes bigger and the cursor changes to a pointer. Lastly, let's shrink this image a little bit when we click on it. I would ask you to do this, so pause the video and add another CSS rule that uses the active pseudo-class to make this image smaller when we click on it, and set its width to 52 pixels. Okay, now let's do this together. So for that, I'll target our image in its active state. Oops, we don't need this. And the width is going to be 52 pixels here. Reload, and when I hover over the image, it's bigger, and when I click it, it becomes a bit smaller, like this. And so with all this, you can see that we can use pseudo-classes not only with links, but also with other HTML elements like paragraphs, images, and all the rest. This will be useful when we get to creating the Reddit clone project. We'll use pseudo-classes there to style these collapsible section headers, for example, because we don't want them to be links, and to make them look like this, we'll need to use pseudo-classes. This is the list of exercises you can use to practice what we've learned. If you complete these exercises, you'll level up your skills and make good progress. Pause this video if you need to. I'll put the link to Code Solutions in the description. Use it if you feel stuck. Next up, we'll learn about backgrounds, colors, and transitions in CSS. And we'll use all this to style our links that look and work like this. And by the end of this tutorial, you'll be able to do all this yourself. Now, I've already created a folder for this tutorial and also this joblinks.html file. This is where we'll be doing all the coding. So create the folder, create the file in it, and then open it in Chrome. Next, we'll need HTML code to style. I'm gonna open this file from the previous tutorial and copy this HTML code at the top. And then I'm gonna paste it into our new HTML file. And with that, we've got now 3 links to style. Now notice that they all have an empty href attribute, which is like this here on purpose, so that our page just reloads when we click any of these links. And it's here like this only to make our coding and testing easier. For the final website, you'd want to have these filled with actual URLs that lead to these corresponding websites. But for the learning purposes, we'll leave it like this. And now let's get to styling these links. The first thing I can tell about them is that their color is white, and there is no text decoration for any of them. So let's write some CSS to remove the text decoration from our links and then make them all white. I'll start by adding a style element to write our CSS in. Then we'll target all the links on our page and remove their text decoration with text decoration none, like this. Next, I'll make them all of white color. There you go. Now there's impossible to distinguish our links from the background because they both have the white color. And we can only tell that there is a link here because our cursor changes when I hover over this area where the link is. Or I can also try to select the area where the links are. And this gentle selection color reveals our link's text. So now to make this link usable at all, let's learn how to add a blue background like this with CSS. To do that, we will target the link by its class name. So this is just a regular CSS rule we are writing here. Then to set the background color of this link, we will use a new CSS property called background color. And then we write here the name of the color that we want to use as the background color. We can use here color keywords just like with text. For example, we could write here red and get this red background. Now I know that the name of this specific blue color is Dodger Blue. Well, because I learned it while I was preparing for this video. But normally you don't need to remember these specific names because you can open up the web page that contains all of them and just copy the color you want. Okay, and this makes the background color of our link to be the same as this one. So by using the background color property, we can change the color of the background of an HTML element. So this sets the color that will fill the space behind the content of the HTML element. And just as I said here, we can use the same keywords that we use to set the color of text. Now notice that on this page, the background color takes this extra space around the content from all sides. Whereas our link has maybe just a little bit of this extra space above and below the content. We can add this extra space by using a new property called padding. Here we can use a value in pixels. Let's set it to 5 pixels and see what happens. Reload, and now we have this additional space around the content that this blue background fills up. Now padding is just empty space inside an element around its content. By writing here padding 5 pixels, we are adding 5 pixels of empty space from all sides of this element. Padding is the space inside an element. This is why the background color fills it here too. Now padding is quite an important feature in CSS, and we'll learn how to use it to our advantage in future tutorials in this course. For now, we'll use it to just add a little bit more of this background around our links. Okay, next, notice that here, when I hover over the link, its background color slightly changes. Let's do that for our link too, because at this moment when I hover over the link, its background color stays the same. And to implement this for our links, we'll learn a new way of setting colors in CSS. But before we do that, let's add another CSS rule that targets the hover state of our LinkedIn link. And we'll set its background color here to Dodger Blue 2, so like this, nothing changes, so that we have less things to do in the future. Next, let's open a new tab, go to google.com and search for Color Picker, which opens this Color Picker tool from Google. A color picker is a tool that lets us select colors visually. It displays this area for picking colors. Then there's this box that shows the color we've picked. And it also has these fields where we can see or change these specific color codes. Notice that when I select a color here, the color picker not only updates this box, but it also changes the values of color codes here. And these different fields are for different color formats. The most widely used ones are the hex and the RGB formats, where RGB stands for red, green, and blue. And each color here in the RGB format is represented by a number from 0 to 255. Where 0 means none of that color and 255 means the full intensity of that color. So for example, when I select the purest red here, we've got 255 here for red, which means full intensity of the red color. and then 0 for green, which means none of green, and 0 for blue, so none for blue. So it's full red, no green, no blue. And if I change here to 0 for red and 255 for green, now we have this pure green color because it's none for red, maximum for green, and none for blue. And if I set this to 0 and then blue to 255, then we've got this pure blue. And when we have them all as zeros, we have this pure black color because it's none of any colors. And when we have them all to 55, like this, then it's white, which is all colors at full intensity. And so by mixing red, green, and blue in different amounts, you can create any color. And don't worry, you don't need to remember exact values here. Normally, you would just select a color visually here, and then just copy these numbers and use them in your CSS code. Now, the hex color uses the same approach as the RGB, but it just uses a different format for these numbers called hexadecimal. And hexadecimal numbers are just another way to think about numbers in math and programming. Now, if you don't know what a hexadecimal format is, don't worry. Normally, you just select the color you want and then copy this value with hash, which is important, and then paste it in your code as a color like this. And if I save and reload the page, now on hover, we have this new color. Again, you don't need to remember these exact values. You just select your color like this. The color picker does all the work of updating and calculating the actual final hexadecimal value, and you just copy it with this hash symbol and paste it here, also with this hash symbol, save, reload, and now we have this color here. And for example, our Dodger blue color can also be represented in hex or RGB. To get its hex value, I'll open the MDN page with named colors we've seen previously in this course. For that, I'll go to google.com and then Google CSS named colors. Then I'll open this link, press Command F to search this page. Command F is for Mac and Control F is for Windows. Then I search for the Dodger blue, and here is the color. Now notice that in this adjacent column, there is the hex value for the Dodger blue color. Let's copy this hex value with the hash symbol, and then we can paste it here in the color picker. But make sure that you paste it into this field. And notice that just as we pasted the Dodger blue hex color here, the color picker displayed it visually. Now, the reason that we learned and did all this is for us to be able to select here a slightly lighter shade of Dodger blue, so that then we can use it as the background color in the hover state here. And now let's take this hex color and make sure that you copy it with this hash symbol, copied, and then let's remove this old color and paste our lighter version of Dodger blue here. Now save, reload, and now when I hover over the link, its background color changes to this slightly different shade of Dodger blue. And this is it. This is how easy it is to use color picker to select the color we want. We just select that color and then copy its hex value, paste as our color, and then we can enjoy that new color on our page. Okay, let me revert it back to this one. Now to use this color in its RGB representation, it's not sufficient to just copy these numbers and paste them like this here. If I do this and reload the page, now our background stays Dodger blue. This is because using it like this is insufficient. To use an RGB color, we need to add RGB and then parentheses like this. And if I save and reload the page, now it should work on hover. Yes. So to use an RGB color from the color picker, you just select the color you want and then copy these numbers. They should be separated by a comma. And then in your CSS code, first you need to write RGB, then open parenthesis, close parenthesis, and then in between the parentheses, paste those numbers. So it's 176 for the red, comma, 28 for the green, comma, and then 151 for the blue. And if I save, reload, now it's this color. Okay, let me revert it. And great. Now notice that as I click this link, its background color changes even more. Here is a challenge for you. Use the color picker tool and also the active pseudo class to achieve that on our page too. Because right now, if I click the link, its background color stays the same. But what we want is for it to work like this. So pause this video and try to code the solution yourself, and then we'll do this together. So to make our link work like this when we click it, we'll need to add a new CSS rule that targets its active state. Then we want to change its background color like this, where we want to use an RGB color, but a slightly lighter one. So I'll copy this, and then inside the color picker, I'll paste it here so that we can find a new color relative to our current one. And then I'll just select a lighter version of blue. I think that this one will be sufficient. Next, we can either copy its hex value or its RGB value. And I'm going to copy its RGB value because we already have it here, and paste. Now save, reload, hover, click, and the color changes to the new one. Great. I think this color is quite close to what we want to have here. Now our page has two more links here hidden by this white color. And this one has them too. And they both change their background color when I hover over them and when I click them. You already know how to achieve this behavior, and so the next challenge for you will be to code this. So style these remaining links so that they work just as they work here. And you can get their hex colors on this web page. Just search for the forest green color for the Glassdoor link and sienna for the Indeed link. Okay, so pause this video and try to code that. Now let's do it together. So we'll need one CSS rule for the Glassdoor link, and we'll set its background color to forest green. This makes it to look, save. This makes it to look like this. And notice that all these links have padding of 5 pixels, so we can move it up here. Good. And now we'll need another CSS rule for the active state and for the hover state. Make sure that you put the active state after the hover state rule. Then we'll get the hex value for the forest green color and we'll paste it right here. Now for the hover state, we want it to change slightly like this. So I'll replace the color here. And then for the active state, we'll use colors from here. So I'll paste this one here. Save, reload, and now on hover, it's this color, and when I click it, it's this. And then I'm gonna repeat all this for the Indeed link, like this. And the color we're interested in is sienna. Its hex value is this one. We want to paste it right here, and then just select a slightly lighter version of the color and paste it here. And we'll choose a color like this one and paste it for the active state. Now on our page, when I reload it, we've got this Indeed link with this normal background color, and when I hover over it, the color changes, and when I click it, the color changes even more. Great. Now, one of the main reasons for us to use the hex and RGB colors is because they give us more colors than the color keywords, and we have much better control over the colors we use with them. If we compare, there are around 150 color names in CSS, like red, blue, or green, and so on. But with RGB and hex, we get up to 16 million colors. So use the hex and RGB formats when you need to fine-tune your colors. Okay, what I also noticed is that on the reference page, the link becomes smaller on hover. And so let's do the same for our link. Now, by default, all links have their font size of 16 pixels. So the browser implicitly applies the font size of 16 pixels like this. And we can check that if I save and reload the page, nothing changes. And so to make this link a little bit smaller on hover, we just need to set its font size to a slightly smaller number. Like for example, we can set the font size here to 15 pixels on hover for the LinkedIn link. And now when I reload the page and hover over the link, it shrinks a little bit. Notice that on hover, not only the text becomes smaller, but also the background becomes smaller too. This happens because remember that the background of an element, it's the space behind the content, which for this link is this text, plus the padding space, like this. So when the text becomes smaller, the content area becomes smaller, and so the background shrinks down too. Now notice that on our page, when I hover over the link, it changes its size immediately, like this. So it jumps. And on this page, when I hover over the link, it transitions to the smaller size smoothly. So let's learn how to make it smooth on our page too. For that, we'll learn another CSS property called transition. So if I write here font size space 1 second, save, reload, then when I hover over the link, it changes its size smoothly. And when I move the cursor away, it goes back smoothly too. This happens because of this transition property, which is used in CSS to create smooth animations when we're changing CSS properties. It helps make the changes look gradual rather than abrupt. So to configure a transition, we start with the CSS property that we want to animate. Then we add a space, and then we specify the duration of how long we want this transition to happen. So here we configure that whenever we change the font size property, we want that change to happen over 1 second. And if we want to animate more properties, we just specify them using comma. So let's animate also the background color property. And for that, we can just type here background color, so the property name, and then again the duration of that transition, so it's 1 second. And now if I save and reload the page, when I hover over it, the background of this link also transitions smoothly when I hover over it or click it. Now the reason why this transition happens smoothly first, and when I click and release the mouse button, it goes back immediately, is because remember, this is an HTML link, and when I click it, our page reloads. And when the page reloads, the element appears first in its normal state. When the page reloads, it's kind of like when you reboot your computer. Everything starts from scratch. Okay, but I think 1 second is a little bit too much for this transition, so let's change it to half a second. And now it should happen 2 times faster, like this. Now, if we want smooth transitions between the element's normal styles and the styles we set with pseudo-classes, then we need to put the transition property inside the CSS rule that targets our element without any pseudo-classes. So, for example, if we move this transition to the rule that targets only the hover state of the element, then the element will smoothly animate when I hover over it. But watch what happens when I move the cursor away. The styles changed abruptly. Now, this happens because the styles from the hover CSS rule are applied only on hover. So when I hover over an element, the transition property is added immediately, which tells the browser to transition smoothly. But as we move the cursor away from the element, then this rule is not applied. The transition property is removed as soon as we move cursor away, and so there is no transition. And conversely, when we add the transition property to an element in its normal state, so to this one, now the transition property is applied to the element all the time in all its states, which means that the transition property is also present on hover and also present on click. Great. So next, to master transitions, pause this video and make the remaining links also transition smoothly when we hover over them and click them, like this. And don't forget to extend their CSS styles to reduce their font size too. I'm not going to code this because I believe that you already can do this yourself. But if you want to check your solution, in the description, you'll see the link. This is the list of exercises you can use to practice what we've learned. If you complete these exercises, you'll level up your skills and make good progress. Pause this video if you need to. I'll put the link to code solutions in the description. Use it if you feel stuck. In this tutorial, we will learn a vital tool that professional developers use all the time. It's called the Developer Tools, and it comes with Chrome. To explore the Developer Tools, we'll use one of the pages we have created in the previous tutorials. For that, open the sidebar.html from tutorial 6. It'll be our guinea pig as we learn the Developer Tools. If you don't have this file, then open this URL and you'll have everything we need. Once you've opened the page, we're ready to start. Now let's learn how to open the Developer Tools. To do that, go to the View menu, then Developer, and then click Developer Tools. And it opens this panel, which is the Developer Tools. Now let's position it at the bottom of the page. For that, we will hover over these three dots and then click them. And then we will click this icon to place the Developer Tools at the bottom of the page. And let me zoom in the view here to see it better. And I'm gonna resize it to make it bigger. These Developer Tools give us extended access to the features and information about the current page that regular users don't have. So let's explore what we can do with the Developer Tools. Right now, we are interested in this Elements tab. You might have it opened by default already. If not, just click it. So in this left area, we can see the HTML elements of the current page. Here we have the elements that we have created, like these paragraphs and image, and also a few more elements like body and head and the HTML element that we will learn a bit later in this course. A quick side note, you'll have different class names than I do here because you have a newer version of this web page. Don't worry, it won't make a difference for this lesson. Now back to the tutorial. We can click on these triangles to look deeper into the HTML structure of this page. Also notice that when we hover over an element here, it also gets highlighted on the page. So here we can view the HTML elements of the current page and also modify them. Let's actually modify this paragraph in place and remove this pipe Hades part. To do that, we need to hover over the element we want to modify and then right-click it. And in this context menu, click on the Edit as HTML. This opens this little in-place editor where we can change the HTML code of this element like we want. So we will select this text and then remove it. And then to apply the changes, we will just click on any other HTML element like this. And now the Hades paragraph has this new modified text. If we want to undo the changes that we just did, we can press the Command Z keyboard shortcut for Mac or Control Z for Windows. Also, we can delete any element here. So let's delete this sidebar text paragraph. For that, I'm going to right-click it and then select the Delete Element option. And this removes the element from the page. Again, to undo the changes and return back the element that we deleted, we can press Command Z for Mac or Control Z for Windows. This functionality is useful for debugging the web page, that is, learning how to fix it when something doesn't work as we want it to. Next, to have a little bit more practice, pause this video and change this number to 159 using the developer tools. Then, also using the developer tools, delete this image and this paragraph. Once you delete them, undo all those changes using the Command Z for Mac or Control Z for Windows. Okay, now let's do it together. So to change this number to 159, I'm gonna right-click this HTML element, then select Edit as HTML, and then I'm gonna replace the number text with 159. Then I'll click on this paragraph outside of the editor. Next, to delete this image, I'm going to find it in the developer tools and then right-click, delete element. Then we'll repeat this for this paragraph. So delete element 2. Okay, and to undo the changes to the HTML structure, I'll make sure that the focus is in the developer tools. So I'll click any element here and then let's press Command Z until all the changes are reverted. Great. Notice that when we left click on the elements here, the area to the right gets updated. So this area is for the HTML structure of the current page, and this area is for CSS. So here we can see the styles that the selected element gets. For example, this is the custom CSS rule that we wrote when we created the sidebar HTML in the previous tutorial. And also this is the CSS rule that the browser adds by default to this paragraph. And also for our custom CSS rule, we can click this file name here to open the actual CSS code with this rule. And this is the code of the web page that we created. Let's click on the Elements tab to go back. So here we can see the CSS rules that are applied to the selected element, but we also can modify these rules in place. So a useful feature for this is that when we hover over a CSS property here, the checkbox appears. And when we uncheck it, this disables this CSS property. If we check it, the property gets applied again. This is useful when we develop our website and also when we debug some problems or errors. Also, we can modify these property values directly in place here. For that, let's select the image text paragraph here, and we'll change the text transform value from uppercase to lowercase. And to apply the changes, I'm going to hit enter. Notice that when we changed this property value to lowercase, the text became actually lowercase. Let's also change this text to red. And as soon as we applied the new value, the text color becomes red on the page. We can not only modify the existing properties here, but we also can add new properties to CSS rules. For that, click right after the opening curly bracket, and this adds this new line here. And according to the rules of the CSS syntax, first goes the property name. So let's add the font size property. And then to specify the value, we hit the tab key on the keyboard, and let's change it to, say, 25 pixels. Enter to apply the changes. And now this changes the font size of this paragraph to 25 pixels. Okay, next, let's open this Computed tab. This tab, just like the Styles tab and all the remaining tabs here, it shows the information about the selected element. So under the Computed tab, first goes this area that shows the box model for the selected element. We will explore the box model in the next tutorial. And now let's scroll down further, and I'll resize this area to better see these properties. So here we can see the list of all CSS properties with their final values after the browser performs all the calculations. To see the full list of the properties that this element gets, we'll check this Show All checkbox. As you can see, there are a lot of extra properties that the browser adds to an element by default. So if you don't see these properties, make sure that this Show All checkbox is checked. Okay, remember I told you in the previous lesson that there is an easy way to find out the default font size for our HTML elements. This is actually the place to get that font size. So let's do this for the members count paragraph. For that, first we need to select the paragraph, so click it to select. And then under the Computed tab, we can scroll down until we find the font size property. Okay, so the font size for this paragraph is 14 pixels, which is the custom font size that we set in that tutorial when we created the sidebar. And let's click on another element like the sidebar text, and the font size now is gray, which means that this is a default value, and notice that the value is 16 pixels. And so this is where I got the 16 pixels value for our previous tutorials. Okay, so we can find the properties we're interested here manually by scrolling down and searching for them, but there is a more convenient way to do this. Right at the top of this list, there is this filter input. And if we click it and start typing the property name we're interested in, let's write font. Now we have only the properties that have the font word in their property name. And if we continue typing and write the font size, so the exact name of this property, the list decreases even further, and we can easily see the font size property and its value right away. Now, to instantly clear this input and see the remaining properties, we can click this icon. And when the filter input is empty, the full list of the properties applied to the selected element is back. Okay, so to close the developer tools, click here. And now let me show you another way to open developer tools, which is to right-click anywhere on the page and then select the inspect option. And this opens the developer tools too. What's awesome about the developer tools is that we can open them not only on our pages, but on any website we want. So let's try to open them on Stack Overflow. For that, I'm gonna create a new tab in Chrome and then type in stackoverflow.com. Enter. This is the website you will find yourself quite often as a developer. It's the website where you will find the answers to many of your questions while creating websites. And to open the developer tools here, we can right-click anywhere on the page and then click Inspect. Let's close this message. So now we have the developer tools here opened, and we can learn more about the HTML and CSS code of the Stack Overflow main page. Okay, remember in the previous exercises, there were exact RGB and hex values for the background colors for the links that you created. I mean the links like this one or this one. So let's learn how to get those colors from a website like Stack Overflow. Let's get the background color for the normal state of this sign up link. As you already know, we can get the final property values of any element from this computed tab. But for that, we need to find and select this link in this area. Okay, so if we try to find it manually, it can be quite problematic and a tough task because there are hundreds of HTML elements on this page. So there is a better way to find and select this link in the developer tools. To do that, what we can do is we can hover over the link we want to select. And let's do this for the login link. And then we right-click it and select the inspect option. And this finds and selects the link in the developer tools. Another way to select any element on the current web page is to use this little inspect button. So to use it, first we need to click it to activate. When it's activated, its color is blue, which means that now we are in the inspect mode and we can hover over any element on the web page, like this sign up link, and then click it. This selects the link in the developer tools. Once the link is selected here, we can find out its background color under the computed tab. So if you don't have the computed tab selected, just click it. And then to find the property, let's write its name in the filter input. So background color. And by typing it here, we ask it to show only the properties that have the background color in their name. And there it is, the value of the background color we are looking for. Now we can just select it and copy it like regular text with Command C for Mac or Control C for Windows, and then use the copied value in our CSS code. Okay, if we hover over this inspect button here, this little tooltip will appear. What's important about this tooltip is this part that shows us the keyboard shortcut we can use to activate this inspect button. So for Mac, it's Command-Shift-C, and for Windows, it's Control-Shift-C. And if we use this shortcut, the inspect button activates. And now we can hover over an element on this page, like for example, this home link, and click it to select in the developer tools. And we can see its properties under the computed tab. If we want, we can use its background color, which is this shade of gray. Even if the developer tools are closed, so let's close them. And if we use the inspect shortcut, so I'll press Command-Shift-C, it opens the developer tools and activates the inspect button simultaneously. And we can use it right away to select an element we want on the page. Let's select this login link again and find out its current text color. We already know that the property that sets the text color is called just color. And to get its value, we can go to the Computed tab and we can filter properties by their names. So we'll type color here to show only the properties that contain the color word. And here is the color property and its value. And we can select the value and copy it and use however we want. I highly recommend you memorize and use the shortcut. So it's Command-Shift-C for Mac and Control-Shift-C for Windows, because you will inspect different HTML elements on the page quite often when you create websites, and the shortcut makes it faster and easier to do. Next, let me show you one more great feature that the developer tools offer. And not all software developers know about this feature, but it's incredibly useful. So first, let's inspect the sign up link again. To do that, we'll use the shortcut Command-Shift-C for Mac and Control-Shift-C for Windows. Then click the link and it gets selected here, and we can see its properties under the Computed tab. Okay, so this is the value the background color property has when the link is in its normal state. But if we hover over the link, it changes its background color. And when we click the link, the background color changes again. And despite the link is selected in the developer tools, when we hover over it, the background color value here is not updated. It is still from the normal link state. So how do we inspect this link in its hover state or in its active state when we click it? To do this, we need to make sure that the link is selected in the developer tools. It is right now. If not, just use the inspect shortcut and select the link. Then we will go to the Styles tab, and here there is this little Hove button. Let's click it, which opens this area that allows us to emulate different states for the selected element. Let's emulate the hover state. To do that, we'll just simply check this checkbox. And because of this, the link switches to the hover state and its background is different. So when this hover checkbox is checked, even though we're not actually hovering over the link, it behaves as if we are. To return the link back to its normal state, we can simply uncheck this checkbox. And notice when we check and uncheck this checkbox, the link changes as if we are actually hovering over it and then moving the cursor away. Let's leave the hover state checked and switch to the Computed tab, and then find the background color property. And now its value is actually the value the link gets in its hover state. And we can use this value, like copy it, then paste into our CSS code. Next, let's go back to the Styles tab and uncheck the hover state. Then check the active checkbox, which emulates the active state for this link as if we actually clicked it. And now, under the Computed tab, the background color property is different again. This is the value the link has in its active state. And if we want to return the link back to its normal state, we simply go to the Styles tab and uncheck all the checkboxes here. We can emulate different states not only for this link, but for any elements we inspect on the page. To practice this, I'll ask you to do the same for the login button. Find out its background color in the normal state, in the hover state, and in the active state. Next, let's discuss the last important thing we need to know about developer tools for now. Remember that we can modify the page with the developer tools. For example, let's turn on the inspect mode and inspect the sign up link to select it here, and then let's right-click it and delete the link. This removes the link from the page. Then let's change the text color of this login link to black. For that, I'll use the keyboard shortcut to inspect the link, and we will close this emulation area by clicking the Have button. And then we can add a CSS property specifically to this link element in this element style rule. So for that, we click it here. Let's type color tab black, enter. This makes the text color of this link black. Next, let's reload the page. So I'm going to click it here. And when we reloaded the page, now the sign up link is back and the login link text color is back to its original color. This all means that all the changes to the page we do with the developer tools are only visible to us. Other page visitors cannot see these changes. And when we leave the page or reload it, all the changes are gone and the page is being reset to its original state. So when you change something about the page with the developer tools, all those changes are temporary. And when you leave this page, they are gone. This is really convenient for learning, website development, and debugging different problems. And it also gives us the freedom to experiment and not be afraid to break something. Okay, and now we have learned the most important basics about using the developer tools. We will use them a lot from now on in this course and when we will be developing the Reddit clone project. This is the list of exercises you can use to practice what we've learned. If you complete these exercises, you'll level up your skills and make good progress. Pause this video if you need to. I'll put the link to Code Solutions in the description. Use it if you feel stuck. This is how the Reddit clone project looks when we do not use the CSS Box Model. And this is how it looks when we use the Box Model. In this tutorial, we will learn how to use the Box Model in CSS so that we can apply it in the second part of the course for the Reddit clone project. We start by creating a new folder for this tutorial in VS Code. Inside this folder, we'll create a new file and name it box-model.html. To learn the box model, we'll create a couple of paragraphs. And then we will apply CSS properties from the box model one by one to our paragraphs and see what happens. And after that, we will explore every property in detail. Before we open our new file in the browser, let's add background to our paragraphs to easily see their size. To do that, we will create a style element, and then we'll target our paragraphs using the tag selector, and inside the curly brackets, we will write background color. Let me increase the size of VS Code, and the value will be light sky blue. So now we have two paragraphs on the page with some text, and their background goes to the end of the line because paragraphs take up the whole width available. And we already know that we can use the width property to change their width. So let's do that and change their width to, say, 150 pixels. And now we can hide the File Explorer and resize VS Code to place it side by side with the browser. Next, we'll save the file and reload the page, and now our paragraph's width is 150 pixels. Next, we will add the padding property and we'll set it to 15 pixels. Save, reload. This adds some empty space around the content of our paragraphs that is filled with the background too. The third property we will add is going to be border, and we'll make it 5 pixels, solid, royal blue. Save, reload. And now we have this border around the paragraph. And the last property we will add for now will be margin. We will set it to 30 pixels. Save, reload, and now we have this extra empty space around paragraphs. I think we have prepared all we need to start exploring the box model. And for that, we will use the developer tools that we learned in the previous tutorial. So to open the developer tools, let's use a keyboard shortcut, Command-Shift-C for Mac or Control-Shift-C for Windows, and then click on the paragraph to inspect. I will resize the Chrome window and zoom in developer tools for us to see better what's happening here. And then let's pin the developer tools to the right side to have more vertical space on the page. I will resize the browser window even more. Notice that because our paragraph is selected, under the Styles tab, we can see the CSS rule we just wrote. Okay, make sure that the paragraph is selected and let's switch to the Computed tab. The first thing we see here is actually the box model of our paragraph. So every element on the page is actually a box that has 4 layers. The content layer, it's where text and images appear. The padding layer is the space around the content. It's transparent, and this is why we can see the background behind it. The border layer goes around the padding and content. And the margin layer goes after the border, and it's the space outside the element. The margin is transparent, just like the padding. So this blue rectangle in the center is for the content. The left value here is content width in pixels, and the right value is content height in pixels. Notice that when we hover over here, the browser simultaneously highlights the content area on the page. We change the size of the content area using the width and height CSS properties. We set the width of our paragraphs to 150 pixels in our code, and now it's 150 pixels here in the developer tools. And if we add the height property in our code and set it to, say, 100 pixels, now both paragraphs take up 100 pixels of vertical space, and it's also 100 pixels here in the developer tools. Okay, now our paragraph's a little bit too big, so I'm going to resize the developer tools and the browser window to fully see paragraphs. Next, in the box model goes padding. Padding is the space around the content inside the element. We configure it using the padding property. When we set the padding property to 15 pixels like this, it adds 15 pixels padding from all sides to our paragraphs. But if we want, we can adjust padding for every side separately. To do that, in our code, we will write space 25 pixels, space 40 pixels, space 60 pixels. Save and reload the page. And now we have different padding for each side. Notice that when we hover over the padding here, the green padding area on the page that the developer tools highlights also takes up different amount of space for every side. So the first value here configures padding at the top. The second value is for padding to the right. The third value is for the bottom, and the fourth is for the left. You can memorize the order by imagining a clock. Start at the top, 12 o'clock, and move clockwise. Top, right, bottom, and left. And top, right, bottom, and left here. Though we can set different padding values for every side here, but usually we use symmetrical values. This means that usually we have the same padding for the top and bottom, and also for the right and left. So usually instead of having different padding like this, we have 15 pixels for the top and 15 pixels for the bottom, and also 25 pixels for the right and 25 pixels for the left. Save, reload, and now it's 15 and 15 for the top and bottom, and 25 and 25 for the right and left. And in this case, we can remove these two values and leave only the first two. Writing it like this is the same as writing it like this, because browser uses the first value for the top and bottom and the second value for the right and left. And now if we save and reload the page, nothing changes. We have 15 and 15 for the top and bottom and 25 and 25 for the right and left padding. And I will zoom out a little bit for our paragraphs to be completely visible on the page. Okay, sometimes we need to add padding to only one side. Let's learn how to do this. For that, we will remove the padding property to have no padding at all. Save, reload, and now the padding is blank here, and when we hover over it in the developer tools, nothing gets highlighted on the page. This means that now our paragraphs don't have padding. Okay, and now let's add padding from the top. To do that, we can simply use another CSS property, and it's called padding-top. We will set it to 20 pixels. Save, reload, and now we have the 20 pixels padding from the top. And the number also appears here at the top in the developer tools. In CSS, there is a padding property like this for every side. For example, if we want to add 15 pixels padding from the right, we can write padding right and 15 pixels, save, reload, and now there is a 15 pixel padding from the right. The remaining properties are padding bottom. Let's set it to 20 pixels, and padding left. Let's set it to 15 pixels. Save, reload, and now we have padding from all the sides. When we add padding like this using the individual properties, this is equal to adding padding like this. And it's going to be 20 pixels and 15 pixels for top and bottom and right and left. So when you need to configure padding from all sides, it's more common to use this shorthand property because it's much more concise than using individual properties. So let's remove these individual properties and leave the shorthand padding property. Next, in the box model goes border. It surrounds the padding and content. The border is like the frame around the box. To set the border from all four sides, we can use the border property and configure its thickness, style, and color. So this creates this 5-pixel solid royal blue border from all four sides for our paragraphs. And according to CSS syntax rules, we need to separate each value here with a space. If we don't separate them with a space, for example, let me remove this space here, this CSS becomes invalid. And when we reload the page, the border disappears. Okay, let me put back the space here, save, reload, and the border is back. To set the color of our border, we can use keywords like this. And just like with the text color and the background color, we can also use the RGB and hex. So to try this, let's remove this royal blue keyword and write RGB parentheses. And then to get the actual value for our color here, we will use the color picker. So we will Google color picker. And for the color, let's select some shade of purple and then copy its RGB value and paste it here inside the parentheses. Save, reload, and now the border is purple. Now let's try to use a hex color here instead. So to do this, let's select some blue color here and copy the hex value. Then we will remove the RGB color and paste the value we just copied. Save, reload, and the border is the shade of blue. If we want our border to be thinner, we can just decrease this number. Let's set it to 2 pixels. Save, reload, and now the border is thinner and it's 2 pixels wide. And this value in the middle, it configures the style of our border. Most of the time, you will use the solid value to have this straight line border. But there are a few more values that you can play with. I'm gonna list them on the screen. Try those values instead of the solid value and playing them on your own. To give you a taste, let me change the solid value to dotted. Save, reload, and now we have this dotted border instead of straight line. Okay, and let me put back the solid value. The border property adjusts border from all the sides. If we want to configure it for each side separately, just like with padding, we can use CSS properties for every side. To try this, let's remove this border property and set the border only at the top. To do that, we will write border-top and let's make it a 3 pixel solid royal blue border. Save, reload, and now there's this border only at the top. We can use different widths, styles, and colors for borders on every side. For example, we can add border bottom and make it 2 pixel solid blue. Save, reload, and now there are 2 different borders for this paragraph. A quick side note, usually when you're creating a website, you will have a design for it in software like Photoshop, Figma, or a reference website. And this is where you get these exact values in pixels and also styles and colors for your borders and all other elements and their CSS properties. Okay, try to add also borders to the left and the right sides here. Use an RGB color for the left border and a hex color for the right border. Okay, the last layer in the box model is the margin. Margin is the space outside of an element, and it goes right after the border. Margin pushes other elements away. Like padding, margin doesn't have color, it is transparent. But unlike padding, the background doesn't spread to the margin. And also the developer tools use the shade of orange to highlight the margin on the page. We set the margin the same way as we set the padding, but we use the margin property for it. We can use one value here and it adds margin from all the sides. We can use 2 values. Let's set it to 20 pixels and also 40 pixels. Save, reload, and this makes the top margin and the bottom margin 20 pixels and the right margin and the left margin 40 pixels. And just like with padding, we can adjust the margin from each side separately. To do that, we use 4 values here. The order is the same as with padding. So the first value will be at the top margin. Let's set it to 20 pixels. The second value will be the right margin, 20 pixels. The third value is for the bottom margin, and it's going to be 30 pixels. And the fourth value is for the left margin, so 40 pixels. So top, right, bottom, and left. Top, right, bottom, and left. And now when we save and refresh the page, the margin values are exactly the same as we put them in our code. And just like with paddings, we can also use individual properties to adjust margin from each side. So there is margin top, margin right, margin bottom, and margin left. One for each side. And we also use here values in pixels. Okay, I'll remove these. Now paragraph has its own margins by default. Let me show you. For that, I'll remove this property. And so now we don't set any margins explicitly in our CSS code for our paragraphs. And when we save and reload the page, there is still this empty space between the paragraphs. And in the box model, there is this 16 pixel margin at the top and bottom. So the browser adds these top and bottom margins of 16 pixels by default to all paragraphs. And for example, if we add the margin right property and we'll set it to say 20 pixels here, save, reload, notice that it adds this 20 pixels margin from the right and doesn't change margin from the other sides. And so the default margin of 16 pixels still applies. So if we want to change these default margins or override them, we need to explicitly add the corresponding CSS properties for margin top, and let's set it to 30 pixels, and for margin bottom, let's set it to 30 pixels too. Save, reload, and now we have different margins for the top and bottom. Now, before we discuss one weird feature of margins, let me show you an amazing VS Code feature called autosave. For that, go to Settings in VS Code and then search for the save keyword. And we are interested in this Files Autosave section. For some reason, by default, the autosave is turned off, but we will change it from the off to on focus change. This makes VS Code to save our file every time we go somewhere else, including when we go to Chrome to reload the page. Okay, let me show you how it works in action. For that, we will change the margin bottom to 40 pixels. Notice that with this change, now the circle appears after the file name, and it tells us that there is some unsaved changes to the file. And usually after we did some changes, we manually save the file, but this time we won't. Instead, we'll just go to the Chrome browser, then reload the page. There is this bigger margin of 40 pixels. Notice that also the dot is gone in VS Code, which means that all the changes were saved. After a quick adjustment period, you will see how this autosave is much more convenient than saving files manually. Now, margins have a weird behavior called margin collapsing. Notice that the first paragraph, margin bottom, is 40 pixels. And when we hover over it in the developer tools, it's 40 pixels and goes right until the second paragraph's border. So this 40 pixels margin takes up all the space, all the empty space between these paragraphs. But when we select the second paragraph, we can see that its margin top is 30 pixels. And so it looks like the bottom margin of the paragraph 1 and the top margin of the paragraph 2 overlap instead of pushing each other further away. And so the total empty space between them is not the combined space from the bottom and top margins. And so here, instead of stacking up, these margins overlap. And the biggest margin, which is the margin bottom of the first paragraph, and it's 40 pixels, it wins. And this behavior, it's not intuitive. You would expect that the total space between these two paragraphs be 70 pixels, so 40 plus 30 pixels combined. But instead, here we have less space. We have only the space from the biggest margin, which is 40 pixels. And this is called margin collapsing. This happens with margins of two HTML elements that don't have any content between them, like our two paragraphs. They don't have any content between them, and their margins are overlapping or collapsing. But if we add even a single character of text between these two paragraphs and reload the page, now we can see separate margins for each paragraph. And if we remove the character so that there is no content between the paragraphs and then reload the page, the margins are collapsing again and the biggest margin wins. So the total space or total margin space between the paragraphs are the space from the biggest margin, which is 40 pixels, and margin bottom in our case. And so to fix this, if you want to have 70 pixels of space between these paragraphs, you can either increase margin top of the second paragraph to 70 pixels or margin bottom of the first paragraph to 70 pixels. Both margins will be still combined, but the biggest one will win. So for example, if we want to have 70 pixels of free space between the paragraphs, we can change the margin bottom of the first paragraph to 70 pixels. And let me quickly show you what happens if we do this. So we will add this class to the first paragraph and we will target it, and then we'll add the margin bottom of 70 pixels to the first paragraph. And when we reload the page, there is now more space between the paragraphs. And when we inspect the first paragraph, its margin is exactly 70 pixels. And notice how it takes all the space between the paragraphs. And if we inspect the second paragraph, its margin still 30 pixels. So both margins are still collapsing. And this is how you fix collapsed margins. You just increase one of them to the total amount of space you want between two elements. Okay, 70 pixels is too much for the padding here, so I'm gonna undo the changes. And now it's back to 40 pixels. Now let's go to the next topic, which is incredibly important. First, let's clean up our code a little bit. For that, we will delete the width and height properties, reduce padding to 5 pixels from all the sides, and you will see a little bit later why we need 2 values here instead of 1. Next, we will remove the bottom border and we will change this one to affect all the sides, and let's make it 2 pixels wide. And then we will add the margin property, and it's going to be 5 pixels from the top and bottom, and also 5 pixels from the right and left. Next, let's add a couple of links to our page. The first one will be link 1, and the second one will be link 2. We will leave their href attributes empty so that we have less code to type, because adding here actual URLs is not important for what we are about to discuss. And let's also add some background color to our links. For that, we will use color picker and select a shade of green. Let's use this one and copy the hex color, and we will paste it here. And then we will go to the Chrome and reload the page. Now we have additionally these 2 links on our page. Okay, notice that each paragraph is on its own line and takes up the whole width available. And if we resize the browser window, the paragraph width grows and shrinks with the browser width. And the links, on the contrary, go one after another on the same line, like words in a sentence. And also each link only takes up as much width as its text. And if we resize the window, links don't change their width. Now paragraphs and links have these different behaviors because paragraphs are block elements and links are inline elements. And a block element, like a paragraph, starts a new line and takes up the full width available. An inline element doesn't start a new line and only takes up as much width as necessary for its content. Almost all HTML elements are either block or inline. Now let's try to explicitly set the width and height for our paragraphs and also for our links. To do that, we already know the width property, and let's set it to 100 pixels, and also the height property. Let's set it to 50 pixels, and let's copy and paste them for links too. So this sets the width and height of all paragraphs to 150 pixels, and also this sets the width and height of all links on our page. Now let's go back to the browser and reload the page. Notice that this changes the size of our paragraphs, but doesn't change the size of our links. This is because paragraphs are block elements, and we can change the width and height of block elements using the width and height properties. But for inline elements, like links, we cannot explicitly set their width and height in CSS like this. Inline elements are as wide and as high as their content. This means that when we try to set the width and height of our links explicitly using these CSS properties, the browser simply ignores them and uses the link's content to regulate its size. And if we add more content to an inline element, let's add this to our link and reload the page. Now, this link takes up more space because its content takes up more space. So remember that the width and height properties work for block elements and are ignored for inline elements, which means that we can remove these two properties here because they are useless for inline elements. Next, let's copy this padding from the paragraphs and paste them to the links CSS rule. And when we reload the page, our links have this 5 pixel padding from all sides. And also, when we added padding to our links, they pushed each other further horizontally, but didn't push vertically. Now, to demonstrate you better what I mean, let's use the developer tools. Remember that we can change CSS properties in the developer tools and see the effect on the page right away. We will use this feature to change the padding of our links to see what happens. So first select any link here, then go to the Styles tab, and here we can see our CSS rule that we added to the page. Now let's change the padding for our links here and see what happens. We will start from the second value. We can click on the value itself and then click again on the second value to place the cursor here. And for the numbers like this one, we can press the up and down keys on the keyboard to increase or decrease the value by 1. So let's press up to increase it. And this second value simultaneously increases the right and left padding. And notice as we increase the right and left padding, it pushes both links away from each other horizontally. And if we decrease the left and right padding, the links move again because they have less padding on their sides. Now let's do the same, but for the first value, which sets the top and bottom padding. So let's click on it to place the cursor somewhere within the value, and then we'll press the up key on the keyboard to increase it. This grows the top and bottom padding for our links. Notice that this time the padding area grows, but the links don't move and they don't push any elements vertically. And the link's background just starts overlapping the paragraphs. Now this happens because links are inline elements. And for inline elements, the top and bottom padding doesn't push any elements away. The horizontal padding, though, for inline elements pushes other elements away. Okay, let's reload the page to reset the padding values. Now for paragraphs, which are block elements, padding pushes elements from all sides. And so if we select a paragraph and increase its top and bottom padding, so I'm going to press the Up key, notice that as the top and bottom padding grows, it pushes the other elements away. And this works the same for borders and margins. Now to check that, let's reload the page to reset the padding values. And then let's copy the margin and border properties from paragraphs and add them to links. Let's also change the border color for our links to red to better distinguish between the paragraphs and links borders. Let's go back to our page and reload it. Notice that now there is this red border around the links, and also there is more horizontal space between the links. But nothing has changed vertically. There is no additional space between the links and the paragraph. Now let's try to increase the border of our links and see what happens. For that, we will select any of these links in the developer tools, and then we will click on the 2 pixels here, and we'll press the Up key to increase the border. Notice that as the border grows, it pushes the links away horizontally. But vertically, it doesn't push anything. It just overlaps with paragraphs, and that's it. So just like with padding, border works the same way for inline elements. The top and bottom borders are applied, but don't push elements away. Now let's reload the page to reset. The same thing happens to margins. If we increase the right and left margins here, it creates more space between the links and pushes the links away. But when we increase the top and bottom margins, nothing happens. And for block elements, it's again more simple. Both borders and margins, just like paddings, push elements away horizontally and vertically. So if we increase the border here, notice that it pushes both paragraphs and links away as it grows. And it does this both vertically and horizontally. And also for margins, if we increase the vertical margins of our paragraphs, notice that it also pushes the other elements away. Okay, it's really not that complex as it might seem at first. Don't worry, with practice you'll master it. And now, to remember it's better, let's recap what we've learned. Paragraphs are block elements, and block elements start a new line and take up the whole width available. We can use the width and height properties to change their size. The padding, border, and margin properties apply to block elements and push other elements away both horizontally, so from left and right, and vertically, so from top and bottom. Inline elements are like words in a sentence. They don't start a new line and use as much width and height as their content. The width and height properties do nothing to inline elements and are simply ignored. We can apply the padding, border, and margin properties to inline elements. They work the same way for inline elements horizontally, so from left and right, as for paddings, so they push other elements away. But they don't push other elements away vertically. And let's reload the page to reset. Paragraphs by default are block elements, and links by default are inline elements. We can change that with CSS. So let's turn our paragraphs into inline elements. To do that, we will use a new property called display. Then to turn our paragraphs into inline elements, we'll just simply write inline. And so this will turn our paragraphs into inline elements, and they will have all the features of inline elements, and they will lose all the features of block elements. So their top and bottom paddings, borders, and margins won't push other elements away. The width and height properties will stop to work. And so let's reload the page. And now our paragraphs, just like proper inline elements, go one after another. They don't start a new line and they don't push away other elements. And this is why this link and this paragraph are overlapping. Okay, let's remove this property to make our paragraphs block elements again. And now let's use the display property to turn our links into block elements. So this will turn all the links on our page from inline to block. And when we reload the page, now our links are block elements. And they start a new line, take up the whole width available by default, and their top and bottom padding, border, and margin work just like for paragraphs. It's sometimes useful to make our links into block elements when we're creating responsive websites that support mobile, and it's also useful for some navigation menus. The display property has one more value that combines together the best of block and inline elements, and it's inline block. And because of this, now our links will be inline block elements. Let's see what happens on the page. Okay, now that our links are inline block elements, this makes them just like inline elements to be on the same line, but also just like block elements, they respect the top and bottom padding, border, and margin, which means they push other elements away vertically. And so notice there is this additional empty space between the links and this paragraph. Another feature that inline block elements inherit from block elements is that we can now use the width and height properties to change their size. Remember when we tried to change the size of our links when they were inline elements and it didn't work? Let's try to do this again as they are inline block elements now. So we will set the width to 80 pixels and height to 40 pixels. And when we reload the page, it works. So use the display inline block if you want your elements to be on the same line, but also to respect the vertical padding, border, and margins, and also the width and height properties. Now that we know how to use the box model and inline block elements, let's use this to create this login PayPal link. It has this border with round corners and different vertical and horizontal space inside. And when we hover over it, both the border and text changes its color. So let's create this link using what we've learned so far. And I'll show you how to make round corners, which is pretty easy to do. First, we need to open paypal.com to use it as a reference for our button. Next, let's create a new file in the tutorial folder and call it paypal-login.html. Then, inside this file, we'll add an anchor element. Its text will be login. And to set the href attribute, let's click on the login link to open the actual login page. And then we'll click on the address bar and copy the URL of this page. Next, we'll paste this URL inside the href attribute. Okay, let's close the File Explorer to have more space in the editor here. And next, we will add a class to our link, and it's going to be paypal-login. We will use this class to target our link from our CSS code. And to actually write some CSS code, let's add the style element. And then we will create an empty CSS rule to prepare for styling our link. So to copy this design, we will go over its properties and copy one by one. The first thing I notice here is that there is no line under the text. So let's remove it from our link too. In the previous tutorials, we learned that we do this with the text decoration property. And so we will add the text decoration property to our rule here. And to remove the line, we use the none value. Reload the page. Good. Next, we can see that the color is different here. Let's find out the value for this text color with the developer tools. To do that, we will inspect this link, and for that we'll use the shortcut Command-Shift-C for Mac and Control-Shift-C for Windows. And then we'll left-click on the link to inspect. If for any reason the shortcut doesn't work for you, just right-click on the link and then select Inspect. And I need a little bit more space for developer tools, so I'm going to resize the window to have that space. Okay, now that we have the login link selected in the developer tools, we will open the Computed tab. And to get the color, we'll scroll down to the Filter field. And we know that for the text color in CSS, we simply use the color property. So let's write color here to filter only the properties that contain the color word. Okay, there's a bunch of them here, and we will scroll down until we find the one that we want. And I'll resize this portion here. And now we can just simply copy the text color value for this link. And then in our code, we will add the color property and then paste the value we just copied. When we reload the page, now our link has the correct text color. Next, notice that when we hover over the link here, it changes its color. Let's get this color and make our link to use it on hover too. So to do this, in the previous tutorial, we learned that we need to make sure that the link is selected here. And then we'll go to the Styles tab and click on this :hov button. And then we click this hover checkbox to activate the hover state for this link. And now that the link is in its hover state, we can get the text color we want. So we'll go to the Computed tab, and then we'll find the color property and copy its value. Then we'll go back to VS Code and add another CSS rule that targets the hover state of our link. Then we'll add the color property to set text color to this different shade of blue. And now when we reload the page and hover over the link, it changes its text color just like the PayPal link does. Great. Now let's turn off this hover state for the link because we don't need it anymore. What I also notice here is this border around the link that is of the same color as the text. So let's add this border to our link too. To do that, we know that we need to use the border property. The first value is for how thick the border is. Let's put 2 pixels here and adjust the value if we need to. And we add a space here to separate the values. And then we need to add the border style. And we'll use the solid value here to have this continuous single line border. Notice that I added the space again. And the last value will be the color of this border. And from what we can see here, the color of the border is the same as the color of the text. So we can simply copy this text color and paste it here. Don't forget to add the semicolon. And when we reload the page, now our link has this border, and I think it's thick enough as the border here, and the color is correct too. Okay, let's resize our page to see both links. Next, notice that when we hover over the link here, the border also changes its color, just like the text. But the border of our link doesn't change its color on hover. Let's fix this. For that, we will change the border color on hover. So we will add the border property here, and it's going to be 2 pixels, solid. And the color we will copy from the text color. And when we reload the page, now the border changes its color on hover too. Okay, next, notice that the link has this extra free space on the sides and also above and below the text. We already know that to create this space between the content and the border, we use the padding property. And now that we know how to use the developer tools to check the box model of an element, let's just use the developer tools to get the exact padding values for this link. So for that, make sure that the link is selected and then go to the Computed tab. Next, we will scroll up to find the box model, and there they are, the exact padding values that we want. So we need to add 5 pixels of padding from the top and bottom, and also 16 pixels of padding from the right and left. And also notice that the values are symmetrical, so 5 and 16. And to add padding to our link, we can use the padding property. The first value will be 5 pixels for the top and bottom padding. And the second value will be 16 pixels for the right and left padding. And now when we reload the page, there is this extra space around the content. Next, let's make round corners for these borders, just like they are here. To do that, we will learn a new property, and it's called border radius. And let's set it to 5 pixels and see what happens in the browser. So when we reload the page, the corners are slightly round here. Now let's try to increase this value to, say, 10 pixels. And this makes the corners a little bit more round. So the bigger the value here, the more round corners we get. Okay, let's try to increase it to 16 pixels and reload, and it looks good to me. Next, notice that this link has more empty space above than ours. And we already know that we use margin to add empty space outside an element. We need more empty space from the top here, so let's use the margin top property. And let's set it to, say, 10 pixels. And when we reload the page, nothing happens. This is because, remember, our link is an inline element by default. And so the top margin does nothing for inline elements. And to fix that, we can make our link into an inline block element instead. So for that, we'll use the display property, and the value will be inline-block. And reload. Great. Now the top margin applies, and there is this space above the element, which I think it's a little bit too much. So let's decrease this margin to, say, 5 pixels. Okay, maybe a little bit more, so 4 pixels. Okay, good. The next thing I notice about this link is that the text is bolder than ours. So let's also add the font weight property and set it to bold to make our text bold. And it looks like the text here is a little bit smaller than ours. We already know that to adjust the size of our text, we use the font size property. And let's set it to, say, 15 pixels. Reload, and it is better. So to me, it looks like the text size is correct. Now, the last thing you might notice is that the font of the text itself on the PayPal page looks different than the text on our page. And this is because PayPal uses their own custom font for their text. We haven't learned how to change the font of our text yet, but we will in the future tutorials. We won't explore it in detail right now, and we'll just try to make our text to look more similar to this one. And for that, we will add another CSS property called font family. This is a powerful property, and we can do a lot of fancy stuff with it. But here, let's just write sans serif. This will make our text to use any sans serif font that is available on our computer. And now, when we reload the page, our text looks quite similar to the one on the PayPal page. And now that we changed the font family, I think our text is bigger than the text on the PayPal page. So let's decrease its font size to 14 pixels and reload the page. Perfect. And there you go. We have created and styled the same login link as on the PayPal web page. And if we click our link, we open the PayPal login page. This is the list of exercises you can use to practice what we've learned. If you complete these exercises, you'll level up your skills and make good progress. Pause this video if you need to. I'll put the link to Code Solutions in the description. Use it if you feel stuck. So this is the old sidebar we created in the tutorial number 3, and this is the improved version of the sidebar we will create in this tutorial. And we will also learn 2 more HTML elements that professional developers use for building complex websites. To follow along, create an HTML file and open it in the browser. That should be sufficient. If you want to have the same setup as I do, then create the tutorial 11 folder and the sidebar improved file in it. Then open it as a separate window. Then open this URL in another window like this to easily see the final design we want to create here. Once you've created and opened the file, we are ready to start. The first thing we'll add to our page is this title and description. So let's start with the title, select and copy it. So far, we've been using for this paragraphs, but now we will use a new HTML element called div to create the title of the sidebar. And also we will copy description and create another div element and paste the description here too. And when we reload the page in the browser, let me zoom in a little bit. We have the title and description on their separate lines. So divs are block elements like paragraphs, and each div starts a new line. Unlike paragraphs, divs don't have default margins. This is why there is no extra vertical space between the title and description. To show you the difference, I will quickly create the same description and title, but now using paragraphs. And when we reload the page, notice that there is this extra space around the paragraph's text. And on the contrary, there is none here for divs. Okay, and the most important feature that divs have and paragraphs don't is that we can next divs inside each other and additional content as much as we want. And we cannot do this with paragraphs. So let me show you what I mean. And for example, we will create a div that also contains a link, let's say link 1. And it also has another div with another link and also another div inside with some text. So here we have a div inside a div inside a div with some text and also links beside the divs. And we can nest it as much as we want, but with paragraphs, we cannot do this. So we cannot create a paragraph that has a link, but also has another paragraph inside with another link and another paragraph with some text. So this is invalid HTML. And this is because of how HTML is designed to represent text. A paragraph element is designed to hold a single block of text like this. And if we try to nest paragraphs inside each other like this, it confuses the browser because it can't properly determine where one paragraph ends and another begins. Think of how text goes inside books. Usually we don't have paragraphs that are nested inside paragraphs. In books, paragraphs usually have some text or images and they follow one after another. And so HTML is designed this way and doesn't allow nesting paragraphs like this to keep the text structure clear and simple. But if we want to create websites that arrange elements in more complex ways, like, for example, this block of stats, we need to group or nest HTML elements inside each other. And this is what we need divs for. Divs are different from paragraphs because they are designed to be containers for other elements, not just text. Div is short for division, and it's a generic block element that we use as a container that can hold anything: text, images, other HTML elements, including other divs. Okay, and so this is invalid HTML. Let's remove it. To keep things simple, we've been using paragraphs to organize and separate elements on our page. But now we know enough CSS to start using divs and create more professional web pages. So from now on, we will be using divs instead of paragraphs as containers for our elements. Now, to see how to create more complex structures with divs, let's create this stats component first, and after that we will style the title and description. So first we need to remove all this extra HTML and reload the page. Good. Now it looks like stats have these three separate sections that are positioned on the same line. So let's first create a div element that will be a container for all these sections. And inside this div, we will create 3 more divs with simple text, 1 div for each section. And now, when we reload the page, each section is on its own line because divs are block elements and by default, they start a new line. But on the reference page, the sections are on the same line. And from the previous tutorial, we know that we can use the display property and set it to inline block for each of these divs to make them go on the same line. So for that, we will add a class and let's name it stats section. And let's add this class to every section div so that we can target them from our CSS code. And next, to write CSS, let's add the style element. Here we will add a new CSS rule that targets our divs with the stats section class. And inside this rule, we will add the display property. And we want to make each of these divs an inline block element. And for that, we use the inline block value. And when we reload the page, now every div is on its own line. And I noticed that the number for the third section is missing. Okay, this is better. Now, if we inspect these divs using the developer tools, we can see that because they are inline block elements, they take up as much space as their content. But we didn't change the type of their parent div, so it's still a block element. And you can see that it takes up the whole line here. Okay, so on the reference page, each section has a title and a description, and they are positioned on their own lines inside a section, but the sections itself, they go one after another on the same line. So let's see how we can use divs to create this for the first section. First, we will remove this text and then add one more div instead. It's going to be for the title, so we will write the 603K text here. And we will add another div for the description, so the text will be members. And notice that now we have 3 nesting levels here, which is a div inside a div inside a div. The outermost div is for the stats component itself. It's like a big box for all the stats elements of this component. The second nesting level is for each section. It's like a smaller box that holds the section elements. And the third nesting level is for the actual title and description of each section. And now when we reload the page, notice the first section is still on the same line with the other sections, but it's taller. To see this better, let's add a border, which is going to be 1 pixel solid green around each section, and reload. There is the border. And so it's easier to notice that all the 3 sections are on the same line, and just the first section is taller because now it has more content inside. So this section div is like a box with 2 smaller boxes inside, one for a title and another for a description. Both the title and the description, they are on their own lines because they are each inside of a div, and divs are block elements by default. But notice that they are on their separate lines inside this section div. They do not affect anything outside, so they don't move these 2 sections to the next lines. And what's also interesting that they both take up the full width available, but available inside this div. And so the more content we add to this div, for example, let's add a link 1, the more it grows. And if we add another link here, so it's going to be link 2, the link goes on the same line, but now this section grows horizontally. And so all these elements inside this div are just its content. And it's kind of like having a little isolated web page inside this div. And what happens outside of this div is none of their business. And so this is why these 2 sections remain on the same line. Now let's learn a few new terms in CSS. A layout is how HTML elements are organized on the page. A vertical layout is when we arrange elements one below the other like a list. So these title and description go vertically one below the other, and they have a vertical layout. A horizontal layout is when we arrange elements side by side, and so these sections go side by side and they have a horizontal layout. To create professional looking web pages, we combine and nest horizontal and vertical layouts. Like for example, in this sidebar, we have different layouts combined together. A vertical layout because these elements are stacked vertically. Then some parts of the page have the horizontal layout like the stats. And then inside each section, we have the vertical layout. And divs help us to create these complex layouts. Okay, now let's finish creating the stat sections. So we will remove these 2 links. And also this border. Okay. And then let's create HTML for these 2 sections. For that, we will remove this text and add one more div. This is for the second section title, so it's 73. And then we'll add another div. It's going to have the online text. And also, we need to add a little image for this green online indicator. So we'll write img, and then for the src attribute, we will just simply copy this image address, and then we will paste it here. Don't forget to add closing angle bracket. Okay. Notice that when we reload the page, there is this missing image icon here. This is because we have an invalid HTML here, because I accidentally removed the opening double quote. And now when we reload the page, the image is loaded. And the original size of this image is too big, so let's make it smaller. For that, we will add a class here that's going to be online image. And then we will copy this class and add another CSS rule that will set the width of this image to, say, 10 pixels. Reload, and now the image is smaller but I think we need to make it a little smaller. So let's use the 8 pixels here. Reload. Perfect. Next, let's create HTML for this third section, and then we will style the sections. So for the third section, we will remove this text and add one more div, and I will copy this text. Then we will need another div for description, and I'm going to be lazy again and just copy the text and paste it here. And when we reload the page, we have structure for all these sections. And now let's style them one by one. To style section headers, let's add a class to each of them. We will name it stats section title. And then we can just copy the class with space and paste it for every section title. Next, we will copy the class name and we'll target it in CSS. All section titles are bold. So first, let's make them bold. For that, we will add the font weight property and the value will be bold. Okay, this makes them bold. And it looks like we need to make our titles a little bit smaller. So for that, we will use the font size property and let's start with 15 pixels. Reload the page and I think it should be a little smaller. So let's use 14 pixels. I think this is enough. Next, let's style descriptions. So for that, we need to add a class first to every description. The class will be stats section description. And just as with titles, we will copy it and paste to every description. And then we will copy the class name and add another CSS rule that targets all the divs that have this class. And first, let's make the description smaller. So description looks even smaller to me than the title. So I think we can set the font size to 13 pixels. Reload and maybe to 12. This is good enough. Next, let's set its color. To do this, we will use the developer tools to get the precise text color. And to open the developer tools, we will use the keyboard shortcut Command Shift C and then hover over the description and click it to select. And then to get the text color, we will go to the Computed tab. And here we will filter by the color property name. We are interested in the, let me resize this a little bit, in the color property, and let's copy its RGB value. And then we will add the color property here and paste the value we just copied. And when we reload the page, our text has this correct color. And now let me resize it back. What I also notice is that there is more space between the title and the description on the reference page than we have on our page. And we know from the previous tutorial that to add more space outside of an element, we can use the margin. In our case, let's add the margin at the top of the description. So for that, we will write margin top and let's start with 5 pixels because there is not much space here. Reload the page and there is more space above the descriptions. But based on what I can see on the reference page, I think we need a little less space here. So let's reduce the value to 3 pixels, reload, perfect. Next, what I notice is that there is more space between the sections. And again, we can add more space between the sections using margin. So to do this, let's add some margin to the right of each section. So in our code, this CSS rule targets our sections. I mean, it targets these div containers, div elements for every section. So let's add some margin here and we will type margin right. And let's start with the 30 pixels, reload. Great. There is this extra space and we need to reduce it a little bit. So let's set it to, say, 25 pixels. Perfect. And lastly, for this stats component, we have this extra space above it. So again, to add this space, we can use margins. And because we want to add this space to the whole container, we need to target this outermost div that holds all the stats elements. For that, let's add a class to this div to target it from the CSS code. And the class will be stats container. And now we can just simply use this class to target the div like this and add some margin to the top. And let's add, say, 10 pixels of margin from the top. Great. I think for now, this space is enough. And now that we finished creating the stat component, let's go back and style this title and description. To style this title, let's make it bold first. So for that, we will add a class here, and let's call it Sidebar title. Then we will copy the class name and add another CSS rule, which will set font weight to bold. Next, it looks like this title has a slightly different color than ours. So let's inspect the title to get the color value. And then we'll add the color property here and paste the new color value, reload. Now the title has this slightly different shade of black. Also, we need to make our title a little bit smaller. So let's change its font size to, say, 14 pixels. Reload. Great. And also notice that this title has some extra space below and above. We already know how to add that extra space. We can just use the margin top property and set it to, say, 4 pixels to add some margin from the top, and margin bottom to 5 pixels to add some margin from the bottom. Reload. Great. Next, we will style the description. This description has a different text color. So let's inspect it to get that color, and I'm going to resize the window to see this color value, and we'll copy it. And then to apply this color value, we need to add a class to our description first, and it's going to be sidebar description. Then we will target this class sidebar description and add the color property and paste the value we just copied. Reload. And now our description has the same text color as this. And let me resize back to fully see our page. Next, let's decrease the font size of the description. So we'll set it to, say, 14 pixels. Okay, this is better. And it looks like we need to increase the line height too. So for that, let's add the line height property, and we'll set it to 22 pixels. No, it is too much. Let's reduce it to 18 pixels. Reload. Okay, this is better. What I also notice about the description here is that these two words are bold. So to make them bold, we know that we can use the font weight property. But the problem is that to make these two words bold and not affect the rest of the sentence, we need to place them inside a separate HTML element. And we could use the div element for that and then add the display inline property. But the good news is that HTML has exactly the same element as div, but only for text. And it's called span. So let's wrap this text into the span element and reload the page. Notice that nothing has changed. That's because the span itself is an inline element and it's just a container for text and text elements. And span doesn't have any styles, and we edit like this, it changes nothing visually on the page. But now we can target this span from our CSS. To do that, we will add a class and we'll call it text bold, because we want to make this text bold. And next, we will add a new CSS rule that targets our new span element using this class. And we want to set the font weight to bold here. reload the page, and there you go. The text is bold. So use the span element when you want to style a portion of your text. The span is an inline element and it doesn't have any default styles. And I think we have two more things to fix about this title and description before we move on to creating this straight line. So from what I see here, we need to add some more space above the title. So let's increase the margin top of the sidebar title to say 12 pixels, reload. Okay, let's increase it more to 15 pixels. I think this is enough. And also let's set the width of this description div because it looks like the lines here are shorter. So to do this, let's scroll down to the sidebar description rule and we'll add the width property and let's set it to say 270 pixels. Reload and nothing changes. This means that we need to decrease the width here and let's set it to say 250. Reload. Great. Now we are ready to create this straight line here. Okay, let's close the developer tools for now. To me, this straight line looks like a part of this bigger component for this sidebar poster. So let's add a div that will be a container for this whole component. And we know that we can set the top border of the div to have this straight line. Okay, so for that, we will add a new div. And this is going to be a container for this whole component. So let's add a class and the class will be sidebar-image-container. Inside this container, we will need one more div for the sidebar image text. So let's write sidebar image and also add a class right away. The class will be sidebar image title. And lastly, let's add the image itself. For that, we will right-click the image and copy its URL. And then we will add the img element, and in its source, we will paste the URL we just copied. And don't forget the closing angle bracket. Now let's go to our page, close the developer tools, and reload it. Great. Now we have the text, the image, and the whole container that we can style. So first, let's add this border at the top here. To do that, we will select the class name and add one more CSS rule to target the container. And next, we'll write border. It's a thin border, so let's start with 1 pixel, solid, gray. Reload the page. Great. Now we have this border around the container, but we only need this border to be at the top. So we will add dash top here and reload the page. Okay, now the border is only at the top. Next, let's change the color of this border to make it match the reference page. To get the precise color for our border, let's inspect this element. And then we will go to the Styles tab. And there is this CSS property that sets the border here. And so we will copy only the color here and then remove the color keyword and paste the color. And now when we reload the page, the color is correct. Next, we will add some space above the border. And for that, we use margins. So margin top, and let's make it 2 pixels. Reload, and I think we need to increase it to 3 pixels and maybe 4. Okay, this is good enough. And there's a lot of this free space inside the container below the border. So we will use paddings. We only need this space at the top. So we will use the padding top property. And let's start with 20 pixels. Reload. Okay, 20 pixels seems to be fine here. The next elements that we will style is this sidebar image text. We need to make it uppercase and also change its text color. So to style the title, let's copy its class name and create a new CSS rule. And to make the text uppercase, we use text transform. The value will be uppercase. Reload. Okay, it's uppercase. And you already know how to get the color for this title. So we will inspect it here and go to the Computed tab. And in here, we will search for the color keyword, scroll down until we find the actual color. And let's copy this color. And then we will paste that color, reload, and the color is exactly the same. It also seems that we need to decrease the font size of the title to 14 probably pixels. No, it is too small. Let's increase it to 15 pixels. Okay, this is good enough. And I think we are ready to style the image. But before we do this, notice that there is more extra space between the text and the image. In our case, because we used the div element, which is a block element, to hold our sidebar image text, we can add this extra space using margin bottom. So let's scroll down to the title rule and margin bottom. Let's say it will be 10 pixels. Reload the page and we need to increase it a little bit more. So it's going to be 12 pixels. Perfect. And to make our image to look the same as here, we need to decrease its width. So for that, let's add a class sidebar image, copy the class name, and then we will set width to say 200 pixels. Reload. Okay, we need to increase the width a little bit. And let's set it to say 30 pixels. Okay, perfect. Lastly, notice that the border here is aligned with the image and our border is not. So to fix this, we can reduce the width of this container that has this border. And we will set it the same as the width of this image. So we will copy this property and just paste it here. And I think this is it. We now have created this improved version of the sidebar using the box model and also the div and span elements. So the most important thing to remember about divs is that they are containers for other elements, and we can nest as many divs as we want. It's like putting boxes inside boxes inside boxes. But if you feel like you don't fully understand how divs work, don't worry. From now on, we will use divs a lot in this course and also when we will be creating the Reddit clone project, so you'll have plenty of examples to learn from. So far, for our web pages, we've been using only the content part of HTML. For example, we could create a paragraph like this and then see it in the browser. However, this is only a piece of a proper web page, so let's learn how to create the rest. But before this, know that starting from this tutorial, I'll create the files under the My Website folder, and I won't have the tutorials folders anymore here. This will make the file structure in the Explorer easier to navigate during these tutorials. But the final code in the GitHub repository will have those folders and you should create them too. And though I'm not creating the folder for every tutorial, assume that I am. And also by convention, we name the HTML file of the main web page index.html. This is why I named this one index.html. Okay, and now let's continue to the tutorial. I'll remove this for now. And then I'll type exclamation mark and press tab. In VS Code, this creates all this HTML code, and this is what the proper HTML5 page looks like. If I reload the page in the browser, it's empty. And so let's go over this code line by line and see what it means and how to use it and where to add our content. Okay. The first line is a doctype declaration. And this one tells the browser that this page will be an HTML5 page. HTML5 is the latest and most frequently used HTML version at this moment. And this is what you want to use like for all of your websites. So this doc type ensures that the web page is rendered properly according to the modern HTML specifications and features. And without this doc type line, browsers may switch to the quirks mode, which mimics the behavior of older browsers to support outdated code. And so our page might display differently across browsers. It might break modern CSS or JavaScript features, and our page might have layout problems like incorrect margins, fonts, or element positioning. The doc type is not an HTML tag. It's an instruction that tells the browser which version of HTML we will use for this page. And the good news is that you don't need to remember how to add this. Just generate it using the ! tab shortcut or Google HTML5 doc type and copy it. Next goes the HTML element. The HTML element is the root element that contains every other element of our web page. It wraps all the content of our page and tells the browser that this content inside is HTML. It's like saying everything from here to here is my website. Without the HTML element, browsers might still render the page, but it won't be fully compliant with HTML standards, which can cause unpredictable behavior across different browsers. Also, it is a good practice to add the lang attribute to the opening HTML tag. This way, we specify the primary language of our page's content. For English, it's going to be EN. Okay, inside the HTML element, first comes the head element. Our web page visitors cannot see it, because this element and its contents are for the browser and search engines. Typically, it has information about your website, like the page title, character set, and links to CSS or JavaScript files, and many more. So the head element stores all the essential behind-the-scenes information. Next, these two meta tags inside the head element are just useful settings that is good to have for all web pages. The first one specifies that our web page is using the UTF-8 character encoding, which is what you want to use like 99.9% of the time. This character encoding tells the browser how to properly interpret and display characters on the page. And if you don't include it, the browser might guess the wrong encoding, leading to incorrect or garbled text, especially with non-English characters. Different symbols and special characters may not display correctly, so it's good to always have it in the head element. And this meta tag controls how our web page is displayed on mobile devices and tablets. It makes sure that your web page is shown at its actual size without being zoomed in or out when it's first loaded. Next, one of the things that you normally configure inside the head element is you set the title of your web page. And the content of this element appears in the browser tab like this, and also when the page is being bookmarked. It's also used by search engines as the main title in search results. So for example, if I change this to say cats and dogs, then it's going to be cats and dogs in here. If you don't include the title tag, several things can happen. So let me remove it. Now, the browser may show a generic or incomplete name like the URL of the page, which looks unprofessional. Then search engines may not know how to properly display or rank the page, affecting visibility in search results. Also, when users bookmark the page, the name may not be clear or it's going to be just a URL. So, adding the title improves usability and SEO. And finally, we have the body element. This is where all the visible parts of your website will be. Text, images, videos that you want to show, place them here. At this point, our web page is empty. This is because the body element doesn't contain anything. But let me put back the paragraph of text here. And now it's here on the page. And so without the body element, the visible content would be disorganized, or it may be displayed improperly, as the browser wouldn't know where the main content starts. And so if you want to add any content to your web page, put it inside the body element. Okay, so far, if we wanted to add some CSS to our web page, we would have just added the style element beside the content like this. And then we could just write some CSS code inside the style element. It works, you can do this, but the best practice most of the time is to put the style element inside the head element, like this. And then we can write the same CSS code in here just as before. So for example, if we wanted to change the text color of this paragraph, we could just write P and then color, royal blue, and now the color of this text is royal blue. So this works the same way as before, as putting it beside the content, but it's a better and more recommended way. And it's better to place it here and not inside the body element beside the content, because when CSS is before the page's content, the styles are applied immediately when the page renders. And our page will be rendered faster, because the browser will know how to style elements before they appear. And we'll also have cleaner code structure, because we'll have the page structure inside the body element and its appearance inside the head element. And so now our web page is structured correctly according to HTML5 standards. This page structure is a good foundation for your web pages to work well across different browsers and devices. And you don't need to write all this yourself. In VS Code, you can just type exclamation mark and then press tab, and VS Code will generate the code for you. I personally don't remember how to write all this manually, because you don't need to write it from scratch very often, and there is no additional benefit in writing it manually. But it's very important to understand what every part of this page structure means, so that you know where to put it and how to change it to your benefit. Next up, let's discuss how to structure our web pages. For that, we will look at this Wikipedia page about supercomputers. This page has some structure, and because of this structure, it's easier for us to navigate it. For example, it has this heading, and we can easily see that this page is about supercomputers. Next, on this page, there are these paragraphs that are related to this main header. Then, after these paragraphs, if I scroll down, goes this history subheader, and you can kind of tell that this is a history of supercomputers, so this header is related to the main page header. And then, if I scroll down, goes a bunch of paragraphs about the history of supercomputers. Then goes this subheader of the history that also contains some paragraphs and some information. And so the structure of this web page looks similar to the one you have in books. I mean, like actual, real physical books, where you have the title of the book and then topics and then subtopics and so on. Most of the time, the web page is supposed to have a structure like the ones you have in books. And for example, if I scroll down even further, way down, we have this table about the stages of supercomputer application. And this table has rows and columns and corresponding headers. So this HTML table looks kind of similar, like the one you have in books or articles or in Google spreadsheets. And if I scroll down even further, I will get to this bullet list of related links and also this numbered list of references. And so this whole web page has good structure that helps us navigate it. Without this structure, if we remove like all of it and leave only the content, this page would look like this. So it's just a big pile of text, which is quite hard to navigate and find the information we want. And so in this tutorial, we'll learn how to add structure to our pages with headers, lists, and tables. Okay, and for that, we'll start from a blank file and generate the proper HTML5 page skeleton. To do that, I'll type exclamation mark and then press tab. And also we'll use this wiki page about supercomputers as our reference page. So to open it, you can just Google wiki supercomputer like this, and then open this link. Or you can use the link from the description. Okay, we are creating the page about supercomputers, so our title is going to be supercomputer. And one of the things that title does is that it sets the name of the tab of our web page when we open it. So if I refresh it, now it says supercomputer here. Next, the content we want to show on the page goes into the body element. Okay, so let's start by adding this supercomputer heading to our page. It's the main heading of this page, and I know this because the main heading of the page is supposed to tell us what this whole web page is about. And to add the main heading to our web page, we use the H1 element. This one is going to say supercomputer, so I'll just copy the text here. This creates the H1 heading on our page. By default, it's bold and has large font size. The purpose of the H1 element is to contain a very short description. Often it's a one sentence of what the whole page is about. Okay, next on this page goes this paragraph that tells us more about supercomputers. And let's add it to our page. So I'm going to add the paragraph here. And this creates a paragraph on our page. I'll resize these windows because we have plenty of text to work with, like this. Okay, notice that the H1 element by default adds a lot of space above and below. And the space is actually margin. And if I inspect this element, we can see that it's margin right here. Okay, and this structure actually makes sense. We're used to it. Like, this is a topic here, and this tells us more about the topic. And it makes sense here in the code. Like, this is the topic, this tells us more, it's a paragraph. And it also makes sense on the page. I think let's add one more paragraph to have a bit more content about supercomputers, like here, like this. And now we have this heading and two paragraphs that tell us something about supercomputers. Okay, if I scroll down on this page, we have this history subheading. It is related to supercomputers, to the main heading. It tells us about their history. So this history subheading is still a part of the whole supercomputer topic, but it's just a smaller part of it. And let's also add this subheading to our page. To add it, this time we'll use the H2 element. That's going to say history. This creates this history subheading. It's a bit smaller than the main heading and it has less space around. Because this is how the browser styles the H2 subheaders by default. Then we can add a couple of more, or just copy a couple of more paragraphs about the history, like this. And also, let's copy the second one right away, like this. And now we've got this history part of this page, where there is a clear heading and a couple of paragraphs that are telling us something about the history of supercomputers. And if we want to add a subheading for the history, we can go down one level more and use the H3 element, which is kind of like subheading. And this time, let's just write here history subheading instead, and maybe a couple of paragraph 1 and also paragraph 2. And this creates the history subheading here, which is a little bit smaller than the history heading and much smaller than the supercomputer main heading. Also, we're not limited to adding only the paragraph elements after the headings and subheadings. We can use links, images, forms, tables, lists, divs, and so on. So for example, here we can add a div that has a link that leads to some website and like this, which makes this link. And if we want, we can add a paragraph of text here and maybe another div inside with another link. I'm just going to leave the href attribute empty and the text will be another link. For some reason I write links. And maybe we would want to add an image, and for the src, let's just copy, let's say, this funny image here. I'm going to paste it. And so all this is valid content that we can add after a subheading or a heading. And on the web page, it will look something like this. We can improve how this all looks using CSS, but this is actually valid HTML structure. And so it's up to us to decide what content goes after a heading. But there are some important things to know about headings. Their main goal is to define hierarchy of topics and subtopics on the page. Now let me show you a few examples of how to use headings correctly and how to do it the wrong way. So this is a valid HTML structure that we're supposed to have. Here we've got only one h1 element that tells us what this whole page is about. And you can use the span element to style a portion of text inside, because the span is just a container element for styling text without any special meaning. But you cannot put paragraphs, other headings, forms, inputs, and other HTML elements inside the h1 element. Then after this heading goes this optional content. You can have it or you can omit it. Then you can add one or more h2 headings for the subtopics related to the main topic. And these subtopics can also have some optional content, or we can just have those topics without any content. And the subheadings can have their own subheadings all the way down to the h6 level. And you'll have smaller and smaller and smaller text and less space around them with every level down, with the biggest text for the h1 heading and the smallest text for the h6 heading. So this is the subtopic of the main topic, and this is subtopic of this topic, and this is subtopic of this topic, and so on. I've indented them for us to easily see the hierarchy here. And you don't need to indent your subheadings like this. It's here only for us to see the hierarchy here. In reality, this HTML structure would be formatted something like this. Because this topic-subtopic relation is about using the right header elements in the right order, but we're not nesting them literally inside each other in the code. And typically for any complex enough website, the HTML code would look more like this, where you'd have a div, which is just an empty container element for grouping stuff together and styling it. And inside the div, you'd have your main heading. Then you'd have your content with many divs and other HTML elements. And then at some point, somewhere within your nested HTML elements, you'll have your h2 subheading. Then maybe more of these nested divs. And somewhere inside all this nested HTML, you'll have your h3 heading. And all this is actually valid HTML. Because for the heading elements, it's not important how many divs you wrap them inside or how much content is in between them. And what matters for them is the order they go in your code and the correct heading levels. And the correct order is that the h1 heading must go first in your code. Then, if needed, somewhere down the road, you'll have an h2 as a subheading for the h1. Then also, if you need, you'll have an h3 as a subheading for the h2. Then you might have another h2 that will have an h3 and maybe an h4. But most of the time, you'll be using like an h1 and h2, and very rarely an h3. And so for HTML headings and their valid structure, it's important to have this order of headings and not important what other elements surround them. Now let me show you examples of what not to do with your headings. It's considered a bad practice to have more than one H1 heading on your web page. So don't add 2 or more H1 headings to your web pages. Also, it's not recommended to add paragraphs and divs to your heading elements. Also, it's not a good practice to add headings inside your headings. Also, don't skip your heading levels. It's not good to go from H1 directly to H3 without having an H2, because it doesn't make sense. So instead of this, it's recommended to have an H1, then an H2, and then an H3 if needed. And the last important thing to know about your headings is that they are for the structure of your web page, not the appearance. So don't use the heading elements if you just want to make some text bigger. I mean, don't use the heading elements with the text that you wouldn't say that it's actually a heading for the content that follows. If you want to make some text bigger, just use divs or paragraphs or span elements and add some CSS, but don't use headings. Use headings only for the structure, for the text that's actually a heading. Like, for example, on this Wikipedia page, this is a heading. Its role is to help you to see what content that follows this heading is about. Now let's talk about lists. There are two main types, unordered and ordered lists. First up, unordered lists. Unordered lists use bullet points to list items. We use them when the order doesn't matter. Let's create a list for the Apocalypse Survival Kit. We start our list with the UL tag, which is short for, well, unordered list. It's a container for all the list items. We create each item in the list with the LI tag, which stands for list item. I'm gonna quickly fill up our list. There you go, an unordered list. Now for the things where order is important, we use an ordered list. We create it with the OL tag. It works just like an ordered list, but each item is automatically numbered by the browser. Let's create an ordered list on how to become a pirate. For the list items, we use the same LI tag. I'm gonna quickly fill up our list. This seems to be right. Both type of lists can be nested inside each other to create sublists. This is super handy for organizing information that falls under different categories. For instance, let me quickly create a nested list for birthday present ideas. There you go. Lists are not just for text. You can also have images, links, and other HTML elements as list items. And there you have it, lists in HTML. Now let's discuss tables. Tables in HTML are like the tables you see in a spreadsheet. They let you organize your data neatly in rows and columns. To create a table, we use the table tag. It's a container for all table content. Inside our table, we need rows. We use the tr tag for table rows. Each row can have one or more cells. To create header cells, we use the th tag. It stands for table header. One th pair for one header cell. I want 3 cells for headers. The first column will be planet. The second, favorite pizza. And the third is weird topping. Great, we have the first row and its table headers. Let's add some data. We'll have another table row. Inside, we have the td tag or table data. It's for our standard cell content. The first cell is for a planet. It's gonna be Zog. The second cell is for favorite pizza, galactic pepperoni. And the weird topping is space olives. Great, now we've got one planet in our table. Notice that the text inside table header cells is bold and centered by default. These are the default styles that our browser adds. Normally, you change the appearance of your tables with CSS, like borders, size, colors, and more, which is going to be a topic for future videos. I want to add one more planet. So, TR for new table row. It's important to match the number of cells in every row to keep your table organized. If our first row has 3 header cells, each row after that should have 3 data cells to keep everything aligned. The first cell now is blips. The second cell is cheesy meteor showers and moon mushrooms. And there you go, blips is in our table. This is how you create tables with HTML. You start with the table tag to create your table, add rows with TR, and fill those rows with header cells TH and data cells TD. Now let's add huge gaps to our heading and many line breaks like this. When I refresh the page, you can see that the browser removed all the extra spaces and new lines. Multiple spaces, new lines, and tabs become one single space. It's like HTML is on a strict diet. This means if you try to format your HTML with extra spaces or line breaks for readability, the browser will simply ignore it. Why? Well, HTML is designed to display content in the most efficient way possible. The browser strips out unnecessary whitespace to keep things tidy and readable for your users. But what if we actually wanted to show all these spaces and line breaks? We've got 2 tools for that: HTML entities and the pre-tag. HTML entities are special codes that help us to add different interesting symbols to our web page. For a space that the browser won't ignore or remove, we write ampersand and BSP semicolon, which stands for non-breaking space. This is an HTML entity for a space that the browser will always recognize. One entity creates one space. So if we want like 5 consecutive spaces that browser won't strip away, I'll add 5 non-breaking space entities. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spaces. 1 initial regular space and 5 more created by the HTML entities. So the syntax for an HTML entity is ampersand and then the entity name followed by a semicolon. There are many HTML entities you can have fun with. Just Google HTML entity list and use any of those websites. Let's remove all the extra new lines and add an H2 element that has a few entities from a playing card suit. There you go. Some characters are reserved in HTML. They have a specific function, like less than or greater than symbols, which we use to create tags. To display these characters as part of your content, we also use HTML entities. For example, if we want this opening H2 tag and closing H2 tag to appear as is in the browser, I need to use HTML entities instead of the less than or greater than symbols. Let me first replace this with plain content. This way it's going to be easier for us to read. Then I'll change less than to ampersand LT, less than, semicolon, and greater than to ampersand GT, greater than, semicolon. I'll do the same for the closing header tag. Now we can see those symbols in the browser and it's just plain text. I'll remove everything again except for the H1 element. Let's say we want to show text or code exactly as we type it, with all its spaces and line breaks. It would be very cumbersome to achieve that with HTML entities. That's where the pre-tag helps. Pre stands for pre-formatted text. I'll put back our little story as the content and a couple of new lines so that we had more formatting. Whatever you put inside a pre-tag will appear exactly as you type it, including all spaces and line breaks. It's like saying, keep this text the way I wrote it, please. Here, the pre-tag ensures that the text keeps its formatting and all the extra spaces and new lines remain visible. It's a handy tag for when you need to display code snippets or formatted text. As your homework, take, for example, this Wikipedia page on black holes and try to recreate its structure. So make sure that the page you create makes the proper title in the tab. Then it has this proper main heading. Then you can add a couple of paragraphs that follow, and maybe if you feel like it, a couple of images from here. And then go through the page and add this history heading and maybe this general relativity heading, and add all the headings, subheadings, lists, and tables that you encounter on this page. Let's discuss forms. Forms on the web are like, for example, the forms you fill out to order a pizza. They ask for information, you give it to them, and then they do something with that information. Let's actually create a simple login form. First up is the form tag. It's a container for all the inputs and buttons. In the opening form tag, we add the action attribute. The action attribute tells the browser where to send the form data when the user submits the form. I'll paste this URL here. It points to a little PHP script I've prepared on my website that processes the form data we submit. This script will just simply show us the data we submitted. Next, I'll set the method attribute. We need the method attribute to configure how to send the data to the server. Usually it's either get or post. With get, your answers are sent through the URL. With post, they are sent behind the scenes, which is more secure. I'll use post. And I recommend you always use post. It's a secure way to send data to the web server. If you don't add the method attribute, the browser will use the get method by default, which we don't want. Now let's add some fields to our form. For that, we use the input tag. Inputs are like blank fields on a form. The input tag is super versatile. We can have text fields, password fields, checkboxes, radio buttons, and more. To configure that, I'll use the type attribute. The type tells the browser what kind of information you're expecting. This field will be for the user's name, so text. Then we need to add the name attribute. The name attribute is for the server to recognize the data from this input. We can use whatever name we want. A good practice is to use a name that reflects what kind of information we expect from this input. In our case, it's the user's name. So I'll write user name. This is the camel case naming convention, where the first word is all lowercase and the following words start with a capital letter. Input is a self-closing tag, so I can just leave it like this. At this point, if I refresh the page, we have just an empty input box where I can type in something, like pizza guy. I can add the placeholder attribute to show some text when the input is empty. Let's put something like type in your login. Now it's better. And when I start typing something, the placeholder is gone. We can also set a default value for this input with the value attribute. I'll set pizza guy here. Now we have some initial value that the user can change. If I remove this value, we have our placeholder text here. Now let's add a password field. I'll add another input tag. This time the type will be password. The name attribute will be user password, camel case. Again, it's for the server to recognize the data from this input. I won't add the value attribute, so by default it's gonna have an empty value. The placeholder will be type in your password. Now we have one more field, and if I type in something, it's all hidden. Notice that both fields are on the same line. It's because inputs are inline elements. Well, they are actually inline block elements, but we'll discuss that more in a separate video for CSS. Let's add labels to our inputs. To create a label, we use the label tag and write the actual label in it. For email, I'll simply write user name : For password, it's gonna be password : Now it's more clear what to put inside those fields. Notice that everything stays on the same line. It's because labels by default are inline elements too. I want our labels to be on separate lines. For that, we could use the br tag after the text input, like this. Now it's on the next line. Or we could use paragraphs, which are block level elements and they start on the new line. Let's use them. I'll remove br and I'll put our label input pairs inside paragraphs, like this. There you go. Notice that we have extra margin now because paragraphs have those margins by default. Now, if I remove these label tags, I'll still have the same text on the page. So why do we need to have label tags at all? That's because labels give us a cool feature. We can link a label to an input. For that, we'll use a couple of new attributes. Inside this label, I'll use the for attribute, which is going to be login user name, in camel case again. The second attribute we need is the ID attribute. In the input, we're linking our label to. We put the same value here as in the for attribute. Now, this label and this input are linked. One caveat: make sure that this ID value is unique on this page. That is, no other element has the same ID. Otherwise, it won't work. Let's do the same for the password. I need to make sure that both the for attribute and the ID attribute have unique value. It's going to be login user password. The same for the ID here. Now, if I refresh the page, it seems that nothing has changed visually. But now if I click on the label, it focuses on this input, which means they are linked. The same for the password field. Labels make your forms easier to use, especially on mobile, and for people using screen readers. Also, this feature is very convenient with checkboxes and radio buttons, which we'll discuss in a minute. This is all great. We have our input fields, but how do we submit this form? We need a button to click. Let's add that. I want this button to be inside a paragraph too, just for visuals. To create the actual button, I can use, surprisingly, the input tag again, but the type will now be submit. And to set the text of this button, we use the value attribute. I'll write just log in. The submit button doesn't need to have a name, because it's not like it has any data to send to the server. It's just a button. When we click it, it packages up all the form data and sends it off to the server based on the form's action and method. Let's do that. For username, I'll type in pizza76. For password, it's going to be cheese. Submit. And there's our data. It's key value pairs, where the key is the input name and the value is the actual data that we typed into this input. There is our pizza76 for username and cheese for password. Let me go back and quickly type in different values. Now it's _soda_ for username and 3 a.m. in the morning for password. Submit. And there they are, our input values. And that's the basics of HTML forms. You start your form with the form tag, you put all the inputs inside. You add labels with the label tag. Let's make our form about pizzas. I'll remove our login form inputs except for the submit, where I'll change the value to just order this pizza. Let's discuss checkboxes. To add a checkbox to our form, I'll use the input tag with the type attribute set to checkbox. Next goes the name attribute, which is useful when you're sending data to the server. I'll put toppings. Then goes the value. I'll put cheese. This value will be sent to the server when this checkbox is checked and the form is submitted. There you go. It's not pretty, but still a checkbox. I can select it and submit it. There is our topping cheese. This value only goes to the server when the checkbox is selected. Let me show you that. If I don't select the checkbox, the server will not receive the value when the form is submitted. At this stage, it's almost impossible for users to figure out what this checkbox is about. We need a label here. You already know how to add labels to inputs and link them together. I'll write label for, the value is going to be topping cheese, and I'll add ID to the input, which will be topping cheese too. The ID must be unique for each element on the page. Don't forget to add the actual label, cheese. Now it's clear. Clicking on the label will also toggle the checkbox. This is nice for usability. But don't forget to link your label with the input using the same value for the for and ID attributes. Otherwise, it won't work. Checkboxes are great when you want to give users multiple options and allow them to select more than one. It's like having a list of toppings for a pizza where you can pick just what you like. You might want mushrooms, pepperoni, or olives. Now let's add a few more to make a list of toppings. Each one will be on a separate line, so I'll start with the P tag. The label tag, this topping will be mushrooms, so I'll add 4 topping mushrooms. Then the actual label is mushrooms. Now the input, type checkbox, name toppings, the value, this time mushrooms. And the ID value will be the same as before. I'll quickly repeat the same for the pepperoni and olive toppings. There you go. But now, if I select 2 or more toppings and submit the form, the server receives only the last checkbox value. That's because of the way we specified the name of our checkboxes. When we have only one checkbox, this works. But with multiple checkboxes that share the same name, we need to add square brackets, like this, for it to work properly. Think of it as telling the server all these checkboxes are related and part of the same group named toppings. So all the checkboxes in the group must share the same name with the square brackets. Now, if I select all those checkboxes and submit the form, we have all the values on the server. Let's say that the cheese topping is popular and we want it to be already pre-selected when someone visits our page. For that, we have the checked attribute. I'm gonna just add the checked attribute like this. It's like saying, yes, cheese is a great choice, so let's include it from the start. The checked attribute doesn't need a value. Its presence alone does the work. Now, this checkbox is always checked by default. And this is how you add checkboxes to your forms. Let's move on to radio buttons. Radio buttons are great when you want the user to choose just one option from a few choices, like their favorite pizza size. You can't have both small and medium size for one pizza. Let's add the ability to choose pizza size to our form. So I'll add the P element because I want all the options to be on separate lines. I'll write input, type, and I'm going to use radio because we want a radio button here. Then the name attribute will be pizza size, camel case. This button is for a small pizza, so the value will be small. I'm planning to have a label for this radio button, so I'll add ID. Its value will be pizza size small. Next, I'll add label for pizza size small. Small is for the content. Let's also add the HR element here to separate sizes from toppings. Here is our radio button. I can select it. The label is to the right because we put the label element after the input in our code. Now let's add options for medium and large pizzas. Each radio button is its own input tag. So I'll add P and then input type radio. For the name attribute, we give all the pizza size radio buttons the same name, pizza size. This is crucial. It tells the browser these radio buttons are grouped together. Only one can be selected at a time within this group. The value attribute specifies the value sent to the server if this option is selected. For medium size, it's medium. The ID attribute is going to be pizza size medium. I'll add the label the same way here. For will be pizza size medium. The content is medium. This is great. Now, if I select one radio button, the other one is deselected. And if I select the medium size pizza size and a couple of toppings and submit this form, the server receives all of that. Now I'll quickly add a radio button for the large pizza size. So P tag again, input, radio, the name is still pizza size, the value will be large, and the ID is going to be pizza size large. Remember, we want the ID attribute to be unique. And don't forget the closing greater than symbol and the label. There you go. All the sizes are available now. If we want a radio button to be pre-selected, we can add the checked attribute to it. It's the same as with checkboxes. The only difference is that only one radio button in a group can be checked by default. This means I can add the checked attribute to only one of the inputs that has the pizza size name, the medium size radio pre-selected. And that's it. This is how you add radio buttons to your forms. Remember, radio buttons are like single choice questions. Use the same name attribute for all buttons in the group and set a unique value for each option. Now let's talk about creating a drop-down list in HTML. Let's add one to our form. We use select and option tags for this. Our drop-down is going to be for choosing your pizza sauce. We'll start with the select tag. It's the container that holds all the sauce options. This is where we put the name attribute for this dropdown. The name attribute is what gets sent to the server when you submit the form. I'll put sauce. Inside, we add option tags for each choice. To add the tomato sauce option, I'll write option, then the value attribute. Each option has a value, which is what gets sent to the server when you pick that option. I'll write tomato. Then the text between the opening and closing option tags is what you see in the drop-down list. It's going to be tomato. Now let's add more sauces. For each sauce, we add an option element. I'll add barbecue and pesto. There you go. Now we can select the sauce we want for our pizza. I'll choose barbecue. And there it is, our barbecue medium-sized pizza with cheese. Let's also add a label that's going to be sauce, capital S. Don't forget to make sure that the for attribute is the same as the ID. Otherwise, they won't be linked. Let's also add a horizontal rule to separate it visually even more. This is better. Notice that when this page loads, we have the tomato option selected by default. But what if I want the barbecue sauce to be selected by default? Because why not? It's a great sauce. For that, we can use the selected attribute. It's kind of like the checked attribute, but for the option tag. So I'll add the selected attribute to the barbecue option. Great. The barbecue option is selected by default when this page loads. And that's it. Now you know how to add drop-down lists to your page. Next, we'll look at HTML comments. You create a comment with less than, exclamation mark, dash dash to start, and dash dash greater than to end. Everything you type in between these markers, browser ignores and won't display. Let's write here pizza ordering form, all caps, for us to easily recognize what this form is about. Comments can also span multiple lines. Let's start a comment here and end it here. This way, our pizza size options won't appear on the page. There you go. Our pizza size radio buttons are gone. HTML comments don't appear on the web page, but are visible in the page source code. So avoid leaving sensitive information there. To view the source code in Chrome, click View, Developer, View Source Code. And there they are, our comments. Comments are useful when you want to leave notes for yourself and other developers about what your code does. They are also useful when you're testing out different bits of code and want to temporarily turn off a piece without deleting it. You wrap it in a comment, and it's like it's not even there. That's what we did with the pizza size code. Now, let's discuss iframes. I'll start with the iframe tag. Think of an iframe as a window on your web page that displays another web page inside it. The iframe tag stands for inline frame. This can be super useful for embedding things like maps, videos, or even other web pages directly into your website. This is, for example, how you add YouTube videos to your website. Let's add one. Next goes the src attribute. src stands for source, which is the URL of the video we want to embed. Just like pointing someone to where they can watch the video, src points your iframe to the content it should display. It's where we put a link to the YouTube video we want to show. Let's put the link to the Baldur's Gate 3 video. Great, and it's already clickable. And if I click, the video starts to play. I can mute, rewind, pause, and do some other simple actions. But there are several things to improve here. Our iframe is quite small, there is this ugly border around it, and I can't open the video full screen. Let's fix that. To remove the border, we use the frame border attribute and I'll set it to 0. So the border size is 0. And the ugly border is gone. To increase the width of the iframe, I'll use the width attribute, pretty much like we did with images. What about 560 pixels? I can set the height too. That'll be 315 pixels. And the iframe is bigger now. To allow full screen, we use the allow full screen attribute. It doesn't have a value, just having it like this will do the trick. And now, if I play the video, we should be able to watch it in full screen. And that's it for iframes. They're easy to use and very powerful. But remember to use them sparingly. Not everything needs to be embedded. Too many iframes can slow down your page. In this tutorial, we'll learn how to use the descendant combinator, the child combinator, selector list, the ID selector, and more. You'll use them all the time in your CSS code. We'll start by generating an HTML 5-page structure, exclamation mark, tab. Let's change the title to more on selectors. Okay, next I'll paste this HTML code that I prepared beforehand in the body to save us a little bit of time. Here we've got 3 unordered lists and a few list items, and each list has its own class. And on the page, they will look like this, just regular HTML lists. Now let's simulate some tasks with selectors that you might meet in the real world to style these lists. Suppose that we want to style the list items of the food list and set the border around them. Sounds easy, right? You've seen that many times. So let's do this. For that, we'll need to create a style element in the head and then a rule that targets these li elements with some selector and then applies some CSS property. This is not actual CSS code. This, in programming, is called pseudocode. Pseudocode helps us to outline some sort of a plan of what we're going to do. And it's not real code that computers can understand and execute. It's for humans to demonstrate the essence of what we're creating, mostly using just plain English to make it easy to understand. Okay, so for the property, we'll use the border because we want to add border around the list items. And we'll set the border to 1 pixel solid green. Now the selector. So far we know two types, tag selectors and class selectors. If we use the tag selector, so li, because we want to style the elements in this list, that will add the border not only to the food list items, but to all list items on the page. However, we want to target only these. So the tag selector won't help us here, and we need to use something else. We could use the class selector instead. For that, we'll need to assign a class to each of these list items. Let's do that. I'll add the class attribute here, and it's going to be food list item. Then I'll copy the class to the remaining list items. And now we can remove this tag selector and target this class. And this actually achieves our purpose. Now only the food list items have the border around them. However, using classes here has its pros and cons. For certain cases, it might be great. For example, when you need to style only some of these list items, you can just remove the class and the item won't receive the border. And also, the class selector is easy to use and easy to understand. But as a developer, you might not always have access to the HTML code because most of the time it's separated from the styles. And often the HTML code is generated either by JavaScript in the browser or by some backend programming language. And to add or change the class, you might need to change the actual code, which add risks to break the code. So in certain cases, using classes to target HTML elements has its downsides and might not even be possible at all. Luckily, CSS gives us more ways to target HTML elements. And it's a good thing to know about them and consider the best option for your specific case. So let's learn how we could target these list items differently. We'll do that for the remaining lists and leave this one like this so that you can see the difference. Okay, the goal is still the same. We want to add border to the animal list items. For that, I'll add another CSS rule, but this time I'll use something new and write the following: dot animal list space li and then curly brackets. I'll explain this in a moment, but first let's make sure that it does what we want. And we want it to have a border of 1 pixel solid, and let's make it red. Great. They received the red border. It works. Now let's discuss how it works. First of all, this whole thing is a CSS selector too, but just a bit more complex one that combines these two selectors. You already know that if we write it like this, then we're targeting all the li elements on the page. But when we add a space and then this class selector to the left, it means that we want to find all the list items, but only inside the elements with this class name. So when we use two or more selectors with a space in between them like this, it's just like having multiple filters. It means find all the elements using this selector, and then only inside of them target the elements using this selector and apply to them these styles. Or we can think of this in the reverse order, from right to left. So here we're telling the browser to apply these styles to the elements that match this selector, but are only inside the elements that match this selector. An important thing to know here is that the styles will only be applied to the elements specified by the last selector to the right. In our case, it's this li. And all the other selectors to the left are just additional filters. So these styles will not be applied to the animal list. They will only be applied to the list items inside. And you can see that there is no border around the whole list in the browser, only individual borders around each of the list items. You can also think of this as sort of how categories work on Amazon. If you want to find a monitor, you first select computers, which narrows down all Amazon products to only computers. In a similar way, this is what this first selector does here. It says we only want to look into the elements with the animal list class. Then on Amazon, we can narrow it down even more and apply another filter, monitors. And this opens a page that has only monitors, which is only a fraction of all the products that Amazon has. And just like we selected monitors inside computers on Amazon, here we are targeting only the list items that are inside the elements with the animal list class. And this is what this space does. It combines two selectors into one that targets more specific elements. In CSS, this space between two selectors is called descendant combinator. And descendant simply means that we are targeting this that is somewhere inside of this. So descendant is for child elements, whatever deep they are nested inside of this. And it's called combinator because we're using it to combine two selectors into one more complex. Now I'm going to ask you to pause this video and do the same, but for the list items of the website list. So add another CSS rule and use the descendant combinator to target all the list items of the website list and set their border to be 1 pixel solid blue. Now pause the video and try to code it, and after that, we'll do it together. Okay, first we want to target the website list by its class name like this. Then I'll add a space to use the descendant combinator to go inside the website list. And then I'll write li to target only the list items that are inside the website list. We want to set their border to 1 pixel solid blue. And this should be enough. Good. What's also useful is that we can put any selectors we want to the left and to the right of the descendant combinator. So for example, we could write something like this: div, then a space, and then a class selector like text bold. And then set, for example, font weight to bold. Here we're using the descendant combinator to say that we want to only look inside divs and target only the elements with the text bold class. Now let me paste here this HTML code that I prepared beforehand. There are two divs here that contain paragraphs with some text, and also some text that's wrapped into these span elements. Notice that only these two spans have the text bold class. And if I reload the page, only their text is bold. If I remove the class from this span, then its text becomes just regular text. And only the more text 3 is bold because its span has the text bold class and it's inside this div. And it is this way because we've got this CSS rule that targets only the text bold elements inside divs. But notice that this span is not a direct child of the div. It's deeper, it's inside the paragraph. But this rule is still applied, and the text is bold. It works because when we're using the descendant combinator, it doesn't matter whether the element is a direct child or nested like 50 levels deep. What matters is that this must be nested somewhere inside this. And if I move the span outside the div, like for example here, then it's no longer inside any div, and this rule is not applied to it anymore. And so it became just regular text. But as soon as I put it inside any div, like literally anywhere, let's put it, for example, here, then it will get its styles back. Also, notice that here first goes the tag selector and then the class selector. And it's perfectly fine for the descendant combinator to have it like this. We can use any type of selector on any side. Another cool feature is that we can chain multiple combinators together. So for example, if I type here space P, then we've got two descendant combinators here, and this whole selector is now even more specific. This now means search inside divs anywhere deep for paragraphs and anywhere deep of those paragraphs for the elements with the text bold class name. And then apply these styles to them. So now the element with the text bold class must be nested inside a paragraph that must be nested inside a div for these styles to be applied. And notice that our span is now nested inside a div, but not inside a paragraph. And if I reload the page, the rule is not applied to it anymore. But if I move it inside a paragraph, like for example here, then it matches this selector and the styles are applied. I can even move it inside this span. Yes, we can nest spans inside spans, and the styles will be applied to the element. Let me format it to improve the readability of our code, and like this, and also this. This works because for the descendant combinator, it doesn't matter how deep we put it inside the other elements, as long as the text bold is inside a paragraph, which is inside a div. To demonstrate you more that nesting levels are not important to the descendant combinator, I'm gonna wrap this food list in a div like this. And then inside the pizza list item, I'm gonna format it a little bit and add a paragraph. And then inside the paragraph, I'm going to add a span with the text class, with the text bold, and it's going to say test1. Now, if I've done everything right, this text should also become bold because I have a div that contains a paragraph many levels deep with the text bold class inside. And this is what this rule targets. So reload the page and it's bold. So for the descendant combinator, it is important that they are inside each other in the right order. And it's not important how deep they are inside each other. One caveat with paragraphs. Remember that we are allowed to put only text and text elements like spans or anchor tags inside paragraphs. But we're not allowed to put any block elements inside paragraphs like headings or lists or list items. And if I remove the paragraph here and wrap the list inside a paragraph like this, you might expect this to work and this to be bold, but most likely it won't. Because this is invalid HTML. We are not allowed to put lists and other block elements inside paragraphs. And let me reload the page. The text is no longer bold. Though technically, here in our source code in our file, the hierarchy is correct. So we have a div inside a paragraph, and that contains the text bold class for the CSS rule to be applied. But in reality, it's not applied in the browser. And the reason is that this is invalid HTML. And the browser tries to fix it in a way it thinks the best here. And if I inspect the page, you can see that actually the browser doesn't wrap this list in a paragraph like we asked it to do. It adds an empty paragraph before the list and after the list instead. And because of this, the text bold span is now not inside any paragraph. It's only inside this div. And this is why this rule is not applied in this case. So don't put anything except text and text elements inside paragraphs. Otherwise, you are risking to get weird and unexpected results. To fix this, if we need for some reason to wrap the list in two block elements, we can change the paragraph to a div like this. And as we discussed, divs can contain other divs and block elements inside them. And also we need to update the rule and change p to div. So now here we're targeting divs that contain other divs that contain somewhere inside of them the text bold class. And if I reload the page, the styles are back. Okay, before we continue, let me clean this code a little bit. I'll remove these divs like this, and also these. And also, let's update this rule to target only the food list classes and the text bold class inside of them. And okay, this works. So when we're writing it this way, it literally means style the elements that have the text bold class anywhere inside the food list. And this span fits that criteria because it's inside the food list and it has the text bold class. But if we add the text bold class, for example, to this steak list item, it also fits that criteria and matches this selector because the list item has the text bold class now and is inside the food list. And if I reload the page, it becomes bold too. Oh, and in case if you didn't know, we can add many classes to an element like this if we just separate them with a space. Okay, but what if we want this text bold class to only be applied to the items of the food list specifically, but not to this span, despite that it has the text bold class? There are many ways to achieve this in CSS, and what we'll do here is we'll learn another combinator. For that, let's replace this space here with the greater than symbol like this. And now if I reload the page, only the steak list item is bold and the span text is normal. Now, this is because what this does is limits the search to only direct children of the element with the food list class. I mean that it targets only the text bold elements that are directly inside the food list element. In our case, this UL has the food list class and its direct children are all of these LI elements. And so the browser targets only those LI elements that have the text bold class. But what about this span? It also has the text bold class. Well, the span is also a child of the UL element, but it's not a direct child. Because between the UL and the span, there is this LI element. You can think of this as this UL element is a father to this LI element. And it also is a grandfather to the span element. And this greater than symbol is called child combinator. And it targets only direct children of the selector to the left. It doesn't target the grandchildren and the grandchildren and so on. And because the span is a grandchild of this food list UL, it doesn't match this selector. On the other hand, if I replace the child combinator with a space, which is a descendant combinator, now this targets all the direct children and all the grandchildren and the grand-grandchildren and so on. And in this case, the span element also matches the rule and its text is bold. Okay, I'll undo this like this. We can also chain the child and the descendant combinators. Let me show you. For that, I'll add a span to the stake list item like this. And it's going to say test2. And now I'll add a space here and then I'll write span. This works here in the same way as when we were chaining multiple descendant combinators. And so this means that we are targeting the span elements that are anywhere inside the text bold class elements that are direct children of the food list class elements. And if I reload the page, only the test2 span becomes bold. Also, we're allowed to put spaces around the child combinator to improve readability. This will work the same, and it doesn't change anything except for the readability of the code. Now let me show you another useful CSS feature. Sometimes you need to apply the same styles to different elements. For example, suppose that we wanted to make the border green both for the food list items and also for the animal list items. And to achieve this, we could just copy this style like this, and it would work. So this solves the task, but the code is now a little bit more fragile. Because if we later decide to change the style of this border to, say, dotted, we'll need to remember to change it in both places here and here like this. So we'll need to do more work here, and also we'll have higher chances to break the code if we forget to update the code in all places. And the more rules like this you have, the higher chances that you forget. CSS allows us to do it better. We can join these two rules by adding a comma like this. And I can remove this one. And so here we are saying that we want to target all the elements of this selector and all the elements of this selector, and then set their border. And now if I reload the page, both lists have this dotted style. And if later we decide to update its color to, say, red, we will need to update only one place, which makes our code more robust. And we can add more selectors to this list. Just use a comma before every new selector. So here is a challenge. Pause this video and make the border of the website list items red and dotted too by adding it to this rule using the comma, and also don't forget to remove this rule. Now let's do this together. I'll add a comma and a space. A space is not required here, but it makes the code easier to read. And then I'll copy this and paste it here and also remove the rule. And there we go, the red dotted border here too. Now what's even better for the code readability here is to put every selector in the selector list on a separate line like this. This doesn't change how the rule works, but it makes it easier to read and understand. And so what this says is that we want to target all these elements and also these elements and also these elements and apply this border to all of them. Another type of selector you'll encounter is ID selector. It's widely used but often misused. From the previous tutorials, you know that we can also add the ID attribute to HTML elements. For example, we can add an ID of awesome food here to this list. And then we can target this list from our CSS code using this ID with the ID selector. To do that, we'll type hash and then the ID, awesome food, that we want to target. So just like we add a period in front of class selectors, we add a hash in front of ID selectors. And now let's use this to add some border to this list. It's going to be 3 pixel solid black border. And there it is. Think of the ID attribute as a much more specific and limited version of the class attribute. You can assign the same class to many HTML elements, but you cannot assign the same ID to many HTML elements. So this is valid. But if I do, say this, awesome food item, and then copy it here and here, then this is invalid because only one HTML element on your entire web page can have the same ID, and 2 or more elements cannot share the same ID. Because this is what an ID is supposed to be, a unique identifier of one thing. So let me undo this. Also, with classes, you can assign 2 or more classes to one HTML element. But unlike classes, we cannot add more than one ID to an element. So we cannot do something like this. This makes our HTML code invalid. And if I reload the page, notice that the border around the list is gone. So don't do this and use only one ID per one HTML element. From all that, you can see that classes are much more flexible than IDs, and in most cases, it's better to use classes. Okay, another feature of IDs in CSS is related to selectivity. Remember that we can have conflicts between CSS rules. It's when 2 or more CSS rules are trying to set the same CSS property of the same HTML element. And we also discussed that in those conflicts, a rule with a class selector always wins over a rule with a tag selector. But now that we've learned about ID selectors, what happens if we have a conflict between a class selector and an ID selector? For example, if I add another CSS rule that uses a class selector to target the same list, and I'm going to use it to set the border, but this time it's going to be 2 pixels dotted papaya whip. Now, these 2 rules are competing over the border property, so they are in conflict. And in this conflict wins the rule that uses an ID selector, because it's way more specific than a class selector. And an ID selector is more specific than a class selector because we can add an ID to only one HTML element on the whole web page, whereas we can have many elements that share the same class. And now if I reload the page, the border is black and 3 pixels. And if I change the color here to gold, then it becomes gold. So remember, in conflicts, just like in the rock, paper, scissors game, an ID selector always beats a class selector and a tag selector. And a class selector always beats a tag selector. And even a million class selectors combined cannot win over a single ID selector. And the same true between class selectors and tag selectors. Now, because ID selectors are so strong, it's actually considered not a good practice to use them. Because if you're styling something with an ID selector, it's tough to override the rule later without making your CSS code more complicated. IDs are meant to be unique within a page, and using them for styling goes against the flexible, reusable nature of CSS. So use classes instead, because classes are easier to reuse and override. You can apply the same class to many HTML elements, making your CSS more flexible and simpler. But this is a recommendation for styling with CSS. A different story is for JavaScript and HTML. When you start learning JavaScript, you'll use IDs to target elements. And in HTML, IDs are useful for labels in forms and links within one page. So again, the general recommendation is to stick to classes in HTML for simpler, more reusable, and maintainable code. I covered IDs here because often people either don't know or ignore these best practices and still are using IDs. But now when you encounter them, you will be prepared. Now, lists by default have certain styles. First of all, the UL element and the LI elements, they are all block elements. And so they have all the features of block elements, like taking the whole width available and their vertical margins and paddings push other elements away and so on. Also, unordered list items by default have these bullet points to the left. Sometimes you want these bullet points to be visible, but more often you don't. So let's learn how to hide them, and we'll do that for the food list. It's actually super simple. For that, we need to target the UL element itself. And we've already got two CSS rules that are targeting that list. Let's stick to the best practices and remove the ID rule. And also the ID attribute because we don't need it anymore. And for our task, it's fine that the border is this Popeye width 2 pixels. Okay, so to remove these bullet points, we need to target the list, so the UL element, and this does this rule. And now inside we'll write list style and the value will be none. And when I reload the page, they are gone. So the list style property configures the look of the bullet points. You can do fun stuff with it, but most of the time you'll use it to just hide the bullet points. Also, notice that there is this padding to the left between the list border and the list items. Most of the time we don't want to have it here. And to remove it, we can set the padding left to 0. Okay, no padding. Now for more practice, I'll ask you to pause this video and do the same for the remaining lists. Use the list style property to hide their bullet points and also remove the padding to the left. Now let's do this together. So I'm going to copy this class and then add another CSS rule that targets the list UL element itself. And to hide the bullet points, we want to use the list style property. The value will be none. Okay, now to remove the padding, I'm gonna write padding left and it will be 0 and the padding is gone. And because the second list needs the same styles as this one, let's use selector list, so comma, to target it too. So for that, I'm gonna copy the class name and then write comma, enter, and we'll target the list using the class selector. And so as you learned, now this targets the first list and also the second list and applies these styles to both of them. And if I reload the page, this should look the same as this. And it works. Okay, the last thing that I'd like to discuss about lists is that in HTML, we're only allowed to add list items as direct children of lists. What I mean is that we can only add more list items inside this list like this, and this is perfectly fine, but we're not allowed to add any other types of HTML elements directly into UL or OL elements. This means that we are not allowed to add divs or anchor elements or images and so on directly into UL elements. Only list items are allowed. And if we want to add these inside any list, we can just put them inside any list item as its children. And this is allowed, and it's now valid HTML code. Now, because we are allowed to only use list items in lists, Lists are widely used for things like menus where you have a consistent structure. And if I open, for example, Amazon, and then its category list, and then I'll inspect its categories, notice that they all are list items inside this unordered list. And then inside each list item, they have, for example, this div, and this list item is a link, and so on. The reason for doing this is that it makes the code easier to maintain and also modify. Because if you want to add one more item in this menu, you know that you need to add another list item, because you can't just add whatever elements you want directly inside this list. And as you'll see later, we'll also use this approach for the Reddit clone project. In this tutorial, we'll learn plenty of useful CSS features, how to add shadows, how to handle overflows, how to rotate, scale, and move elements, how to configure opacity of your elements and their colors, HTML and CSS comments, how to align your text, change its font family, and more, how to position elements, and how to include external CSS libraries. All these features are great to learn because you'll apply them in your projects. Next up, we'll learn how to add shadows with CSS. For that, create a simple HTML5 page with just one div inside the body that we're going to be experimenting on. To generate the skeleton of the page, use the !tab shortcut. Okay, also we're going to need a CSS rule that targets the div. I've added these simple styles to make the div a little bit prettier. So if you want, add these too. Here we're making the div 120 pixels wide with some padding and margin and border. And also we're adding these nice round corners. And so the div is going to look like this in the browser. Nothing crazy and no shadows so far. Now let's add a shadow to the div. For that, we'll use a new property called Box Shadow. We're going to move our shadow 4 pixels to the right, space, 4 pixels down, space. We'll start with no blur, so 0, and again, space. The shadow is going to be of the same size as the element, so 0, 2, and space. And let's make it black. The shadow value might seem complicated at first, but we'll discuss its every part and you'll see that it's easy to use. So this is going to add this to our element. The shadow is black, 4 pixels down, 4 pixels to the right, the same size and without any blur. Now I'm going to inspect the div to open the developer tools so that we can easily discuss and experiment with the shadow. And let's switch to the Styles tab to see the box shadow property. So the box shadow property is what we typically use to add shadows to our HTML elements. If I turn the property off, the shadow is gone, and if I turn it on, it's back. The first value here configures where our shadow is horizontally. If I increase the value, the shadow moves more to the right. If I decrease the value, it moves to the left, and when it becomes negative, the shadow is to the left of the element. So, use the first value to configure how far the shadow is to the right or to the left. The second value configures the vertical position of our shadow. If I increase it, the shadow moves further down. And if I decrease it, the shadow moves up. When the second value is negative, the shadow goes above the element. And when it's positive, the shadow is below the element. So the first two values of the box shadow property configure where the shadow is. Now I'll reload the page to reset the shadow position to its original value. Next, let's change the third value to 1 pixel and see what happens to our shadow. And okay, it became a little blurry. And this is what the third value does. It configures how blurry the shadow is. The higher the third value is, the blurrier the shadow becomes. And when we set it to 0, there is no blur. Also, we can't use negative values for blur. If I try to do this, the shadow disappears completely because this value is not valid. So use the third value to configure how blurry your shadow will be. And I'll reload the page to reset the value. Next, let's set the fourth value here to 1 pixel and see what happens in the browser. Reload the page. Okay, it made our shadow to grow in size a little bit, which means that the fourth value affects the size of the shadow. If I increase the value, the shadow grows from all sides. And if I decrease the value, it shrinks. Also here we can use negative values, which makes the shadow to be less than the element. Let me move our shadow 40 pixels to the right, maybe even 400 pixels to the right, so that you can see that more easily, like this. And I'll reset the value again. And finally, the last value here sets the color of our shadow. Just like with background colors and text colors and border colors, we can use color keywords here like black or red. And we can also use RGB and hex colors here too. Let me show you. For that, I'm going to remove the black color here. And next, I'm going to type RGB parentheses to use an RGB color here. And then let's come up with some random numbers between 0 and 255 for each color channel. So for the red, let's use, say, 132. And for the green, it's going to be 25. And for the blue, 194. This sets the color of our shadow to this. Also, notice that the shadow repeats the shape of our element. And it has these round corners, just like the element. If I remove the border radius property, it's going to change the corners of our element and our shadow to this. And this is how you add shadows with the box shadow property. Use the first value to configure its horizontal position. Use the second value to configure its vertical position. Use the third value to configure how blurry the shadow is. Use the fourth value to configure the size of your shadow. And the fifth value to configure its color. Here, we're using the box shadow property to add one shadow to the element. But we can use the property to add multiple shadows to one element if we want. Let me show you. So to add multiple shadows to one element, we simply need to separate them with a comma. And then we can add a second shadow just like we added the first one. So I'm going to copy the first shadow and then paste it after the comma. Now let's change this and this to -4s to place the second shadow 4 pixels to the left and 4 pixels up. Let's also change the shadow color to green. And so now this should add, yes, the second shadow to our element. Notice that we can configure these two shadows separately. So here we positioned the second shadow differently. Let's also set the blur here to 0 and the extra size to 0 too. And now the second shadow isn't blurry and it's a little bit smaller in the browser. And now here is a challenge for you. Add a third shadow to this div. And for that, use a comma just like we used for the second shadow. Make the third shadow to be 12 pixels to the right and 10 pixels up. Add 2 pixels of blur, no extra size, and it'll be red. So pause the video and try to add that third shadow to this div. Okay, and now let's do this together. To add the third shadow, I'm going to add a comma here. We want it to be 12 pixels to the right, so the value will be positive. And then 10 pixels up. This is why the value is negative. then 2 pixels of blur, no extra size, and the color will be red. And if I reload the page, here is our third shadow. This is how you add multiple shadows to one element in CSS. Now let's have some fun and make the shadows appear only when we hover over the div and also animate it. For that, we'll add another CSS rule that targets the hover state of the div. Then we'll move the box shadow property into this new rule to make the shadow appear only on hover, like this. Now let's make the shadows to appear smoothly on hover. For that, we'll need to add the transition property to the main rule to make it smooth both on hover and hover out. And here we want to transition the box shadow property like this. Let's set the duration of the transition to ½ a second. And now when I hover over the div, the shadows appear smoothly, and when I hover out the div, they disappear smoothly, like this. For some reason, I find this oddly satisfying. So this means that we can animate our shadows using the transition property. Okay, and here's an extra challenge for you to have more practice. Change the current CSS code for the shadows to be visible all the time, and then make them smoothly change their position to the opposite on hover, like this. So pause the video and try to code this behavior. And this is it for shadows. Additionally, if you want to improve your learning, then I would highly recommend to pause the video after each topic and then try to come up with 1 or 2 challenges for yourself where you can apply the topic that you learned. And then try to write code to complete those challenges. I used this approach when I was learning how to code, and it helped me a lot. Next up, let's discuss overflows in CSS. For that, I've created a simple HTML5 page, and I used the exclamation mark tab shortcut to generate the skeleton of the page. There's also a div with this class and this empty CSS rule that targets the div. Now let's fill the div with some text. For that, we'll write lorem and then multiply it by 3. The bigger this multiplier is, the more text VS Code will generate. And then I'll press tab. So this created this Latin text that is called lorem ipsum. The text has no special meaning and is commonly used as a text placeholder to have some content to style. In the browser, it's going to look like this, just some placeholder text. And let's also add some border around the text. It's going to be 1 pixel, solid green, like this. Now, because this text is inside a div, which is a block element, it takes the whole width available. And when there is not enough horizontal space, the browser places the text that follows on the next line. This continues until the whole text is displayed. The content area of this div by default is as big as the content itself, the border is around the content, and everything looks fine. Now let's restrict the height of this div to 210 pixels and see what happens. Reload the page. Okay, this made the border to overlap the text. And part of the text goes beyond the border, which means that this part of the text that goes beyond the border is outside the content area of the div, and now this text outside the border overflows the div. Okay, but what does this mean and how does it affect the page? Well, first of all, you can see that the text and the border are now overlapping. Then, if I add another element after the div, let's add a paragraph, and it will be a paragraph of text. When I reload the page, notice that the overflowing text now falls onto the paragraph. So this overflowing content is visible but doesn't push other elements away. And most likely you wouldn't want your content to look like this. So let's discuss how we can handle this. Okay, so first of all, overflow is what happens when there is too much content to fit in an element. like in our case, there is too much text to fit in the div. When this happens, by default, CSS just shows the content that overflows, like here. But we can manage that with CSS using the overflow property. Let's see what we can do with it. So by default, the value is visible, which makes the content that overflows to be displayed by the browser. We can set the value to hidden. This does exactly what it says and hides the content when it overflows. But often we want to show scroll bars to be able to scroll and see the rest of the content. For that, we can change the value to scroll, like this. And now I can scroll down to see the rest of the text. When we're using the scroll value, the actual appearance in the browser depends on your operating system and also the browser you're using to view the page and the browser settings. For example, in Chrome on Mac OS, the scroll bar only visible when there is overflow and I'm scrolling the content. But in Chrome on Windows, I've got both horizontal and vertical scroll bars visible all the time, even when there is no overflowing content. And this is what happens when you're using the scroll value for the overflow property. But if you want the scroll bars to only be visible when there is overflow, then use the auto value instead. This allows the browser to figure out if it should display scroll bars. And in Chrome on macOS, it works exactly the same as with the scroll value. But on Windows, now there is only this vertical scroll bar and there is no horizontal scroll bar. And if there is no overflow, then the scroll bars are not displayed. Okay, so by default, the browser moves your text to the next line if there is not enough horizontal space. This creates this vertical overflow and this vertical scroll bar. But now let's use another CSS property called white space to make our text stay on the same line so that we create horizontal overflow. And we want to use the no wrap value here for that. So this will make our text stay on the same line. And if I reload the page, it's on the same line. And now there is this horizontal overflow and we can see the horizontal scroll to see the rest of the text. And in this scenario, if I change the overflow value to hidden, then this hides all that horizontal overflowing content and there are no scroll bars to see it. So this is how you can use the overflow property to control how the browser handles overflow for your content. And in the Reddit clone project, we'll use the overflow property to create these two scroll bars for the fixed sidebars. And now here is a challenge for you to practice overflows. Try to use an image inside a div instead of text. And then make the width and height of the div smaller than the width and the height of your image. And then apply the overflow property to the div to hide the rest of the image. Then add scroll bars to be able to see the rest of the image by scrolling inside the div. Next up, we'll learn how to use the transform property in CSS to rotate, scale, and move elements on our page. For that, we've got this simple HTML5 page and also this button. The button has this class, and also there is an empty CSS rule that targets the button, and also this CSS rule that adds some padding inside the body to have space for our experiments. We haven't discussed buttons before, but they are very simple HTML elements that create buttons like this. And whatever text we put inside the button, it's going to appear on the page as a clickable button because the browser styles its hover and also active states by default. And when I click this button, nothing happens because most of the time we need to apply JavaScript to make the button do something. Now let's learn what we can do with the transform property, and we're going to use this button for our experiment. First, let's write here the following: transform, rotate, parenthesis, and then 30 DEG for degrees. And this rotates the button 30 degrees clockwise. The bigger the value in parentheses is, the more the button is rotated clockwise. So if I set it to 130 degrees, then it's going to look like this. If I set it to 230 degrees, it's going to look like this. And the value for the full turn is 360 degrees. Setting the value to 360 makes the button to rotate the full turn, and it's going to look the same as when we set it to 0 here. It's impossible to tell that it's been rotated with the 360 value because the rotation happens instantly. But let's make it gradual so that you can see it better, and it's also fun. So for that, we'll update this selector to target only the hover state of the button. And if I hover over the button now, again, nothing happens because the rotation happens instantly. And to make it happen over time, when we hover over the button, we'll add another CSS rule that targets the button in its all states. Then we'll use the transition property, and we want smooth transition for the transform property like this. Let's make it over 1 second. Now, when I hover over the button, it smoothly rotates and makes one full turn. And if we want to rotate it in the opposite direction, we can use negative value here. So if I change this to negative 360, then it's going to rotate the button counterclockwise, like this. What's important is that when the transform property is applied to an element, it only affects how the element looks. It doesn't affect other elements on the page. So, for example, if I add a div beside the button and then fill it with some text, so I'm going to write lorem and press tab, this adds this text to the page. And when I hover over the button, it rotates, overlaps the text, but doesn't push the text or doesn't affect it in any way. Okay, another thing we can do with the transform property is we can change the size of our elements. So let's remove this and write the following. Scale, parenthesis, 200%. And with this, if I hover over the button, it becomes 2 times bigger smoothly over 1 second. So the scale here allows us to resize our elements. 100% here is for the normal size of our elements, and we can use values that are under 100 to make elements smaller and over 100 to make elements bigger. So if I change this value to say 50% and also lets the transition to happen more quickly, and now when I hover over the button, it becomes this small. Now here is a challenge for you. Use the transform property to increase the button size to 102% on hover, and also add another CSS rule that targets the active state of the button and uses the transform property to decrease the button size to 95% when we click it. Now pause the video and try to code that. Now let's do it together. We want to scale this button to 102% on hover, like this. Then we'll add another CSS rule to target the active state of the button. Here we want to use the transform property to scale the button down to 95%. So now when I hover over the button, it becomes slightly bigger, and when I click the button, it becomes smaller. Great. What's cool about the transform property is that we can use it with any HTML elements. For example, we can also use it to scale this div. So let's use the selector list we learned in the previous tutorial to also scale the div on hover and on click. For that, I'll extend this rule and write comma, then div, hover. And so here we're targeting both the button in its hover state and also all the divs in their hover state. And then we set their transform property to scale to 102%. Now, when I hover over the div, it becomes bigger. Notice that the change happens instantly. This is because in this rule, we're adding the transition property only to the button. Let's fix that and also use the selector list to target all the divs. And this is better. Next, let's also scale down the div on click. This will be a challenge for you. So extend this CSS rule to also target the divs so that when we click the div, it scales down to 95%, just like this button. So pause this video and try to complete the challenge. Okay, now let me do this. So I'm going to write div active, and this selector list ensures that the transform property is applied also to all the divs in their active state. And now when I click this div, it becomes smaller. Okay, there is one more feature of the transform property that I'd like to show you. We can use it to move elements around. Let's do that on hover and move elements 10 pixels to the right. To do this, I'm going to remove this, and then I'll write translate and parentheses. Inside of the parentheses, we can specify a value here in pixels, like 10 pixels. This should move the button and the divs on hover 10 pixels to the right from their original position. If I reload the page and hover over the div, 10 pixels to the right and the button too. If we want to move the element further away, we can just use a bigger value here and it's going to look like this. Let me undo it to 10 pixels because 50 is too much. Okay, so this moves elements horizontally. To move elements vertically, we can add a comma here, and then we can use a value in pixels here too. If I write 15 pixels here, this will move our elements 15 pixels down, but also 10 pixels to the right, like this and this. If we want to move our elements to the left instead of the right, then use a negative value here, and this makes our elements move to the left. And if we want to move them up instead of down, we can use a negative value here, like this. And this is how you can use the transform property to rotate, scale, and move elements around without affecting other elements. Okay, before we discuss how to use the opacity property, I'm going to remove all these styles and rules, and I'll leave only this rule that targets the button. Next, let's add the transform property, which is going to rotate the button 90 degrees clockwise like this. And let's also make the button 2 times bigger. For that, I'll update this property and right here space and then scale 200 pixels. And this makes our button 2 times bigger. So to apply multiple transformations, just separate them with a space. Okay, these transformations made our button quite big, and now it's overlapping this text. And we did all of that so that we can start learning a new CSS property called opacity that is widely used and can be quite handy. So the property is opacity, and its default value is 1. This means that our button by default is fully opaque, that is, we cannot see anything behind it. Now let's change the opacity to 0.9. This makes our button to be a little bit transparent, and now we can see the content that's behind it. If we decrease the value even more to say 0.5, then the button will become even more transparent and we can see the content behind it better. And if I set the opacity value to 0, this makes the button to become fully transparent and we cannot see it on the page. But the button is still there and it's fully functioning. We just cannot see it. The opacity property is widely used for different animations. For example, in the Bootstrap library, which is one of the most popular CSS libraries nowadays, notice that when I launch the modal, it appears gradually from 0 opacity to fully opaque. And there's also this gray backdrop that is partially transparent here too. So we can configure the opacity with values that are between 0 and 1, where 1 makes the element to be fully opaque and 0 makes it to be fully transparent. And if I set a value to something in the middle, this will make the element partially transparent. Now, when we use the opacity property, it's been applied to everything in that element. I mean, notice that the border of this button is transparent, and also its background is transparent, and also the text. And if there were any nested HTML elements inside this button, the opacity would affect them too. So the opacity property affects every part of the element and also its children elements. But sometimes we want to only change the opacity of some parts of an element. So let me show you how we can do that with colors. And for that, I'm going to set the background color property of our color to be RGB and 239, 239, and 239. And also let me remove the opacity property. So this sets the background color to this, and if I reload the page, the background color looks like this, but setting the background also resets the border styles, but this doesn't matter for now. And now let's make only the background of our button to be slightly transparent. For that, we will update the color value here, and we will add the A letter to the color format. Now, this tells the browser that we also want to configure the opacity of the background color. And it's A because it's for alpha channel, which comes from computer graphics, and for our purposes, we can think of this as just opacity. And this allows us to add a fourth value to our color. And just like with the opacity property, we can use values in the range between 0 and 1 for the fourth value. Let's set it to 0.5. And so this should make this color to be 50% transparent. And if I reload the page, it becomes transparent. But notice that now only the background color is this transparent. And this text and the border, they are fully opaque. What's cool here is that we can use the RGBA color format in all the places where we used the RGB to configure color. So you can use this for the text color, the border color, the background color, the shadow color, and so on. Let me show you this with the border color. We'll add the border property, and it's going to be 2 pixels solid RGBA. And we'll use the black color here, so all zeros. And let's make this color to be fully opaque at first. So for that, I set the value to 1. And this makes it look like this on the page. And when the color is fully opaque, this means that we cannot see through it. But if I reduce this value and set it to, say, 0.7 and reload the page, now we can see through the border, because now it's 70% opaque and 30% transparent. The less opaque the element, or the more it's transparent, the better we can see through the color. And so here is a challenge for you. Change the color of this text to be black, but to be 50% transparent. And after that, make the color of the text to be fully transparent so that we cannot see the text at all. So now pause the video and try to code that. Now let's do this together. For that, I'll add the color property to set the text color. We'll use the RGBA color format. Then we'll add all zeros to make it black. To make the color 50% transparent or half transparent, I'll use the 0.5 value like this. This makes the text to be black and also half transparent. Now to make it fully transparent, I'm going to update the value and set it to 0. And there you go, completely invisible text. So use the RGBA color format if you want to configure the transparency of your colors. And also use the opacity property to configure the overall transparency of your elements. Next, we'll look at HTML comments. You create a comment with less than, exclamation mark, dash dash to start, and dash dash greater than to end. Everything you type in between these markers, browser ignores and won't display. Let's write here pizza ordering form, all caps, for us to easily recognize what this form is about. Comments can also span multiple lines. Let's start a comment here and end it here. This way, our pizza size options won't appear on the page. There you go, our pizza size radio buttons are gone. HTML comments don't appear on the web page, but are visible in the page source code. So avoid leaving sensitive information there. To view the source code in Chrome, click View, Developer, View Source Code. And there they are, our comments. Comments are useful when you want to leave notes for yourself and other developers about what your code does. They are also useful when you're testing out different bits of code and want to temporarily turn off a piece without deleting it. You wrap it in a comment, and it's like it's not even there. That's what we did with the pizza size code. Let's discuss how to write comments in CSS. It's actually quite easy to do. In CSS, we start a comment with a slash and an asterisk, with no spaces or other symbols in between. Then, we can write any text we want, like green text, for example. The browser will ignore it anyway, because comments are for us, humans. We end our comment with an asterisk and a slash, again with no spaces or other symbols in between. Now, if I save the file and run the script, nothing has changed. That's because when the browser renders our web page, it ignores comments completely. But if we view the source code of this page, and for that I'm going to click the right mouse button in any free area of this web page and select View Page Source. This is the HTML source code the browser uses to render the page, and there is our comment. And because comments do not affect how our page looks or works, we can also use comments to disable our code temporarily. It's great for quickly testing different CSS code without deleting it. I'm going to close the source code. Now let me show you how to use CSS comments to disable this declaration that turns paragraphs and company text color green. For that, I'm gonna add slash asterisk to start a comment at the beginning of the declaration that I want to turn off, and I'm gonna add asterisk slash to end this comment. Notice that VS Code changed the color of this code into gray. This means that it's now a CSS comment, and this part of the code is turned off. In programming, it's called to comment out this code. And if I save the file and refresh the page, now the paragraphs are black, so default color, and the header is blue. Let me uncomment this declaration. There you go. You can also comment out just a part of a line like this. And instead of green, I'm going to write red. Save the file, refresh the page. Now the text is red and the green value is completely ignored by the browser. You can also comment out multiple lines. Let's disable all these CSS rules. For that, I'm going to start our comment here and I'm going to put the ending comment mark here. Save the file, refresh the page. Now, those CSS rules aren't applied. If you are using a code editor like VS Code, there is a shortcut to toggle your comments. Let me show you. I'm going to select our comment and go to the Edit menu and select the Toggle Line Comment option. There you go. VS Code uncommented this code. And if I want to comment out this code, I can go to the Edit menu and use the Toggle Line Comment option again. There you go. Now VS Code commented out this code. you're gonna comment out and uncomment your code quite frequently. So I recommend you to learn the keyboard shortcut for this action. For that, go to the Edit menu again, and to the right of this option, you can see the shortcut. For Mac, the shortcut is Command/. So if I hit Command/, now VS Code has uncommented this portion of the code. I can also put the cursor on any line and use the Command/ shortcut again. VS Code has commented this specific line where the cursor is. And if I use the shortcut again, VS Code hasn't commented this line. You can also comment out a portion of your code. For that, select the code you want to comment out, go to the Edit menu, and use the Toggle Block Comment option. There you go. Now, VS Code commented out only the selected portion of the code. And if I use that option again, the VS Code has uncommented this code. We can use those options to toggle comments in HTML too. So if I place the cursor somewhere on this line and hit Command/, now VS Code has turned this HTML into a comment. And if I hit Command/ again, the comment is gone. If you're using a different code editor like Sublime Text, just Google what shortcut to use in your editor to toggle comments. It's a real time saver. So to add comments in CSS, use /* to start a comment and */ to end that comment. Use comments in CSS to explain your code where needed or turn off parts of your CSS code. Comments might not look very useful, but you'll use them a lot during development to temporarily turn off and on bits of your code. And this is how you add comments in CSS. Let's discuss how to change the alignment of your text with the text align property. We can align our text to the left, center, or to the right. And our browser aligns most of the text to the left by default. Let's create that in code. For that, I'm going to close this tab and we will start from the blank page. First, let's add some HTML content for us to style. I'll add a div element and it's going to have the CSS is great text. Let's also add the class attribute and it's going to be 1. And now we'll need 2 more divs. They will have the same text, but I'm going to change the classes to 2 and 3. I'll also add the HR elements in between divs to separate them visually. Save the file, refresh the page. There you go. 3 perfectly identical divs for us to style. Notice that in all these divs, the text is aligned to the left by default. Now let's align this text to the center and this text to the right. Let's start with this div. So I'm going to add a CSS rule. We'll use a class selector, so period 2. Then inside the declaration block, I'm going to use the text align property and the value will be center, semicolon. Save the file, refresh the page. There you go, the text is in the center now. To align this div's text to the right, I'll add another CSS rule and it's going to use class selector 3. Inside the declaration block, it's going to be text align right. Save the file, refresh the page. Great, it's aligned to the right. So the browser aligns text and inline elements inside the element you've applied the text align property to. Now let me show you how it's going to look like with longer text. For that, let's open the page on CSS on Wikipedia, and I will copy the first paragraph from this page and save the file, refresh the page. There you go. As you can see with the left alignment, the browser keeps all the lines of text aligned to the left. With the center alignment, it keeps all them centered. And with the right alignment, it keeps them all aligned to the right. Great! The text align property is easy to use and often used for text formatting and to center menu items. The next property, font family, is so powerful because it allows you to change the font of your text. This is the same text, but different fonts are applied from 5 main font groups or generic font families: serif, sans serif, monospace, cursive, and fantasy. We'll discuss what a generic font family is in a minute. Now let me show you how to use the font family property. For that, I'm gonna remove the font style property because we don't need it for now. And I'll write font family, and we'll use the Tahoma font here. So when I refresh the page, the second div's text should use the Tahoma font, and we should be able to tell the difference between how the first and the second div's text look. So save the file, back to the browser, refresh the page. There you go. These two divs are using different fonts. If you run this code and the text didn't change, this means that the Tahoma font is not available in your browser. In this case, your browser uses the default font and the text in both divs should look the same. I'm going to replicate that and change the Tahoma name to something that 100% doesn't exist on my computer. So QWERTY and random. Save the file, back to the browser, refresh the page. Now they look the same. So when you specify the font that doesn't exist on user's computer, the browser will just use the default font available. When you want to use a font that contains spaces or special characters, you need to wrap that font name in quotes. As an example, I'm going to use the Courier space new font. Save the file, back to the browser, refresh the page. This text now looks very different. We can also have a list of fonts as a value for the font family. For that, we just need to separate them with a comma. So I'm going to write Tahoma, comma, space. In this case, the browser will try to apply the first font from the left, and if it's not available, then it will use the second font from the list. If the second font is not available, it will try to use the third font, or if there are no fonts in this list, the browser will just use the default font. Save the file, refresh the page. There you go. Now the font is Tahoma. But if I change Tahoma's name to some gibberish, like this, save the file, refresh the page. Now the font is Courier New. So the browser tried to apply the first font from this list. It wasn't available, and then the browser used the Courier New font. Let me change it back to Tahoma. If you want to make sure that the font you're using is most likely available in the user's web browser, you can use a what's called web safe font. To know what fonts are web safe, just Google web safe fonts and open this first link from the V3 schools. And here's the list of the best web safe fonts for HTML and CSS. These fonts are considered web safe because they are available on most computers and devices. And we've already used the Tahoma and Courier New fonts from this list. Notice that there is additional text in parentheses. This is called a generic font family. A generic font family is a group of fonts that have common features. There are 5 most widely used generic font families on the web, and they are serif, sans serif, monospace, cursive, and fantasy. Serif fonts have small lines at the end of strokes. They are traditional and considered formal or classic. Sans serif fonts lack small lines at the end of strokes. They are modern, clean, and used for readability. Monospace fonts have equal spacing between each character. They are great for code because letters align. Cursive fonts mimic handwriting, and fantasy fonts are decorative and often used for impact. We can use a generic font family instead of a specific font name. Let's do that for all 5 font families. For that, I'm going to need to uncomment this bit of HTML, and let's have 2 more. I'm going to change this class to 4 and this class to 5. Next, I'll add a CSS rule that sets font family to serif for the first div. Then we'll change the font family of the second div to sans serif. Then we'll set the font family of the third div to monospace. Then we'll add another CSS rule for the div number 4, and its font family is gonna be cursive. And another CSS rule for the div number 5, and its font family is gonna be fantasy. Save the file, back to the browser, and refresh the page. There you go. Now all 5 divs are using fonts from different font families. When we specify a generic font family, like serif for example, the browser uses any font from this font family that is available in your website visitor's web browser. It's very safe to set a generic font family because the likelihood you have a font from this family is the highest. This is why if you want to set a font for your text, let's say for example, I want to set the Poetsen1 font for the text of the second column, a good practice would be to specify this font first, then to add a web-safe font, for example, Tahoma, to the list as a fallback in case the Poetsen1 is missing in the user's web browser, and then, add a generic font family like sans serif, for example, as a fallback in case the Tahoma is missing. In this case, the browser will try to use the Poetsen1 font first. If it's unavailable, it will try to apply the web-safe font, and for the tiny group of users that don't even have the Tahoma font, the browser will use any sans serif font available. Let me show you now how big tech companies configure fonts for their websites. Apple, for example, for the text on their website, sets 3 custom fonts first, then 2 web-safe fonts, and then a generic font family as a fallback. Amazon uses a custom font first, then a web-safe font, and then the sans serif generic font family. YouTube uses a custom font first, then a web-safe font, and then again the sans serif generic font family. Also notice that they all are using the sans serif generic font family as a fallback. That's because sans serif fonts are clean, modern, and have a good readability. So I would recommend using the approach Amazon and YouTube apply. 1 custom font first, then a web-safe font, and then the sans serif font family. It's simple but safe, powerful, and flexible. Most of the time, you can even skip the custom font and start with a web-safe font. And this is how you set a font of your text. Use the font family property. Specify 1 or more fonts and separate them with comma. Wrap the font name in quotes if it contains spaces or special characters. Now, let's discuss how to change the line height of your text. We can make our text to become less dense vertically or more dense. The line height property sets the height of each line of text. This is crucial for readability. Let's create that in code. I'll close this tab and I will copy this text from Wikipedia about CSS. Now, to test this property, we'll need only 1 div. So I'm going to remove these 2 and I will leave only 1 CSS rule here. And also I will remove the font weight property. Now I'll paste the text from Wikipedia here and we're ready to change the line height. So it's line height. A good practice is to use a unitless value for the line height. I'm gonna put 1 here. This number is a multiplier. The browser uses the font size of this element and multiplies by this number to calculate the line height. This is flexible and convenient. In our case, the line height of this text is gonna be 1 multiplied by its font size. So it's going to be equal to its font size. Save the file and switch the tab, refresh the page. Now this text is quite dense vertically. If I change, for example, the line height to 2, save the file, refresh the page, now the line height is noticeably bigger. And if I set it to 3, save the file, refresh the page, now the line height of this text is 3 times of its font size. A good practice for text readability is to set the line height value somewhere between 1.5 and 2, where the sweet spot is 1.6. Save the file, refresh the page. This is much better. And this is how you set the line height of your text. Next up, you'll learn how to move an element relative to its original position on the screen and how to make it stay in the same position when scrolling. Then we'll use all that to create a simple modal window. By default, the browser displays HTML elements on the page in the order as they appear in HTML. In CSS, this is called normal flow. Block elements go top to bottom. Inline elements go left to right. We can remove HTML elements from the normal flow and move them around with custom CSS. I'm gonna close this example and we'll start from a blank page. We need some content to style. So I'm gonna create 3 paragraphs. The first one is HTML for structure. The second will be CSS for styling. And the third one is gonna be PHP for backend. Save the file, refresh the page. Good. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit. That's better. Now I'll style them a little bit. For that, I'll add a CSS rule. I'll use a tag selector to find all the paragraphs. Let's add a solid border, 4 pixels, solid. The color will be the royal blue. Okay, now I'd like them to have more space inside, so I'm gonna add padding, and also I'll make them a little shorter, and I'd like to have them some background. I'll add padding 10 pixels to have padding from all sides. For the background, I'll paste a hex color, and the width is gonna be 300 pixels. Save the file, refresh the page. This is better. Now, let's say we want to move the CSS paragraph down and to the right. We could use margins for that. Let's add a class CSS to the paragraph and another CSS rule. Okay, remember, if we want to move our element down, we add a margin from the top. So margin top, what about 30 pixels? And if we want to move our element to the right, we add margin from the left. So margin left, 35 pixels. Save the file, refresh the page. Great. Now our paragraph is 30 pixels down and 35 pixels to the right. But it also pushed down the next paragraph. For certain tasks, that's fine, but for some, that's not. This time, I only want to move the CSS paragraph and not affect the others. In this case, margins won't help us. So let's remove both properties. Save the file, refresh the page. Okay, it's back to its original position. And now to only move the CSS paragraph and don't affect the other elements, we'll use a new property called position. The default value it has from the browser is static. This means act like a regular HTML element. For our goals, let's change it to relative. Save the file, refresh the page, and nothing has changed so far. But now we have access to additional properties: top, right, bottom, and left. Let's use the top property and see what happens. We'll set it to 15 pixels. Save the file, refresh the page. Okay, it's 15 pixels lower from its original position. And it didn't push the PHP paragraph down, just what we wanted. And if I increase the top property, say to 30 pixels, save the file, refresh the page, it even starts to overlap with the PHP paragraph, but still doesn't push it away. Great. And what about the other properties? Let's use the left property and see what happens. Say 35 pixels. Save the file, refresh the page, and it's 35 pixels to the right. Great. Now you might be thinking, that's weird. When we configured the top property, the browser moved our paragraph down. And when we set the left property, it moved to the right. And the reason for that is that the top property sets the element's distance from the top, and the left property sets the element's distance from the left. The same works for the bottom and right properties. Let's use them. I'm going to remove these. Save the file, refresh the page. The paragraph is back to its normal position. Now I'll add bottom
30 pixels and right 35 pixels. Save the file, refresh the page. Now it's 30 pixels to the top and 35 pixels to the left. And part of this paragraph is now even outside of this page. So when we change position to relative, we can move then that element relative to its original location with the top, right, left, and bottom properties. And this affects only where the element appears and doesn't push other elements away. And also notice that the browser keeps the space intact as if the element is still where it originally would be. The next interesting value for the position property is absolute. It's gonna give us very different results. Save the file, refresh the page. Okay, so now the CSS paragraph has moved to a completely different place. It's 35 pixels from the right and 30 pixels from the bottom of the browser window. And now there is no empty space here. These two paragraphs just collapsed as if the CSS paragraph doesn't exist. That's because when we set position absolute, we have removed the CSS paragraph from the normal flow. That is, we have moved it from the layer where normal elements are to a separate layer. Okay, now let me show you what happens with different combinations of bottom, right, left, and top properties for an absolutely positioned element. If I comment out the bottom property, so only the right is applied, the browser places our paragraph 35 pixels from the right of the screen. And it keeps its original position vertically. Now you might be asking, if it keeps its original position vertically, then it must be on the same level as the PHP paragraph. Why is it lower? That's a good question. The answer is that because now it's on its own separate layer, its top margin doesn't collapse. And so it's like when their margins are touching and there is no content between, their margins collapse. But there is content between the first and the third paragraphs. It's the CSS paragraph, you might argue. Well, the thing is that now its position is absolute. So it exists in its own little world or its own layer, and it doesn't exist for these two paragraphs that are in the normal flow. This means that at this moment, there is nothing in between these two paragraphs and their margins are touching and collapsing. But the margin of this CSS paragraph doesn't collapse because it exists on its own separate layer. It doesn't touch anything at the moment, and so its margin pushes the CSS paragraph down. And when I inspect the paragraph, you can see that it's precisely 16 pixels lower than the PHP paragraph. And to stop margin collapsing for these two paragraphs, I can put literally any content in between. So I'm gonna add the any text after the first paragraph. Save the file, refresh the page, and there you go. Now their margins don't collapse and these two paragraphs are on the same level. Margin collapsing can give you unexpected results. The main thing to remember here is that when there are two block level elements and their margins are touching, the browser will keep only the biggest margins of those two. Okay, back to positioning. If I comment out the right option, save the file, refresh the page, now the CSS paragraph is in its original position, but on its own separate layer. So it overlaps the PHP paragraph. To prove that, I'm going to use the left property to move it, say 80 pixels from the left. Save the file, refresh the page. Great, now it's moved 80 pixels from the left, and you can see a part of the PHP paragraph. Let me zoom out a little bit to have more screen space. And now, if I comment out the left property and add the top, say 30 pixels, save the file, refresh the page, and it's now moved 30 pixels from the top. Nice. Another interesting and useful quality here is that if we use two opposite properties, like right and left, or top and bottom, let me uncomment the bottom property, save the file, refresh the page. So the browser has stretched the CSS paragraph to reach 30 pixels from the top and 30 pixels from the bottom. The same works for the right and left properties. I'll uncomment them, save the file, refresh the page, and that's not what we expected. The paragraph is clearly 80 pixels from the left, but it's not stretched up to 35 pixels from the right. Why is that? Well, that's because we manually constrain the width of all paragraphs to 300 pixels in this rule, and it prevents the CSS paragraph from being stretched with positioning. In CSS, many different properties can affect an element's dimensions. Some of them have stronger influence, like the width property. To release our CSS paragraph from this 300 pixels constraint, we can override the width property specifically for our CSS paragraph. Remember, a class selector is stronger than a tag selector. The value is going to be auto. By doing that, we tell the browser there is no width constraint for this element. You can use other things to determine its width. Save the file, refresh the page, and there you go. Now it's stretched just like we wanted. We will use this stretching feature in a couple of minutes to create our modal window. Usually, you'd want to stretch out an element completely and not have any empty space. For that, I'll change all the positioning values to 0. So that element will be 0 pixels from the bottom, 0 pixels from the right, 0 pixels from the left, and 0 pixels from the top, like this. Save the file, refresh the page. Great. But notice that there is still this empty space at the top and bottom. Why is that? Let's use developer tools to find out. So Option Command I for Mac to open it. And I'm gonna inspect our paragraph. Oh, okay, it's the default paragraph's margin adds that empty space. Let's reset it to 0. You already know how to do this from previous videos, so margin 0. Save the file, refresh the page. Great, the empty space is gone. Let me close developer tools, and this is exactly what we need. Now, before we get into creating a modal window, we've got a couple more features to discuss. So for that, let's put back the CSS paragraph to the bottom right corner. I'll remove all this and add bottom 30 pixels, right 35 pixels. Save the file, refresh the page. Okay, at this stage, our paragraph is at the bottom right corner of the page. And our page is only one screen high, but modern websites are usually longer than one screen. Let's emulate that. For that, I'm gonna add class PHP to the third paragraph and a new CSS rule, class selector, and the height is gonna be, say, 600 pixels. Save the file, refresh the page. Great, now our page is longer. And if I scroll down, our absolutely positioned CSS paragraph stays in its original place and eventually disappears. That's useful for some tasks. But for example, for modal windows, we would want it to stay fixed in the same place all the time. And it doesn't matter whether we scroll the page or not. For that, we'll use a different position value, which is fixed. Save the file, refresh the page. Now, when I scroll, our paragraph remains fixed in the bottom right corner all the time. Fixed position works the same as absolute. The only major difference is that the element always stays fixed relative to the screen, and we configure where it's located with the same top, right, bottom, and left properties. Let me change bottom to top and right to left. Save the file, refresh the page. Great, it's fixed at the top left of the screen. Now, let me add another paragraph. It's gonna be for MySQL. So for MySQL for storing data. And let's make this paragraph fixed at the top, 60 pixels from the top and 80 pixels from the left. Now, both paragraphs are fixed and they overlap. And sometimes you want several positioned elements to overlap like this. But also what you'd want is to control which element goes on top or behind. We can control that in several ways. At this moment, MySQL paragraph covers CSS paragraph. That's because by default, the browser displays them in the order they appear in HTML. And if I place the CSS paragraph in our HTML code after the MySQL paragraph, save the file, refresh the page, now it's on top. I wouldn't recommend, though, relying on the HTML order to control where they appear, because this makes our styles so fragile. And there is a much better way in CSS. We can use a CSS property called z-index to control what elements go on top or behind. Now, if I set the z-index for the MySQL paragraph to 1, save the file, refresh the page, it goes to the front, even though the CSS paragraph is later in the HTML code. Now, if we wanted the CSS paragraph to be on top of the MySQL paragraph, we could set its z-index to a bigger number, so at least 2. Save the file, refresh the page, great. We can also set z-index to negative values. By default, all HTML elements have 0 as their z-index value. This means that if I set the z-index for the MySQL paragraph to -1, it should go behind. Save the file, refresh the page. Nice. Now it's behind the elements. Now we can only use the z-index property for positioned elements to change the order in which they appear on the page. And if I set the z-index to the elements from the normal flow, let's say for this PHP paragraph, this won't affect the order the PHP paragraph appears on this page. Let me show you that. I'm gonna set the z-index property for the PHP paragraph to a very high value, say 500. Save the file, refresh the page, and nothing has changed. The CSS paragraph is still on top. So z-index controls the layer order of positioned elements on your page. Higher numbers are on top. Z-index only works on positioned elements, that is, the elements with position relative, absolute, or fixed. It doesn't affect the elements with position static, and all the HTML elements have position static by default. Higher z-index values bring elements closer to the front. Lower z-index values push elements further behind. Z-index can have negative values, pushing elements behind others. Without z-index, positioned elements stack in the order they appear in HTML. Now, let's create a modal window using what we've learned so far. First, we'll need a div. It's going to have the modal class. And for the content, let's use a simple text, say something like, that's our modal content. And let's also add a thinking emoji here too. Save the file, refresh the page, and for now, it's just a regular div element, a part of the normal document flow. But usually modals appear over content of the page, sort of like floating above the rest. And it doesn't matter whether we scroll it or not, the modal should stay in the center. Okay, you already know that for that behavior, a perfect candidate would be to use position fixed. I'll add a new CSS rule here, and it's going to be modal position fixed. And let's place it at the top. I'll use 0. When we use 0, we don't need to put any units of measure. So I'm going to leave it like this. Save the file, refresh the page. Great. Now it's at the top. Next, I want our modal to have a nice semi-transparent black background that covers the entire web page. So I'm going to add the background property, and I'll write RGB for the color. We want the black color, so all zeros. Save the file, refresh the page. Okay, that's something. I think we need to make several improvements here. Let's make the background color semi-transparent. For that, we'll extend the color function and add the A character at the end. We've added it here to configure the alpha channel, that is the opacity of our color. Now we can add the fourth parameter, which is a decimal number between 0 and 1. Where 0 is fully transparent, so the color disappears, and with 1, the color is fully opaque, like this. I want the color to be semi-transparent, so let's use 0.5. Save the file, refresh the page. Great, that's exactly what we need. Now let's stretch the modal window to cover the whole page. You already know how to do that. First, I'll add the bottom property and it's going to be 0. This will stretch the modal vertically. Save the file, refresh the page. Good. Then I'll add left 0, right 0 to stretch our modal horizontally. Save the file, refresh the page. Good. It now covers the whole page. Notice that at this moment, the CSS paragraph is above our modal, but we want our modal window to be always on top. For that, I will assign the Z index a huge value, something like 1000. Save the file, refresh the page. Great. And if I scroll the page, the modal follows. Now, it would be nice to have a white background for our content and to move it closer to the center of the screen. For that, I'll wrap modal's content with another div that's going to have the modal content class. Good. Save the file, refresh the page. No changes in the browser so far. This is expected because we need to add another CSS rule. It's going to be a class selector, so modal content, and we want to set the background to white. Now, I could have used an RGB color here, but because we don't need any flexibility and it's a little easier to type this keyword, I used the keyword. Save the file, refresh the page. Good. Now the background is white. Next, we need to position our content div. So I'm going to add the position property and it'll be absolute because we want to position it relative to the fixed parent. Save the file, refresh the page. Notice that now our div takes up as much space as its content, even though it's a block element. That's because when a block level element is absolutely positioned, it behaves differently and it only takes up as much space as its content. Okay, now let's move it closer to the center of the screen. For that, I'll add top, say 100 pixels, and left, say 60 pixels. Save the file, refresh the page. It's better, but I want it to be more to the right. So I'm going to increase the value of the left property to 160 pixels. Save the file, refresh the page. This is better. Usually a modal window has a close button. So let's add the button element, close, and let's also separate it from the text with a horizontal line. Save the file, refresh the page. There you go. And lastly, let's add some padding. So I'll write padding 20 pixels to have a 20 pixels padding from all sides. Save the file, refresh the page. Nice. And there you go. We have created a modal window with CSS. If I scroll, it stays in the same place and it has a nice semi-transparent black background that covers the whole page. Now, obviously, this is just an example and not a fully working modal. It's not interactive. If I click the close button, it doesn't close the modal window. That's because we'll need to write JavaScript code to handle that. But as your first modal window, I think it's great. So congratulations. Next up, you'll learn how to include external CSS files. Then we'll include CSS Bootstrap and use a couple of its components. First, I'll show you how to create an external CSS file and use it on your web page. For that, we'll need a div element. It's going to have the PHP class. Its content will be PHP is for backend. Now let's style it a bit. I'll use a class selector and make it 500 pixels wide. The padding is going to be 20 pixels from all sides. Let's align its text to the center and add a border, 3 pixels, solid royal blue. There is nothing special here. The goal is just to have some styles that we can use in the future. Save the file, refresh the page. Good. At this point, we're keeping our CSS code in this HTML, in the style element. This is convenient and sufficient in certain cases, like when learning CSS or for running quick experiments. But most of the time, especially when your website grows or you're doing professional web development, you want to keep your CSS code in a separate file and then include and load that file into your HTML page. Let me show you how to do this. The goal is to move our CSS code to a separate file and include it into this web page. So we'll need to create a new file. For that, I'm going to open the primary side panel, create a new file, and I'm going to name it main CSS. For your CSS files, I recommend you choosing a file name that reflects the purpose of your CSS code. Like if you have a CSS file that contains styles for a navbar, then name that file something like navbar CSS. Choosing good names for your CSS files will make it easier for you and other developers to navigate your project. Now I'm going to move this CSS rule to our CSS file. And let's remove this line. Save the file. Great. And I'm also going to remove this style element. We don't need it anymore. Let's also close the primary sidebar. Either use this option or this keyboard shortcut. I'm going to hit Command B. If I save this file and refresh the page, our div is back to its default styles. Our custom styles are gone. That's because for these styles to be applied, we need to include our main CSS file into this index.html file. To do that, we'll add the link tag to the head element of the index.html file and specify the location of our CSS file with the href attribute. Our CSS file is in the same location as the index.html file. So I'll just put its name, main CSS. But as with images, we can use an external URL here to load CSS from other sources. This is what we're going to do later to load Bootstrap. A CSS style sheet is not the only thing we can load with the link element. We can use it to load many other types of resources like fav icons and fonts. Okay, next we need to tell the browser that we're loading a CSS file with the rel attribute. For CSS, the value is going to be style sheet. Don't forget to include rel style sheet, otherwise the browser won't apply your styles. Link is a self-closing tag, so I'm going to put a closing angle bracket, save the file, refresh the page. Great, the browser has successfully loaded and applied our styles. If your styles didn't load, make sure that you put the CSS file in the same folder as the index.html file. Also, make sure that you specified the exactly same file name in the href attribute. Sometimes I tend to misspell it. And also make sure that you have the rel attribute and that the value is exactly the same as I have it here. Doing all that should solve the issue. Okay, we can also put the link tag in the body element and it will still work. However, it's better to have it in the head element, because in this case, the browser loads your CSS file before any HTML code and your styles are immediately applied. Now let's include the Bootstrap CSS library. For that, I'll Google Bootstrap and open the latest version of the website. At the moment, the latest version is 5.3.3, but yours can be different. Next, scroll down to the Include via CDN section and copy the link tag. CDN stands for Content Delivery Network. CDN is basically a network of servers in various locations worldwide. The main goal for a CDN is to deliver content like images, videos, CSS, and JavaScript files to you as quickly as possible. For that, CDN uses multiple techniques, like sending you this CSS file from the server that's closest to you. Okay, we're not interested in the Bootstrap's JavaScript in this video, so just copy the CSS link and paste it after our custom styles, like this. This link has a couple of extra attributes that we don't need to worry about. Also, notice that this link loads a remote CSS file from the internet. So save the file, and when I refresh the page, it has changed a little bit. That's because Bootstrap was loaded successfully and applied its own styles. Now let's add a couple of Bootstrap components to our page. For that, I'll go to the Bootstrap's website and click on the docs link. Bootstrap has many different useful tools. I encourage you to experiment with them on your own. For now, we need the components section. and let's open the list group item. I'm gonna scroll down until I find the component I like. This one under the custom content looks interesting. So to use it, I'm gonna copy the content from this example and paste it to our web page. Save the file, refresh our page, and there you go. Now we've got an item list that's beautifully styled. Let's use another component. How about some spinners? Okay, so which ones to choose? I like these growing spinners. So let's copy their HTML and paste it before the list group HTML. Save the file, refresh our page. Great, we've got many spinners to choose from. Bootstrap is an amazing library and worth learning. Based on the W3 Tech statistics, it's the most used CSS library in the world. Okay, now let's recap. Use the link tag to add external style sheets to your web page. Specify the URL of your style sheet in the href attribute and tell the browser that it's CSS with the rel attribute. And this is how you add external style sheets to your web page.
We use Flexbox when we have an element that contains one or more other elements. It can be a div with several paragraphs inside, or a paragraph that contains a link and an image, or a list that contains two list items, or a link that contains two spans, or even a form with some inputs. It doesn't matter what elements, so long as an element contains one or more elements, we can use Flexbox. Now let's see what we can do with Flexbox. And for that, let's take, for example, this div with paragraphs, add some borders to easily see their boundaries, and by default, they're gonna look like this in the browser. Now I'll show you different things we can do with these paragraphs using Flexbox. So we can put them on one row like this, and place in the center of the div. We also can spread the free space between them evenly, or we can place them on different sides, or we can stretch them to fit their parent height, or center them vertically if we want, or position like this, or change their width using some proportions, or place them like this. So there's plenty of stuff we can do with Flexbox to position and size elements. With Flexbox, with just a couple lines of CSS, we can do powerful things prior to that were very difficult and painful to achieve. So let's start learning how to do those cool things. We'll start with the simple HTML5 page that contains a div with 3 paragraphs inside. In addition to that, there are also these 2 CSS rules that add this border to the div and this border to the paragraphs. And also, we're removing the default margins of paragraphs because we don't need them. We're using different borders around paragraphs and the div to easily see their size and also position. A quick refresher, you can create the skeleton of the page by using the !tab shortcut. And also, this is a child combinator, which means that here we're targeting all the paragraphs that are direct children of the div1 class element. Okay, I think we're all set, and now let's turn on Flexbox for this div. For that, inside this CSS rule that targets the div, we'll write the following: display flex. This enables Flexbox features for this div. And so now this div becomes a Flex container. And its children, so each of these paragraphs, are now Flex items. I'll add these HTML comments so that we can easily see where there is a Flex container and where there are Flex items here. And remember that these comments are for us in this code, and the browser is going to ignore them. So by writing this, we enabled Flexbox for this div, and now we have access to special CSS properties that we only can use with Flex container and with Flex items. And in this tutorial, we'll discuss only these because I think they are the most useful to learn. Okay, now that we enabled Flexbox for the div, let's see what happens in the browser. Let me resize this a little bit. So the paragraphs are now on the same line and take up the width needed for their content, even though they are block elements. This means that even though they are block elements, Flexbox is powerful enough to override their default behavior. And now they're positioned from left to right, and there is some free space at the end of this div. Now let's learn how to place these paragraphs at the center of the Flex container, because you'll encounter this task quite often. So to center these Flex items, we're going to use a new property, and we'll add it to the Flex container, which is this div, and the property will be justify content. The value will be center. This does exactly what we want and places them at the center. It's important that we use the justify content property in the CSS rule that configures the Flex container. In our case, the Flex container is this div, and this is why we put it here. The Flex container will always be the element that has the display Flex property, and its direct children will be Flex items. Now, Flexbox is smart enough, and if any of its Flex items becomes bigger or smaller, it takes that into account. So for example, if I add more text to the first paragraph like this, and then reload the page, the Flex children, which are all these paragraphs, are repositioned to stay exactly at the center. So in our case, the justify content configures where the Flex items are positioned horizontally. But it's not always horizontally, and you'll see that later on. In addition to the center, it has more values that can be useful. I will list them on the screen here. Now pause this video and try to use these values and see how they affect the Flex children. Great, and I'm going to change this to space between. And this distributed the free space between the Flex items. Okay, next let's make one of the paragraphs taller. It doesn't matter which one, you can pick any of them, but I'm going to use this one. There are many ways we can make it taller. For me, it's easier to just add a couple of BR elements to this paragraph like this. Okay, and if I reload the page, notice that this made the first paragraph taller because its text now has 3 lines. But what's interesting here is that the other 2 paragraphs grew in size too. This happened because by default, all Flex children are stretched to be as high as their Flex container. Again, this div with the blue border is their Flex container because we added the display Flex property inside the CSS rule that targets the div. And so if it becomes taller, for any reason, it stretches all its Flex children. And this div became taller because one of its Flex children, specifically this paragraph, became taller. And so this increased the height of the Flex container, which then stretched the other Flex children. This is useful when you want your Flex items to have the same height. Here is an example of how Amazon uses that to ensure if any of the items has a long title, it doesn't break the layout. We can also manually change the height of the container in CSS, and it will stretch the Flex items too. So if I set here the height to, say, 200 pixels, then look what happens to the Flex items. But we're not always want our Flex items to be stretched like this. So let's learn how to change this. For that, we'll use a new property called align items. Notice that we also added to the Flex container. Its default value is stretch, and you've already seen how it works. Now let's change this to center. So this positioned the Flex items exactly at the center of the Flex container vertically. And also the Flex items are of their original height now. Great, now I'm going to ask you to pause the video and try to use the following values for the align items property and see how it will affect the Flex items. Great. The next property that we'll explore is called flex direction. This property substantially changes how things work inside a Flex container. By default, its value is row. And before we try using another value for this property, let's discuss what this row means. So when we add the display flex property to an element, in our case it's this div, it becomes a flex container, and its children become flex items. So the paragraphs are flex items, but we already know that. Also, when we add the display flex property, the browser adds some default settings to the flex container and flex items. One of those is the flex direction property, and its default value is row, which means that the browser will place the flex items from left to right. And this direction of how the browser places the flex item is called the main axis. When the flex direction is row, the main axis goes from left to right. And we can use the justify content property to configure where exactly the flex items are positioned on the main axis. You already saw that when we used the justify content property to place them at the center of the flex container and then to distribute the free space between them. So when the flex direction value is row, the main axis goes from left to right horizontally, and so the justify content property configures flex items position horizontally. Additionally, there is another axis called the cross axis. The cross axis goes in the opposite direction of the main axis. So when the flex direction is row, the main axis goes from left to right, and the cross axis goes from top to bottom. And we configure how the flex items are positioned along the cross axis using the align items property, which means that when the flex direction is row, the align items property configures the vertical position of flex items. Now, another value that we can use for the flex direction property is column. Now, watch closely what happens when I reload the page. Okay, it's as if now the items are positioned upside down. Now they're going from top to bottom and are centered horizontally, not vertically. This happened because when we set the flex direction property to column, we swap the main axis with the cross axis. Let's look at where those axes are now. So when we set the flex direction to column, the flex items will go from top to bottom. This means that the main axis is going to be from top to bottom, and then the cross axis from left to right. So if we compare this with the row value we had previously, we had the main axis here, but with the column, now we have the cross axis here instead. And the same happened to the cross axis. This means that when we changed the flex direction from row to column, the main and cross axis reversed. But notice that in both cases, the justify content property aligns items along the main axis, and the align items property handles the cross axis, which means that in both cases, we use the same properties to align flex items along the same axes, but we need to take into account where those axes are. Now here is a practical exercise for you. When the flex direction value is column, try setting one by one the following values for the align items and the justify content properties. But every time before you see the results in the browser, try to predict where the flex items would be. And then reload the page and see what happens. If you get stuck, try using this visualization to see why you're having the results you're having. Okay, notice that all these properties, justify content, align items, flex direction, we applied them to the flex container. And we need to apply them to a flex container because they influence all its flex items at once. If we try to apply them to flex items, it's going to be invalid and they won't do anything. So if I copy these and also this one, we're using them with the flex items now. And if I reload the page, notice that the paragraphs are back to the Flexbox defaults now. They are placed from left to right, which means that the flex direction value is row, not column. And also they are at the beginning of the flex container and they are also stretched. This all means that these aren't working. But if I move them back to the flex container and reload the page, now they're applied. Okay, before we discuss another property that we can use with a flex container, let's make some changes here. We'll set these to their defaults. So it's row and also flex start. It'll look like this. And let's also comment out this height property, which is going to disable it. And it's also going to stay in our code in case we'll need it. And it's going to look like this. Okay, so the next property we'll learn is called gap. And we can set a value in pixels here. So let's set, for example, 10 pixels. And when I reload the page, notice that this added these 10 pixels of space between the paragraphs. So use the gap property to add a fixed minimum amount of space between the flex items. The gap sets a minimum amount of space. Let me show you what it means. Notice that there is this free positive amount of space at the end of the container. And now let's change the justify content to space between. And now if I reload the page, look closely what happens to the space between the flex items. It became bigger. And it became bigger because all that free extra space was distributed between the items. So the gap property doesn't care if there is more space between the items. The only thing it cares about is that it's not less than the gap we set here. So if I resize the window so that there is less free space between the paragraphs, notice what happens when there is no free space at all. Notice that the gap still remains. Even when there is not enough space to fit in all the content inside the flex container, the gap is still there. And I'll resize it back like this. Okay. Now pause the video and try changing the gap value and see what happens. And also try to resize the browser window and see how it affects the space between your flex items. Okay, these properties are all applied to the flex container. Now let's start learning the properties we can use with flex items. We'll start with an easy one by adding a class to each of the paragraphs. So the first paragraph will get the paragraph 1 class, the second paragraph will get the paragraph 2, and the third one will get paragraph 3. Now notice that all of our paragraphs are now stretched vertically because the align items property is set to stretch. And if we want, we can override that for any of the flex items individually. Let's change the second paragraph to be centered vertically. And for that, we'll target the second paragraph by its class name, like this. And then we'll use a new property called align self. This property is just like the align items property, but only for individual flex items. This means that we can use the same values here too. And to center the paragraph, we'll use the center value. And there we go. Now here is a challenge for you. Place the third paragraph at the bottom here. And for that, use the align self property and the flex end value. So pause the video and try to code that. Now let's do this together. So first, I'm going to target the third paragraph by its class name 2, and then we'll set the align self to flex end, like this. Great. And so the align self property positions individual flex items along the cross axis, just like the align items property. And the main difference between them is that we apply the align items property to a flex container. It affects all flex items, and with the align self property, we can target specific flex items separately. Okay, now let's remove these, like this. The next property that we're going to learn is called FlexGrow, and let's set it to 1. But before we see what it does to our page, let's comment it out and prepare some things. First of all, let's disable the gap property, and then we'll place all of our paragraphs at the beginning of the flex container, so it's going to be flex start. And this will look like this in the browser. An important thing to notice here is that there is this natural size these flex items have. And it's their initial size before Flexbox resizes them. And also notice that there is this positive free space. And this positive free space is the total width of the flex container minus the total natural space of all flex items. If I resize the browser, the div becomes wider or shorter, and there is more or less free space here. And so in Flexbox, we can add that positive free space to flex items so that they grow in size. And we do that using the FlexGrow property. If I uncomment it, so now it's applied to the second paragraph, this will ask Flexbox to add all this positive free space to the second paragraph. And so its final width will be its natural width plus the width of the free space. And if I reload the page, notice that all that free space became a part of the second paragraph. And now if I resize the window, the second paragraph becomes bigger or smaller because all that positive free space is being added to its width. Notice that this doesn't apply to the first paragraph and the third paragraph, and when I resize the window, they keep their width. And only the second paragraph is being resized. This is because we only applied the FlexGrow property to the second paragraph. So the FlexGrow property configures how much of that free space a flex item gets. And we use unitless values here like 1 or 5 or 0. And setting it to 0 means that that flex item won't get any additional free space. And it's just going to be of its natural size like this. And FlexGrow 0 is what all flex items get by default. This is why when I resize the browser window, by default, they keep their natural size. And to preview that, I'm going to add another CSS rule that targets the first paragraph, and I'll set the FlexGrow 0 to all of them, like this. And now if I reload the page, nothing changed because they had that already anyway. So FlexGrow 0 is their default value, and then we can use positive unitless numbers like 1 to configure how much of that free space the flex item gets. So this means that the first paragraph gets none of that free space. The third paragraph gets none of that free space. And all of that free space goes to the second paragraph. And if I reload the page, it looks like this. But what if I set the FlexGrow of the third paragraph to 1? Now this means that all that positive free space now will be distributed between the second and the third paragraphs equally, because we're using the same numbers here. And if I reload the page, notice that half of that positive free space went to the third paragraph. And now when I resize the page, notice that the third and the second paragraphs will equally grow in size like this. Whereas the first paragraph keeps its natural size because its FlexGrow is 0. Now here's a challenge for you. Pause the video and set the FlexGrow of the first paragraph to 1 and see what happens in the browser. After that, try to resize the browser window and see what happens to their size. So pause the video and do that. Okay, now I'm going to do this. I'll change it to 1, reload the page, and the first paragraph got a portion of that free space and grew. This all means that Flexbox distributes the positive free space between the flex items that have a positive flex grow value, like these. And these unitless values here, they set the ratio of how much of that free space each flex item will get. You can think of that free space as a cake that Flexbox divides into pieces and then decides how many pieces of that cake each flex item will get. For that, Flexbox adds all these unitless values from each flex item. In our case, it's going to be 1 plus 1 plus 1, so 3 in total. Then Flexbox divides that positive free space from the container by that total. So in this case, it's going to divide it by 3. So it'll have 3 pieces of that free space. And then it uses these FlexGrow values to decide how many of those total pieces each flex item will get. And in our case, this first paragraph will get 1 piece, the second paragraph will also get 1 piece, and this one will get 1 piece too. They all will have an equal amount of that free space added to their size. But we can use different FlexGrow numbers for different flex items. For example, let's set the FlexGrow of the first paragraph to 2, the second paragraph to 3, and we'll leave this as 1. And now this means that the browser is going to divide the positive free space by the sum of these. So 2 plus 3 plus 1 is 6. This means that we'll have 6 pieces of free space. And then the first paragraph will get 2 pieces of that free space. The second paragraph will get 3 pieces. And the third paragraph will get 1 piece. And if I reload the page, you can see that they all have that corresponding amount of free space added to them based on these numbers. So here it's 1 piece, here it's 2 pieces, and here it's 3 pieces of that free space. And if I resize the window now, that free space is being distributed based on those proportions. Now, pause the video and try setting the following values for the FlexGrow, and then see how this plays out in the browser. Okay, next let's set their FlexGrow to 1 to equally distribute the free space among these paragraphs. And because we're setting the same value for the FlexGrow for each of these paragraphs, let's just move this here and remove the property from them like this. And this works because this rule targets all the paragraphs inside the div. And doing like this just makes our CSS code more efficient and good. One interesting here to notice is that they are almost of the same size, but still a little bit different. And this is because their initial or natural size was slightly different. Let me comment that out for a second so that you can see that more easily. So originally, these 2 paragraphs are slightly wider than this paragraph. And what's important to know here is that when we enable the FlexGrow for these paragraphs, all that free space will be added on top of that natural space. So for example, the final width of the first paragraph will be its natural width plus 1/3 of the positive free space that it gets from the FlexGrow. And this also will happen for the second and third paragraphs. So their natural width plus 1/3 of the positive free space. And if I uncomment the FlexGrow property and reload the page, you can see that the amount of free space that was added to them is the same. It's their initial size what makes their final width different. Okay, so the default behavior here is to add that free space on top of their initial size. And if I add, for example, more content to the first paragraph, like this, and reload the page, the first paragraph becomes noticeably bigger than the other 2. The flex grow still distributes that extra free space among these paragraphs, but because the initial size of the first paragraph is bigger, its final width will be bigger after all that extra free space is distributed. Okay, but is it possible to make the final size of the flex items to be based only on the proportions that we set using the flex grow? Well, and the answer is yes, otherwise I wouldn't have asked that question. And to achieve this, we'll learn another CSS property that's called flex basis. Its default value is auto, which means respect the initial or natural size of flex items. And because of this value, Flexbox adds that free space on top of their natural size. But if we want, we can change this and set here a value in pixels, like 30 pixels. This means that Flexbox won't use their content to determine their natural or initial size, and it's going to assume that their initial size is 30 pixels instead. If you want, you can check what this is going to do on the page, and I highly encourage you to do that. But I'm going to set its value to 0, which means completely ignore the natural size of these flex items during the free space distribution. In other words, this tells Flexbox to act as if the natural size of all these flex items is 0. And if their natural size is 0, this means that all the width of this flex container is just free space. And all this free space will be distributed among these flex items, so these paragraphs, based on their flex grow value. And here we're setting it to 1 for all of them. So all the space inside this flex container should be distributed equally between them. And now if I reload the page, notice that our paragraphs now have the same width. Again, you can change the flex basis and use some positive values like 50 pixels. And then Flexbox will use 50 pixels as their natural size for all its calculations. But most likely you'll use either 0 to completely ignore their initial size, or you'll use the default value, which is auto, to respect their initial size. And this will look like this in the browser. And now let's learn how to use the flex shrink property. So for that, let's update the text of our paragraphs, and this will be first paragraph becomes very long. Then second paragraph has even more text. And then the third paragraph tells us even, let's say, just more. And let's also comment out the flex grow property, and it's going to look like this. Notice that because we added more content inside our paragraphs, now there is not enough space inside the Flexbox to fit all this text in one line. And the browser moves all that extra text to the next line to display it nicely. And because of this, now here we have what's called negative free space. Negative free space is when there is less space available inside a flex container than we need to naturally fit our content. Or you can think of this in terms of overflows. For that, I turned off this default browser behavior, and you'll see in a moment how I did this. So now when I reload the page, notice that the browser is showing the paragraphs in their natural size, and all the text goes on one line, but their total natural size is bigger than the flex container width. And now this goes outside of the flex container, and there is overflow. And you can think of this extra space that the content overflows as the negative free space. And by default, the browser tries to distribute that negative free space among the flex items. And it just removes that negative free space from their width to make their final width small enough to fit inside the container without overflowing it, which looks like this. And for that, the browser uses the flex shrink property and its default value is 1. And so because of this, by default, the flex items are not overflowing the flex container because flex shrink 1 makes the browser distribute that negative free space among the flex items by making them smaller, much like the flex grow property distributes positive free space and it adds that positive free space to flex items. The flex shrink property distributes the negative free space and subtracts it from our flex items. So this is how it works by default. And if I set flex shrink value to 0, this is going to tell the browser to not distribute the negative free space among flex items. And they will overflow when there is not enough space, like in this case. Also notice that the natural size of the third paragraph is actually smaller than the natural size of the second paragraph. And when the flex basis value is set to auto, which is its default value, when we set the flex shrink value to 1 and reload the page, the same thing happens here as with the flex grow. That negative free space was subtracted from the natural size of these flex items. And because of that, notice that the third paragraph is now smaller because its natural size is smaller. You can actually think of the flex shrink and flex grow as two sides of the same coin. The flex grow increases the size of flex items by adding positive free space. The flex shrink property decreases the size of flex items by subtracting negative free space. One caveat here with the flex shrink will be when we want to make our flex items to be proportionally equal when they are shrinking, like this. For that, just like with the flex grow, we could try setting the flex basis value to 0 and expect them to be equal. But let me reload the page and see what happens. They've got the same width, but it seems that the width is based on the width of their biggest word, which is paragraph. And if I change it here to, for example, a letter and reload the page, now this one is shorter and they don't have the equal width. So just setting the flex basis to 0 doesn't help us here. So why is this happening? Well, remember that when we set the flex basis to 0, this means that we tell Flexbox that their natural or initial size is 0. And so their total natural size is also 0 in the eyes of Flexbox. And if the width is 0, there is no width to overflow. There is no negative free space. Because the width is 0, there is nothing to be subtracted. And in this case, the browser just makes them as wide as the minimum possible amount of content they can fit, and that's it. This all means that when we set the flex basis property to 0, any positive values for the flex shrink, they are irrelevant in this scenario. Because the size is 0, there is no room for shrinking. And in this case, when the flex basis is 0, all the space inside the flex container is considered to be positive free space, which is governed by the flex grow property. So with this, the flex grow takes over completely. And to fix this and make them have the same width, we can just enable the flex grow to distribute all that positive free space between the flex items. So now let's reload the page and see what happens. Great, now they've got the same width. So remember, flex shrink makes sense only when the flex basis property is either auto or greater than 0, like 100 pixels or something like that. Because in those cases, the flex items will have initial size, which might lead to negative free space. But when we set the flex basis to 0, the flex shrink property becomes irrelevant. And in CSS, there is a property that combines these three properties. It's called flex. This is a shorthand property, and we can put or configure all these values inside this one property. So to set this here, we can write here 1. The first value is for the flex grow. Then also 1, separated by a space. The second value is for the flex shrink. And the third value is going to be for the flex bases, so it's 0. And so this means the same as this. It's just more concise. Let's remove these and this. And if I reload the page, nothing changed, meaning this works the same. And actually, this is a frequently used combination of these values. And because of it's frequently used, there is even a shorter equivalent, which is just 1. Setting the flex property to 1 means that we want to set the flex grow property to 1, the flex shrink property to 1, and the flex basis property to 0. And if I reload the page, nothing changes because this works the same as this. And in the Reddit clone project, this is what we're going to use most of the time. And if we want to make the first paragraph, for example, to be 2 times bigger, so to have the flex grow property as 2, we can just use the 2 value here, which means 2 for the flex grow, 1 for the flex shrink, and 0 for the flex basis. And we can make the remaining paragraphs flex value as 1, which is going to mean 1 for the flex grow. And this will look like this in the browser, which makes the first paragraph 2 times bigger than the second and the third paragraphs. And these were the basics of Flexbox. Congratulations, you've done a great job. And in case you feel overwhelmed, don't worry. Approach this theory multiple times and also try using Flexbox. And over time, it will all come together. Congratulations, you've mastered HTML and CSS essentials. Now let's put your skills to work and build the Reddit's main page, a modern, beautiful web page for your portfolio. I highly recommend you continue with this hands-on and practice-driven project, where you will gain real-world coding experience and learn new topics and techniques. The full video is available here. Thank you for watching and see you in this video.